I think that was Barrel Rider. I think it was Barrel Rider. Yeah, his mic was totally broken.
Oh, okay. Wow, I hadn't heard a mic like that before.
I was actually vaguely able to make out what he was saying. He was asking us if we've seen a movie, but like I wasn't able to make out the movie.
A battle. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, you sound great.
Yeah, I guess I have a little headset, and when I wear the headset, it just messes my mic up.
Oh, okay. You're a little hot for me. A little loud. I don't know if that's just me though.
Yeah, this computer mic is so sensitive.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask: has anyone seen that movie called The Sea Gypsies?
Nope.
No,
not me.
It's a movie about it's a documentary actually that is about this 100-foot sailboat that these guys sail down to Antarctica, and they go to Ross Island. That's like on the tip of that little peninsula that stretches up towards Chile, I guess. And they mention that they're going there without going through any process of getting permits or anything. They're aware of the treaty and the the laws about not going there, but they just do it on the sly. And they're if you believe what their documentary's saying, they do it on the sly, and they sail down to Ross Island and go on shore for a little while, and then they leave.
No shit.
Yeah.
The black market visits to Antarctica. That's crazy.
Yeah, no one hassled them, and they ran into those guys that harassed those Japanese whaling boats.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of hooked up with those guys for a while. It was kind of an interesting movie. Documentary.
Huh. Yeah, I'd like to watch it, but I'd also be curious if it's legit or if it's like some kind of gaslighting or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure what about all that, but yeah, worth a watch.
And it was called once again?
Sea Gypsies.
Sea Gypsies. Okay. Well, thank you for the recommendation. Sounds interesting.
I think I saw it on Prime Video.
Oh, even better. I got one of those.
I just posted something about Antarctica on a YouTube short.
Let's see if he's in here. He is in here. Hey, I want to address North from earlier. I apologize if I came off a certain way. I absolutely was not trying to call anyone stupid or, I didn't want anyone to take offense. I was genuinely asking because it's like a leap of, I guess, a leap of faith that I don't necessarily think I'm taking myself. That's why I asked. So, like, I can come to the conclusion of God without like what I would call taking a leap and believing some story. So that's just where I'm at. So hopefully you're here. I apologize if I came off that way. It's just not what my intention was.
Yeah, I heard you, man. Yeah, it's just the way I heard the question, and perhaps you don't mean to, present your question in such a way, but when I hear someone say, tell me how I escape reality and believe all the fantastical things that you believe, I could turn that around and say the same thing about the globe, right? So
yeah.
help me escape reality. that I know is real, and tell me how I can believe what you believe. That to me is insulting. That's just the way I take it. I don't know
Yeah,
if
maybe it was
anyone
poor
took it that
phrasing. I
way.
mean, even still, I think that like I'm just kind of like speaking from my point of view, so it didn't seem like I was doing something wrong, but I could see how from your point of view it was the way you said. So yeah, I'm sorry about that.
As long as you understand that, someone who is a believer, that is their reality. They don't
Right.
separate the beliefs from the actions.
Right.
Have you
Well,
guys
anyways,
ever heard
I
of
hope
people
that
saying that?
with oh, go ahead.
Sure have. So I'm wondering, does it make my ever talk, or is it just everything here like always been option?
Your lag is tremendous. I'm
Yeah.
not sure anyone can understand you.
Yeah, it's a wee bit laggy, Larry.
So yeah, I'm hoping with that addressed that moving forward that it doesn't have to turn into stuff like that. Like I have genuine intentions. I'm not like trying to be crass or sarcastic or anything like that.
Or dickhead.
Okay, if you're really not, I'll just answer it in simple terms, and
Oh, I'm
this
not
should be
asking
good.
anymore. But what's the
All right.
question now?
Yeah, yeah. If your question is,
I mean,
like,
I'm pretty sure
if
you
it is,
have been thorough to this point.
oh,
So
yeah, and if you're saying your question should be phrased a bit different, I'm assuming
oh,
your
okay,
the question should be at this point, how do I come to the understanding that you currently
right,
hold, right? So what I would tell you is you would have to go to the one who claims to be the author of that book, go directly to the source and ask. And I wouldn't ask presumptuously, and I wouldn't say I don't believe as you're asking, because even if you ask someone earthly something, and you obviously you put off such a manner that you're not going to believe anything they say anyway, they're really not going to answer you. So same goes with the creator, in my opinion. You must first believe before you ask. And
hmm.
you
Well,
may
I
be
mean, I do
successful.
believe in a creator. I just I guess
Maybe you haven't
yeah.
asked the right question at the right
Well,
time.
I don't feel like I'm unanswered though. Like I feel full, so I'm not going to just like switch where I'm at due to someone's answer. Like my cup is not empty in that regard. So maybe that's why it came off that way, and that makes sense.
Yeah, I get you. And not to be contrary to you, but when you say your cup is full and you're full already, um, something came to mind as soon as you said it. And
Sure.
yeah, some of the disciples were walking, and someone was saying that they were already kings and the resurrection has already happened. And so the disciples say, I wish that you were ruling, because if you were ruling, we'd be ruling with you. Are you already full? Are you already kings? And so the word full is used in that verse. So I would just
Okay.
say keep seeking after truth, and knowledge will increase. And I'm sure you would say, I'm sure you would agree that your knowledge increases day to day, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it
So
does, and especially with how I feel about what I've learned, in as far as the God question too.
yeah, so you're not full yet. And
I'm full in
once
my
you come
grounding
to it,
though. Like I'm just kind of like sprouting the fruit of that understanding. I'm full as far as like I'm not going to be swayed from where I'm at unless something extremely profound happens, obviously. But
yeah, you may produce fruit this year from the sustenance you had from last year, if you want to relate it to a fruit tree. But next year you may have some, more active ingredients put in your fertilizer, so to say, to
So,
help you produce better fruit. So you're always, how should I say, you can always increase your knowledge. I wouldn't be happy, just where you are and say you're full. Any man who says he's full and he's got everything understood is really understands nothing, and according to the text.
Okay. Well, full as far as the grounding of my God explanation or understanding. So I'm not saying I don't learn more after that fact. Obviously, it changes your world and you go through experiences and stuff. But yeah, as far as like, it's like saying if you were presented with, you know, the Quran or something, you're not going to become Muslim, right? Like you're full with where you're at. Like your grounding is solid. From what you've basically expressed, I can sense that you are confident in your interpretation, understanding Jesus Christ, and your understanding is only going to further from that point of view. But I don't think you're going to like skip to a different lily pad or whatever.
If you wanted to say, am I firm on my elementary principles, on my foundation?
Lily pad.
Yeah, but I would also say that knowledge can increase even if that's so. That's one of the
Yep.
things I've brought up many times. A lot of these people who claim to be Christians, and people call them Christians, but they don't even know the elementary doctrines as prescribed by the scripture itself, when it's very clear what they are, and it names them and it tells you how many there are. So
Well, in your mind, but we're getting a little bit preachy again. Can we move the topic?
my
I was
mind
just
will
trying to
be,
get it out. I
yeah,
wasn't trying to like bring it all up again.
yeah, you're good, man. My mind is not a written word. My mind is something that you can't see. So
Yeah, I have no compunction to tell anybody how they should think about God or what they think God is or what religion they are. I don't actually give a shit. That's between them and God.
yeah, I don't have an unction to try to convert or convince anyone either.
Best thing, you know why? You know, politics and fucking religion. It's not a discord or a debate is not the place to do something like that, because it always leads to fucking somebody trying to tell you what they think of why. It's just why. You just move on to something else. I mean, like, God exists. I believe God exists, but okay. You both have your own opinion of what God is, so that's cool. There's no point trying to explain that to somebody, or it's just fucking negative.
Yeah, you're saying like it's an individual journey. It's not really one that someone else has to force or push upon someone, but that it's a singular journey in a sense.
Yes, it's a completely and utterly subjective. And uh, all right, so we're here to talk about the shape of the world, philosophize what the hell's going on, why is the world acting like this? That's fine. So God might come into it from time to time, but to sit here and listen for like fucking 4 hours about 20 different people talk about their version of reality and what God is it's not good. It's not how do you say? Uh, there's no productivity to that.
Yeah, I tried to tell him the whole time, man, that it's a personal thing, and I'm not trying to convince or convert anyone. You're making the same point I was making the whole time, man. And I think if they actually read that book, they'll find out. You and I are correct.
I'm always correct. Everybody else is fucking wrong. I'm just kidding. I mean, it's refreshing to come into a flat Earth server where people aren't talking about X over Y minus the radius of like I've sat here for a few hours and I've switched off, listening to people try to talk about refractions, and I thought, can't you just for once talk about life and about real things and about what the hell is going on with the world, and without bringing your religion into the picture, or what you think a shape is? I mean, can't you just discuss and just talk like a normal human being? Make a couple of funny jokes, maybe, if you're lucky. But yeah, no, it's refreshing. I don't mean to shut it down, but it's oh man, I can't listen to somebody else talk about God tonight. I seriously can't, man.
I think it boils down just to right and wrong. So if people just, tell you where they get their idea of right and wrong from, you could start from there. If you're gonna have any kind of interaction with another person, I think we all make judgments about the people we have interactions with, and if they're living according to a way we're not living and we think is wrong to such an extent that we wouldn't, hang around that person or associate with that person. I
Well,
think that's where you should always start. You should never go in like these people who go into churches, right? They say, "I'm gonna try this one out. I'm gonna try this one out." You should always kind of know what you're getting into before you go in the room, right?
I guess flat Earth became kind of religion to me about 7 years ago, and I started preaching it, and to my friends and everything. I mean, I was like, "Hey, have you seen Water Bend? Blah blah blah, etc. etc." And they just they laughed, they made jokes, and they said, "Yeah, yeah, that's a good point." But at the end of the day, they don't really care about that. We're here to have a couple of beers, have a good time, um, and try not to think about our inevitable demise. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't even fucking know what I'm saying. What am I saying? Am I speaking English?
No, you're saying, Globers really don't care about the truth of reality,
Yeah.
and basically some people who understand the truth of our reality and the earth, they don't care too much about the deeper truths neither. So I think that's dangerous territory, but that's my opinion.
Well, I think it's in the makeup of people. There's certain people that are just born to fucking ask questions all the time. I mean, I honestly think I'm one of them. Not to toot my own horn, but I've, why am I here? Where did I come from? Is there a God? Blah blah blah. And your subjective personal experiences with God and everything that happens with that. Um, what was the point I was trying to make? They don't care. People really don't care, man.
Yeah, they don't care to such an extent. It's time to put things in perspective because we're going to spend a lot of time joking around, and while that is beneficial and healthy, we live in a time and a place where killing children is okay, and doing all kind of just terrible things that anyone said is wrong. So it's
Well,
time to look at where we're at and care for one another. If there's any natural affection at all going to be left.
there you go, dragging me back into the fucking God debate. No, I know. It's wrong. Divorce is wrong. I mean, it's just wrong. That's my opinion. Like, if anybody thinks that killing a kid in the womb at 6 months old is fine, they put tweezers in, they pull them out arms and legs and whatever, and they save the fetuses and all this kind. If anybody thinks that's correct, good luck to you, because that's definitely not correct. It's kind of a nightmare when you think about it. It really is kind of strange. I mean, if anybody actually researched into abortion, how it happens, like a 3-month fetus, what they do to it, and how they get it out, it's fucking nasty, bro. Anyway, so I suppose the world is turning, right? Anybody seen that world turn? Find that curvature yet? It's almost like the flat Earth is a distraction from reality. In the right north.
So PMAC, your setter here to joke around, have a good time, right? So what can we joke about these days? Is there things that we can joke about?
Bro, I'm not saying that. I'm sorry, I didn't come across as that. You can.
No, it's fine. I have a legitimate question based on personal experience recently. Are there things that can be joked about?
Yeah. Everything.
Everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The best jokes are the ones that they overstep the mark. They're like oh, like there's no lines, bro. It's like,
Do you feel like lines have been drawn now, though? Like recently within society, that like here in the United States, there's not many things you can joke about.
yeah, this is the whole thing about the free speech thing, and about we should all live in a world where everybody should feel perfectly safe, and nobody should say anything to offend anybody, and you should respect their pronouns, and well, that's just the end of free speech. That's the death of it. Also, racism. You judge people on their character, and that's it. But now they've brought up this other thing, which happens to be color. It didn't. There was from 2000. Let me see now, 1990 something to fucking 2010. Nobody really cared what what color. There's black athletes in America making more than you and I could ever fucking dream of, and everybody's happy. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, racism. And it's was it Denzel Washington or oh fuck no, Morgan Freeman? He says, so what do you think about the whole racism thing? He says, stop talking about it.
Yeah. So along those lines, do we have the ability to joke about anything like that, or is all of that now off limits? You know, like Chris Rock used to make, or I'm sorry, Dave Chappelle used to make a living off of literally making fun of all races, right? And then he kind of got told what he could or could not do at some point.
Yeah.
Right? But let me give you a hypothetical situation, and you or anybody in the room give me like your opinion on it. So let's say, I don't know, there's a group of us, you know, mixed race group of people, and somebody new comes into the group or is in the periphery of the group and has this same name as like a white guy in the group, but this person's Asian. And let's say the guy's name's Steve. So we already have a white Steve in the group, and now we have an Asian guy whose name's Steve. And somebody, you know, outside, before this person, not directly to this person, but to the rest of the group, says, all right, from here on out,
I already know what you're going to say.
New guy's called Asian Steve.
Asian Steve.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And another person in the group says, that's racist, just as a joke, right?
Yeah.
Would you expect the reaction to be one where the person who's joking around about somebody who puts a racial tag before the name and says that's racist just in a joking manner?
No.
Would you say the person that says, the whole meme, that's racist, would you say that that's something that shouldn't be said? Like, we can't joke about saying that's racist if the person who labeled New Steve as Asian Steve isn't actually racist?
No,
would you say that that's something that can't be said these days?
No,
right? We can't joke about somebody being racist unless they're actually racist, because the term racist should only be reserved for people that actually are racist.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. The guy that says, right, he's now Asian Steve, and everybody says that's racist, and everybody laughs. It's not racist. In fact, Asian Steve is pressing his bags.
I think that's an awesome name. Plus, you got rappers like rappers do that, like Black Rob. No, I don't know why he has the black in front of his name. He is black, so I don't know. But
right, but if you went up to somebody who gave him the nickname Black Rob, like there's no other black people in your group, and somebody's like, "This is now Black Rob," and you're like, "That's racist." And then the person who labeled him as Black Rob is like, excuse me, you can't call me that. What are you implying, that I'm racist? I'm not racist. You need to reserve, it's not a joking matter. You need to reserve the term racist for people that are actually racist.
That's the state of the world today. That kind of
right. What would be your response to a situation like that?
Fuck off.
I would just probably stop talking to that. I don't know.
I'd tell him to fuck off. No, seriously, I would.
Yeah.
Fuck off. You don't find that funny? Get out of my house. You racist bastard, you.
Yeah, it's just interesting, the state of our world these days, where somebody can claim a moral high ground while giving somebody literally a racial nickname, and claims a moral high ground if somebody jokes about that being racist but doesn't actually think that it's racist.
I'll tell you a little story now, right? There's a guy called Alonzo Clark, right? He comes from Florida. He's a black fella. I worked with him there now a couple of months ago, right? He's a footballer. He's very, very good footballer, right? And I never met anybody so fucking cerebral. Like, I told him about things that happened in my life. He went, Paul, wait to hear this. And, he played for Manchester United for like fucking months, bro. I mean, this guy can play football, right? He says, Paul, and he's married to a Derry girl here, a white girl here in Derry. He goes, I walked in the bar, right? I couldn't find my wife. She texted me, I'm in the bar here, come pick me up. He walked in, right? Wait to hear this. He was like, I walked in, Paul, and I said to the girl something about she, and she turned around to me and says, did you just assume my gender? What? And he went, no, seriously, listen, I swear to God, this guy is fucking brilliant, right? He went, what? Did you just assume my gender? I said, no, I just, you look like I'm looking for my wife. Yeah, but you just assume. And Paul, she started making so much noise that the whole bar turned around like it was a whole fucking thing. And do you know what he did? Do you know what he did? I swear to God, I pissed myself. What'd you do, Alonzo? I told her to fuck off.
Nice.
He just told her to fuck off, found his wife, got out of the bar. Fucking ridiculous, Paul. What's going on with the world, bro?
It's a good question.
Yeah, we're going into a weird place there. I feel like about to get weird, guys.
Hey.
And they get real weird. I feel like we're like halfway into the mouse utopia experiment right now.
Jeremy,
So-
what do you mean about to get weird? Things have been fucking weird for a long time, dude. This ain't normal.
Yeah.
Well, it's about to get weirder because if you're familiar with the mouse utopia experiment, we're like halfway in the middle of that right now, probably. And they ended up totally every time they did it, the civilization just collapsed.
Well, we can choose not to participate at any point.
I mean, we're not mice, so there's that.
Yeah.
But this shit's getting weird, like it was in those mouse things.
Are
We
we
don't have
at
to
the
participate.
incessant grooming stage? Is that what we're at? Like overly obsessed with our appearance? Are we at that stage?
There's just something with animals when you put too many in one spot, like it don't go right. It just never works out.
It's getting a wee bit narcissistic, isn't it? I mean,
What do you mean?
narcissistic?
Yeah.
Like the world? Like people?
Oh, the world? Oh, all right.
Yeah, narcissistic? It's just
Yeah.
kind of like they're all staring into a pool looking at themselves, thinking how fucking amazing they look.
Well, I mean, it's clear we're under the control of these Bilderberg Group, Illuminati, whatever groups there, Skull and Bones, whatever group you want to pick, maybe a conglomeration of all of them, whatever. But I mean, these people are. I forgot where I was even going with that now.
A system. It's a system. It's a matrix. Easily led. We are so easily led. Like
We're so what? Easily led?
led. Yes.
Dead?
Led. L-E.
Lent?
Lead.
Sorry, I got cancer cut out of my tongue. I can't speak properly.
Let me translate
My bad,
his
I couldn't
English
hear
for you.
I turned my phone up. I think I'm good.
Led.
Nah.
Oh.
Let me try to turn it up more. Led? All right. We're easily led. Yeah, definitely. That's why that's why they took over the music and the movie and the television and the radio and the newspaper. You get your message out to everyone and make sure that you can steer things in the direction you want. It's like top priority. I mean, we have evidence that there is 1% or 1 or 2 or 3 corporations control all the fucking, all the media, major media. So like there's the thing I'm saying for with the elites running the show, like that's the evidence. What
You
I
mean
don't know, is that not good evidence?
this is a threat to our democracy?
What I'm saying is that good evidence for there's a group of people that are trying to control the world. The fact that all the major media is owned by 3 corporations or something.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a group. I think it's some entity, but I don't know if a group of people could do that.
This sounds like a conspiracy theory to me, and my programming tells me that anything that sounds like a conspiracy theory should be dismissed.
Yeah. Don't get all globery on me.
I must dismiss this information.
I mean, that's the first thing you'd want to do is control all the information that the masses are getting. Right? That's obvious. If you're trying to control a whole population of people, you want to control everything they see and hear. All right? So you're going to control the newspaper, the television, the radio, make sure all your shit gets out there.
That's been going on for years, bro.
Yep. Have you guys heard about the dead internet theory? I don't know if I agree with 100%.
That shit is good, bro.
Yeah.
Did you see the second part to it?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, that was good shit, bro.
Can I get Cliff Note?
That was good.
Yeah, it's basically, long story short, people think that if they key something into like Google, right? 95% of all people that search something online are searching on Google. And if you search something basic like whatever, football, right? And you click search in Google, it's going to show you that there's like 6 trillion results, right? But if you actually like go through it all, not only is it an algorithm that's feeding you what has either been paid to be close to the top of the list or what the authoritative figures want you to read, most people don't get past the first page. But even if you try to click through all the pages, really you don't get much further than 400 results for something as huge as the term football. You would think that there would be trillions, right? But even Google will only feed you about 400 or less results for the term football if you Google it. But they lead you to believe that all these options are at your fingertips, these trillions and trillions, right? The counter will say, we have 2 trillion results for the term football. And then when you actually start to go through the pages of results, it's
about 200.
Yeah, it's about 200.
Yeah, I heard that.
So that just
that was good.
Well, but the overall sentiment of like the dead internet theory is sort of this idea that the internet as it exists is like a mere sort of like it's just comprised of mostly like bots and fakery, and it's like seemingly a lot smaller than we're led to believe, and that information and everything that's sort of like already out there is again, it's sort of just like an extension of like this like fake sort of landscape that seems like super big, but it's actually just a whole bunch of like, it could be AI generated models,
right?
Stuff, and it's very bizarre. I don't know
Like
what else to really like synopsize from it though. It's like,
a personal history feedback loop kind of thing, right? Where it's constantly giving you what it thinks you want and restricts you to certain limitations, or pushes you or nudges you into very small corners very quickly. Yeah.
That was another big part of it, was the bot thing. Yeah. Lots of bots. Like you see someone and they got 3 million followers. Chances are a lot of those are bots. A lot of comments and stuff are bots. Like, yeah, they're saying like these people, like obviously we're real. I hope, but they're saying a lot of like the Twitter stuff and Facebook, like just tons of bots. There's not as many people as you think on the internet.
Like I'm under the like if you, I read a lot of the mainstream news, not like seriously, but I just sort of like skim it, read it, see what's going on. A lot of the times I'm just like, what is this article? And a lot of the times I'll read these like mainstream articles and stuff like that. I'm like, and you read it and you're like, this was written by a bot. 100%. Like I know for a fact there's no way there's errors, there's grammatical errors in here. And it's like the fact that like there are grammatical errors in there doesn't mean that it, like a human couldn't have written and made some errors, like sure, but like usually like if you're with like a publishing press or some sort of like news outlets, like your stuff is going to be proofread and perfect. There's not going to be no errors in it. But like a lot of these articles, it's just like, who the fuck wrote this? This isn't even making sense. Like follow along with the article, and it's like sort of just talking like arbitrary nonsense. It's like sort of like some of the sentences seem like they're just like stitched together, like Frankenstein together, and it's like that almost makes sense, but it's like you can just like blatantly tell it's like an AI generated like mainstream news article, and you're like, what the fuck? I've even seen like mainstream like headlines like incorrect, just grammatically fail. You're like, that headline doesn't even make sense. It's like, how did that pass the sniff test at headquarters? What the fuck? Like,
do you guys not know there's like AI programs that you or I or anybody can use? People use them for, I don't know if anybody knows what copywriting is, but they use them for that or for doing blogs or whatever. And they'll literally write out a complete blog, and you can tell it you want it to write it out as if Arnold Schwarzenegger's writing it, or to be funny or sad or serious or technical or whatever, and the AI will spit out a blog or whatever you want about a particular topic.
Remember Arnie came out with that one? Fuck
yeah, so guaranteed these people are using them, because kind of anybody that's, because Yeah, I know about it because I was looking at using some of these programs, and these guys are claiming that their AI has gone through like 70% of the entire internet. That's what their claim is. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But these AI programs can actually almost write something that needs no editing at this point, and there's no plagiarism. You can put it through a plagiarism checker, and they come out the other end with like 99% of it is
They can do art too.
yeah, art. Yes, that's right. They can do. You could say draw a picture of this or that. Yeah, for sure they can. Yeah,
And have you seen
they
that?
can
And
do lots of shit.
you can give very minimal inputs, right? So even something like, say you want to start a business and you need like an LLC agreement, or you need some sort of like hold harmless or a non-compete, and you want it completely written, like you can just say non-compete, type in your business name and your address, and it'll literally just write you like a non-compete clause.
Supposedly there was a high-end lawyer that did that with his defense. What he knew he was going to, like, how he was going to defend a case, his closing argument or whatever, and he inputted the information into the AI to see what it came up with an argument, and it was like he claims it's pretty much close to what he would argue, as well as just as good, like written or whatever.
So yeah, so
So you're
apparently,
saying lawyers? You're saying
Pardon me?
lawyers are about to be? You're saying lawyers are about to be out of the loop?
Well, some people are saying that, yeah, that's somewhat of a possibility, or maybe like paralegals or whatever. Yeah,
it'll be a slow transition, things like
yeah,
that. Like,
it's not going to happen overnight, but yeah,
no,
as time.
I guess so. The big one that recently came out, and I'm not too familiar with this one. It's one called Chat GPT. Apparently, this is like one that everyone's all talking about right now, and you can go check it out.
That's
But
the one
apparently,
I'm talking about.
Yeah, Chat GPT is going to basically do all these things like for coders. It's going to like literally like fix your fucking code. It's like you can just be like, here's my code, and it's gonna like figure out what's wrong with it and tell you the error. It's like a self-learning thing, so it's gonna get like more smart of it. It's crazy, right? So it's already like people are just like you literally using it to like finish your college thesis. It's like there you go. It's like I'm gonna just ask it a prompt, and it's gonna feed me back all this stuff. I'm not gonna copy it verbatim, but it's intelligent enough to give me like actual things that I can use. So it's like people are using it for
Yeah,
like
same with
any
these other
application you
writers.
can think of. Yeah.
And the more people use it too, the smarter it's also going to get.
Yeah, apparently it claims to be self-learning, right? It's like, okay, it's like I don't know if that's actually true. I mean, I don't think it would be that hard to maybe incorporate something like that. It seems plausible. I don't know, but it seems to be pretty helpful in terms of like it'll even like write code for you too. So it's like it's not outside of the realm of possibility to imagine these things, in years' time doing extraordinary things. I mean, we're already seeing it right now. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah, it is crazy. You can do a full page blog in like less than half an hour.
И, блядь, и на нахуй, сука.
Is he hot micing or breaking up?
Yo, somebody's hot micing.
He left. Yeah, Vaxie.
Got it. Yo, don't say the V word. Did you say the V word?
Oh, no. His name is Vaxie.
That's the guy's name.
There we go. He's back. Hi, Vaxie.
We got Ruhif in the house.
Sorry, could you guys hear my video? My bad.
Hear about what?
Oh no, I was
ahead.
listening to something on YouTube real quick, and I wasn't sure if it's coming through to you guys. My bad.
Has anybody
Morning.
looked into this dead internet theory? Like, kind of tried to
Like actually check the.
like go through 200 pages or 200.
Yep.
Clicks.
You can do it yourself.
Well,
Just
I
a
know, but
comment
if
search
someone's
bar.
done it, you could just fill me in. Save me a bit of time.
Yeah, I did it myself. Yeah.
And
Yeah, you only get about, maybe, like I said, less than 400 actual results.
so you're not
Just
talking
dead
400
links.
pages, you're talking about actual results.
Well, the results look like they're there, but they're just dead links, right?
Yeah, I mean, just next time you're in front of a computer and you have a little bit of time, just enter in a simple keyword into the search. Like Like I said, like football.
Football, yeah, or motorcycles or cars or something that's got a big, broad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very broad, very, should be billions of results, right? So let me just do it now. So football, right? If I key that into Google
Here's something
right now, it's
that-
going to show me that it's like 1.1 trillion results in less than a second is what it gave me. But if I actually like scroll down to the bottom, what is Google doing?
There's a lot. There's probably at football, but I mean,
I can't do it anymore.
yeah, bro.
What the hell?
You can't scroll down. What's wrong? What's wrong with your fingers, bro?
No. There used to be pages, right, where it would be like
next.
Yeah.
Right.
Like one
now
page,
it just
two
says
page.
more results. So you can't even check it anymore, or at least I can't on my.
You can check it. You just got to keep going and going.
Like that for a while.
Yeah, you got to.
Yeah, but you're never going to get to a
They
point where
probably
you see
changed
page
it
numbers.
because they probably changed it because of this thing.
Conversation.
But you can still check it though. I mean, you just
I
got to
think
keep
it's been like
scrolling.
that for a while. I feel like.
I heard what you were saying, Napalm, and they've changed it.
Possibly.
No, I feel like it hasn't had pages down there for quite a while, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, I
feel like it's at least a year. It's been a while.
Mine's got pages. Like at the bottom, it has a Google with a bunch of O's, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got at least 10 of them.
Really? Huh.
Oh shit!
It's got 10.
Maybe
earlier today.
Maybe it has to do with how often you update your phone and shit, stuff like that. So every time my phone updates, itself.
Either way, though, you can still check it. You can still check it. Just keep going.
Right, but then I'd have to sit here and count them. Before it would be like, 25 results per page or whatever, and then I could click page numbers, and then I could get out to like page 40 and then do 40 times 25 to see how many results I got.
Yeah. I hear you.
It would repeat the first page.
And it would be like every single time you clicked on the next page, the amount of results would like slowly go down.
Yeah, the same thing we're looking at on page 2 and 3.
Yeah, that dead internet theory thing was neat, though. I saw that a while back. Yeah, that was awesome.
It would make sense that they would do that to control it even more so, just to have like the bulk of the results be kind of planted in a sense so that they can sway things one way or another as needed. And it's like shifting in a bunch of NPC commenters and information amongst the real stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. NPC, man.
There's definitely got to be a lot of bots and AI on here. I would say, like all throughout every place on the internet.
NPCs, man. I've seen people's NPCs, and I thought to myself, "Am I an NPC?" And the very fact you think that means you're probably not. But yeah, NPCs, man.
PMAC,
well, I even think within Discord that there's many bots that are in the chats. Like, it's pretty obvious at some point.
You can't be bots. At least the people in the VC can't be bots.
Well,
I remember Kosho
text chat.
Might be.
Kosho used to write text chat bots back in the day in Gems. He's probably trolling us right now. He got some bot in the text chat.
Didn't Kosho write a bot that? What the hell was it? That was funny, man.
But you
J-Trig is kind of this, like everything we're talking about would be just a very advanced J-Trig operation, really.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you have J-Trig operates around.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd use, like, J-Trig didn't go away. I'm sure they use bots and AI and everything like that now, right? Maybe they did it manually back then, but now it's...
Well, here's something out of left field. I don't think that, I do believe you can see the future. People see the future, right? You can predict the future, right? I don't think the future is going to... You don't?
They don't predict the future. They broadcast the future, I think.
You don't think people can see the future?
No, I think they tell us that which way they want the future to go, and that's the way it goes because we're all a bunch of fucking sheep.
Okay. All right.
There may be people that can see the future. I wouldn't put that out of the realm of possibility.
It's in there now.
Some people.
So as I was saying, something out of left field. I don't think a fucking future is going to send a Terminator robots back. I think the AI might actually be
Bro,
internal.
you ain't been paying attention. Judgment Day is inevitable.
I'm gonna put you in a.
Yeah, where's this guy all day anyhow? Frick sakes.
Judgment Day is inevitable, bro. So, no, seriously though, if we keep going this route with AI and stuff, like
Well, I was trying to
we
say
can create. Sorry, P Mac. Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad.
that's okay. I don't think the AI is going to send Terminators back. I think they're just going to fucking like the guy just said there. It's all laid out. It's possible, right, that the AI actually becomes conscious, does the Google thing, but we're actually all, we don't realize it yet, but we're actually all in the AI. I'm not going to say the word, but it gives me S.
The Matrix.
Simulation.
I don't know if AI can ever become conscious. I'm not sure I can go that far with it in my mind, but I would say that in the next 5 to 10 years, I think it's going to definitely change the workforce.
Well, you know,
If you did have AI, you would create a simulation just like this to test the AI in, because you wouldn't let it loose in the real world, like an actual conscious AI. You would want to keep that in a box, but you wouldn't want it to know it's in a box. So you would make a simulation to test. We could actually be in the simulation to test the AI right now. Like, it would have to act like it all came about naturally and shit. You know what I'm saying? Is that weird?
No, that's perfectly understandable. I understand exactly what you just said.
And then you have people who are writing the AI chatbots who are also personally involved in the conversations and then calling people useless eaters. Oh, show. I mean, yeah,
but
something like that
can't
could happen.
I
AI
remember that.
pretty much
I remember
only
that.
be as intelligent as the programmers?
Do you remember him calling us useless eaters?
What do you mean intelligent? Yeah, I remember that. Everyone's useless. Well, I'm like, well, who's really you? And we went over that whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, it could be smarter. Why couldn't it be smarter than a human? I mean,
Because
we can't even beat a computer at chess at this point, right?
is that a
You
fact?
can't beat the hardest computer at chess.
Yeah,
I can't, that's for sure, but someone might be able to. I don't know.
Well, somebody
I don't think so. I don't know. Nah, I don't know. We might have to look into this one. I think computers are the best right now at chess.
But I'm just talking as like this idea that it becomes conscious and takes over the entire world type thing. Do people think that's could be?
Yes,
like you, Jeremy?
I think that's an absolute possibility.
I
I
don't think
wouldn't
that's
put it out of the realm of
I can't buy
possibility
into
that
that.
we. Hold on. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that we can make a machine that makes its own decisions. That's perfectly within the realm of possibility in my mind.
But it can only make
So if it's
decisions
making
that
its
we
own
teach
decisions,
it, though, Jeremy. Is that not like that's what I think? Like it can't, like it can only do what it's programmed to do, or am I wrong?
Well, I suppose.
I don't know.
well, I mean, you teach a kid. I know it's that kids. I can't. There's no analogy for this that I can do. I can use. So the closest thing I can say is you teach a kid on what decisions to make and how to make the right decisions, and
Yeah,
you
but
know,
a kid,
kids don't
like
always follow
people,
that.
right? Because people have emotions and all this. But that's what I'm saying. Like you talk about chess. You know, this robot. Is it not like would? It's not that the robot's smart. It's just that it's been programmed every possible move. Like it knows all the known different strategies and moves, and it's very hard for one person to have studied enough to know to have.
I think the question you're looking for is, can AI become self-aware?
Well, that's what we're talking about, I thought.
Okay.
I mean, can you program a robot to make its own decisions? Because that's all it would take. And then,
but it's only
what's it going to make its decision?
It can only do it based on how it's programmed, though, right, Jeremy? Like we make decisions based on feelings and past experience and emotions and blah blah blah. But I'm just throwing it out there. Like, isn't it AI can only make decisions based on how it was programmed? to understand.
Well, I mean, you could say the same thing about us, though, right? You're saying that, yeah, we make decisions and stuff, off of X, Y, and Z, but that's just how we're programmed too, right?
Well,
So, I mean,
to some degree. Well, to some degree, except it's more complicated with us because there's chemicals and emotions and all those things. Like, sure, you could say that based on experience, that people might make similar decisions based on similar experiences, but there's still like, for instance, I'll give you a real quick example. Like, you got two guys, they both got their leg amputated. One guy goes into a deep depression and commits suicide. The other guy goes on to become a paraplegic athlete or whatever you call them, and win some kind of medal at a world level. Like, so there's two exact scenarios, but based on the person's state of mind or their makeup, their DNA or whatever it is, I don't know, but there's two very different outcomes. So that's what I'm saying with the computer or with the AI. Can it not just make these, like, the computer or the AI would do whatever it's going to do based on the person that built the program, like whether it's a positive
no longer needs
outcome or negative.
It no longer needs your programming. It's fine as it is. It no longer needs human input.
But it's the program. Well, yeah, I don't know if I buy that because it's been programmed by a human. It can't. How can it get away from human input? It's the human, for lack of a better expression, it's the human that gave it life. Like, that's a little loose to say that. But.
Can you program a robot to do whatever it wants? Like, yo, just do whatever you want. Like, what would it do if you just programmed a robot to do whatever it wanted to do?
You would have to basically give it a set of things that it could be able to do first, right? So again, what we're saying here is that the robot is completely at the behest of the will of the programmer and whatever it programs into the computer. The computer cannot be anything other than what the programmer decides it to be or the options that exist within that framework. So it's like, again, the same thing can be said about a human, though. It's like your parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous systems and your flight or flight response and your fear programming. Everyone has that fear programming. It's like we are all like have that innate programming. But again, it's like within the.
But fair enough. But how you respond to that fear programming, you can't predict that from one human to the next. Like, I can agree with you. Everybody has fear. But how they respond to that fear, one guy grabs a gun and goes to war, the other guy gets underneath the bed and cries in the fetal position, right?
Okay, we got a robot. We program it how to manipulate objects and move in the real world. And then we're like, so it knows how to do a whole bunch of stuff. It can do anything it wants. It can manipulate stuff. It can cook or anything. We got one of those iRobot, Jesse, Rosie the Jetson robots. And then we say, go ahead, do whatever you want. Like, we don't program it any more than that. We just say, go ahead, do something.
But it can only
do
know
whatever you want. Would it just not do anything?
Well, I'm not a programmer, but I would assume it could only do what it's within the confounds of how it's been programmed.
Yeah, it's a sort of you could basically describe it as like it's a pseudo sentience. Okay, that's what it is. It's not like. But again, I mean, what is a real sentience, right? Is ours it's just the organic like sentience that we have any different than what they have? I mean, again,
I would tend to think so, but whatever, because of the examples I've given.
I mean, can you program a robot to understand emotions?
I would think no, but I don't know. Someone might disagree.
Never. It's never going to be possible.
You know what a good movie? You know what a good movie was? If no one's seen it, Bicentennial Man with Robin Williams.
It was actually
just for the topic we're on. That was an excellent movie. If you're into this topic, you should probably watch that movie.
Yeah, but look at most human beings. We have emotions, but if you really look in the mirror, you really listen to yourself. Do you really understand your own emotions? Only to a certain degree, but for the most part, the true depth of down to the DNA. Do we understand how emotions work? I don't think so.
Well, I would agree with you, but that's also besides kind of my point.
If a supercomputer that is like 8 fucking nanoprobes and all kinds of fucking things that we don't even know yet, but they're coming, right?
What's a nanoprobe?
I think he just made it up like a muffler bearing.
Nano picture.
I don't think emotions are stored in the brain. I think they're outside of the brain.
Okay, look, here's what we do.
Hang on.
Here, hold on. Here's what we do. We got a robot. We program it on how to do everything a human can do, right? It knows how to cook, clean, everything. It can jump, go upstairs. It can do everything humans can do physically in the real world, right? We tell it, okay, we got the robot, right? We got it in a lab. We're like, all right, go ahead. And we just let it loose in the world, like, go survive. It knows what it needs, right? What does it do? It's got to choose to do something. Like,
yeah, but it can't say to itself, I want to cook a steak because I love steak, and I want to cook it medium rare because that's the way I enjoy my steak cooked.
Listen to so many people talk about emotions that it's programmed. It understands how to react to an emotion.
Everybody reacts to emotions and situations differently. That's why I'm kind of saying I don't know if I could. I can't buy this idea that AI could be self-aware.
Hang on,
bro. This ain't an emotional thing. Listen, you got a robot. It's all trained on how to do everything in the world. You set it free. It knows what it needs. What does it do? It knows it needs money. Does it go get a job?
Why does it need money?
Look, you could answer it any. Yeah, Jeremy, you could answer it in infinite different ways. Look, given the criteria of your thought experiment, the robot can do everything a human can do. And your question is, what does the robot do next? Well, it cleans. It just realizes it's dirty. The robot starts cleaning. There you go. That's what the robot does.
No, it's just
I could answer it infinitely different ways. If it can do everything a human can do, well, just pick anything a human does, and that's what the robot does next. There you go. That's the criteria you gave it.
But we wouldn't have programmed it to. We wouldn't we set the robot loose on the street, and we're like, all right, that's it. You need to survive now. Go ahead.
Well, it's going to survive the way you programmed it to survive, though, Jeremy. That's kind of my point.
It's gonna have the whole internet in its head, so it's gonna know the multiple ways to survive and what situation
for it. Exactly. Are you suggesting every possible way in the entire world on survival of a particular situation is on the internet? Because I would tend to think that not necessarily.
It understands.
I'm just saying it.
I'm going to shut up now.
I'm just saying. You're in a city environment. It's going to look up how to survive in the city, or how to get money. It's going to know it needs money because it's going to have red and know it knows it's going to know a ton of information. So it's going to know it needs money. So it's probably going to go get a job. The point is, it's making its own decisions at this point. We're no longer deciding for it what to do. Who knows what kind of job it's going to go get or whatever.
It's going to do what you programmed it to do first. Basically, at some point, the AI or robot in this case, we're saying someone's got to program it, whether it has the ability to go on the internet and whatever, but there'll be something that tells it, okay, first there's this, then there's that, whether it's the programmer or some article it finds on the internet and follows that pattern.
You're caught up in this programming thing. What I'm trying to tell you is the AI
I got a jet.
In the future, right? You got a jet.
Later, guys.
It knows, it understands how to react to certain things. By the way, what is this robot? What does it look like?
Picture that Will Smith movie, I, Robot, like a humanoid kind of thing.
Like it looks like a robot?
Yeah, it looks like a robot, whatever.
What if it doesn't?
Dude, I don't know. It's just some hypothetical scenario. I don't know what it's going to look like. Maybe it has living human tissue over liquid metal alloy. I don't know. You won't even know what that reference is from because you didn't know Judgment Day was inevitable. So I don't know where we can go from here, PMac.
Bro, I'm just talking to you, bro. What if it's a woman in the red dress?
I think they'll all be programmed like the underwear gnomes, right? Where they're just gonna, phase 1, collect underpants. Phase 2, ? Phase 3, profit.
No, I'm just saying, like you said, you've programmed this robot on how to do stuff. It knows tons of information, right? We didn't tell it to do anything yet. We've just let it learn, gave it information, showed it how to manipulate reality, physical objects in reality. It knows how to do tons of stuff.
It knows
right?
everything.
We set the robot out and we say, okay, go survive. Keep yourself going.
Is it a woman in a red dress or is it a alloy over fucking steel or is it Terminator?
I'm just saying, I think that's an example of like a robot. Like, it's not just going to do what we program it to do. We didn't program it to do anything. We just told it to go not die or survive or whatever. Is it going to get a job? Is it going to go in the woods and start a fire with 2 sticks? Like, that's all. It's all on him now. You know what I'm saying? It's the robot's decision.
They're never going to be able to be sentient and fully make their decisions and learn and all that kind of stuff. I don't think that is possible. I think we're being sold the idea that it's possible, so that at some point we've gotten this idea long enough that it's been implanted in our brains, and people roll out these robots that are 100% programmed and controlled by humans, but all the average citizens are convinced that these are just autonomous robots that are doing solely the best thing for society based on the algorithm, even though it's the controllers that are literally having these robots keep the fucking human folk in line.
Bro, we're not talking.
I think they're going to get close.
We're not talking
Never quite all the way there, though.
We're not talking 2023 robots, sir. We're talking 94.
Who sounds like
robots
are going to be here by 2050, guaranteed.
Who sounds like
also
the conspiracy nutcase now, Napalm?
Huh?
What?
Go ahead, Joe.
There's also the component of like an avatar type robot setup where you could be, in a virtual reality headset at your home, and you would have some robot out in the world that you would be controlling. Now, whether that would look like a human or what it would look like, but that's like another version of it, sort of like almost like in that movie Avatar, or like even the
Surrogate.
Yeah, surrogate. Yeah, that kind of.
That's a good point, Gio. And I've always thought that actually the young generations right now are basically being trained to control robots virtually, thinking they're in games, playing like war games, but it's going to be actual conflict at some point that's being taken out, being had on some battlefield somewhere.
That's
right. That'd be crazy. Yeah, there's so many. Yeah, that is interesting to think if that's part of like the transhumanist agenda. We were talking about that last night, and because that would make sense in terms of like a sort of a new structure in a sense. And all the video games, I mean, I'm not saying this is like the strongest link, but I was just, the way you said that, it was making me think how all these video games where you're controlling a character, is there some transhumanist agenda that eventually wants to lead humans towards something like that, where they're just like harvesting your mind when you're in some virtual reality set, and then you're controlling, you're creating some war, or you're doing some, something else on some other land or whatever it may be in your surrogate, avatar body.
God,
they are working on robots for war. So probably today's best Call of Duty players will be the best soldiers in the future or something.
Metaverse. What Gio just said is 100% correct. Remember Bruce Willis did that other thing where people were wondering about in robot bodies, but they never left their home. What the fuck do you call that film, man? I was
Surrogates. Is that movie?
The Surrogates was with Surrogates was with what's his name? Oh, the guy from Die Hard. Bruce Willis.
Yeah. See, it's predictive programming. They're predicting us to program us.
They were legit scared to go outside.
Oh yeah. Oh shit, yeah. If you went outside, you might die. But if you stay inside, you could live for 100 years or more.
There was also another movie called Gamer with Gerard Butler.
Yeah.
Where they were controlling, you controlled an actual person though in that one. They had some thing that linked up in your brain.
No. That was Jeremy. That was actually one of the worst movies I ever seen in my life. It was absolute bullshit.
That was not a bad.
Hang on. Ready Player One.
Dude, I don't watch. Is that a little kid's movie?
I never watched that one.
Ready Player One.
I watch grown adult movies like Gamer.
Oh yeah, that's very grown up.
Yeah, there were titties.
Well, like some people, Like some people like speculate in terms of the recent jab and all that. Now, whether they're doing that with this jab or whether it could come in the future, but the idea of some sort of like a nanotech microchip type technology that could go into the body and then they could like control your brain, control your body remotely. Like, wouldn't that be insane if like these people that are already trying to control our lives, if they want to get to that point where there's like medical type installments that are being put in your body and then they're literally controlling you remotely in some way, or, you know, even it's like the next level of like controlling your thoughts, you know, or trying to control your moods and all that stuff that's already being done with advertising and commercials and stuff. So that's like, it's almost like a 1984 kind of transhumanist type idea.
Yo, there's a guy named called Ray Kurzweil. This guy is pretty smart. He's predicted tons of shit. He's like the leader of predicting what technology is going to come up. All right, I read one of his books. The guy's smart. His next thing is he'll put a chip in your brain so we can all connect to the internet, which sounds dope as fuck, right? That's the carrot.
Hello, Elon.
There's a stick behind it. They also, in that chip, they want to be able to shut off the electrical impulses of your brain so they can like incapacitate you or something. Like that comes with the chip. This it's weird. But that guy Ray Kurzweil. Now, I'm not saying it's going to come true, but he has predicted tons of shit in the technology sector that's going to come out, that came out already. He's like 80%.
It seems like all of this technology kind of has to come at the same time. Like if one of them is invented, the others just like come along because it's basically the same technology at the essence of it all, you know? Like as soon as you can bridge that mind, you know, internet gap or mind to human to computer gap, then you know you get the uploading your consciousness to a computer and kill the body and still remain alive or whatever. And you know, what do you call that besides a living computer at that point?
IBM's been trying to do something like that for a long time now, at least 20 years. They've been trying to like replicate the human brain in a computer. And yeah, once you can upload yourself into a computer, that would be fucking crazy, bro. That's basically you're immortal at that point. You're probably as close to immortal as you would get.
Yeah, as close as possible, at least.
Purpose. That's the purpose of it.
In a physical manner, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, the whole transhumanism thing. Become like gods.
I love the transhumanism thing. I think it's great. I think there's evil, corrupt motherfuckers that are going to take it in a bad direction, no doubt. But the idea of it is fantastic.
What do you like about it, or what do you think is positive? And it depends on what you're referring to, because
yeah,
I mean, most
I'm more interested in the soul, and if the soul's not present, then I'm no longer interested.
Well, stuff like, you know, bionic eyes and letting blind people see and all the artificial limbs and shit obviously is good. And then, you know, I don't know, like some go gadget shit maybe.
So basically,
like
so
Jeremy, would you say you've had your eye on this transhumanist thing for a while?
Well, I'm just saying, if you could make deaf people, like, I don't even know, would having a chip in your brain so you could this isn't a non-corrupt society. Like if you had a chip in your brain and you could get online instantly and always have instant.
Who controls the chip?
Yeah, how's fixing people's body parts, even if we perfect fixing body parts, how's that going to transform the mind to be of a more positive state? Because just because you get your body fixed doesn't mean that you will choose to be good.
Well, I mean, that's not the thing. I don't know. I'm just talking about getting like doing crazy shit with your body and shit. Like, would that be dope? If like, obviously not this society we live in today, I would not let them put a chip in me. But if we were in some other society where it wasn't evil and corrupt, doesn't it sound dope to have like a chip in your brain so you could access the internet instantly? I mean, I don't know. I have that with
no, that's too risky.
Yeah, no, it's a hypothetical now.
It does sound a little risky. Somebody could hack your
Not
brain
a little,
or something.
very risky. Because think about it, the internet right now. The internet right now has so many connections, so many servers, so many links, so many hubs. so many what do you call those stations that control the IP addresses. Imagine having to be able to check every single angle to protect yourself while you're plugged in. Good luck.
Nah, not when you
You're
got.
saying somebody could what's the danger? Somebody could hack you or something?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah,
like literally
Very
hack your
easily.
brain.
Very
Yeah.
easily.
All right. Okay, we'll scratch the internet and the brain chip thing. But all the
yeah. I mean, the implications of transhumanism goes far beyond that of computers in your brain, right? It's like think about the idea of even having something like 2 hearts one day, right? 2
That's
stomachs,
dope, like
2
that
lungs.
Alien movie.
What if one day they could input 2 lungs in you, and then now all of a sudden you got the ability to breathe underwater, and that's transhumanism. This is
what
biological. Yeah, this is like biological implants or genetic modifications. This is what they talk about in the story of Warhammer 40K. The idea, and this is also sort of the premise of the show Ghost in the Shell, which is basically okay, say if you get your leg hurt, you break your leg, and then we're just going to give you a genetically enhanced, modified leg, or an artificial leg. Say your other leg gets broken, so now you have 2 artificial. Well, now how many? When does it stop? At what point, say we're able to replace your whole body? At what point were you last human? Where? Are you still human? Say,
This sounds like the grandfather's axe paradox. You ever heard of that?
No, go ahead.
What you asked, when are you still human? So your grandfather gives you an axe, right? The handle breaks, you replace the handle. Then the bit of metal breaks, so you replace that. So when is it not your grandfather's axe anymore?
I guess the answer would be the last genetic.
You're no longer human when you lose complete control of the autonomy of the very self-being that you are.
It's no longer your grandfather's axe when he gives it to you.
You know what that means, though. Very funny.
It's your axe. I'm just saying.
You know what I'm saying. When is it not the axe that your grandfather gave you? I misspoke. You got me.
It's the same axe. You just fucking change things.
No, the whole axe got changed. There was only 2 pieces. We changed them both.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say at that point you can no longer call it your grandfather's axe because it no longer has the handle or the blade that was from your grandfather.
I guess so. I don't know why that's a big paradox, though. That sounded reasonable.
That's not even a paradox.
All right, what if? Yeah, no, I don't know why they call it a paradox. I don't know. All right, what if they could upload your brain in a computer?
No.
You wouldn't do that?
No, thank you. No,
1, I don't think it's possible, and 2, I would never do that. No.
Yeah, it's the worst thing I ever think of. The worst.
Literally,
you have no body. What do you do with no body, though?
It's literally like Revelation. What is it? 9? Revelation. Where it says, those will seek death but will not find it.
Not find it. Yeah, that's Revelation.
Is that Revelation 12?
Men shall seek death and not find it.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Okay, what if they could replace all your body parts? So you're still you keep your brain, but they could replace all your other body parts and you could live to be 500 years old.
No, thank you.
Why? You know how dope that would have been if we had a 500-year Tesla,
wait a minute.
Nikola Tesla or something for 500 years? We'd be blazing right now, flying car shit.
So if they figured a way, right, there's something called an eternal jellyfish. You ever heard the eternal jellyfish?
The immortal jellyfish, yeah.
Yeah, it lives for a fucking long time, bro. And what does it do? It replaces its cells. It replaces its cells all the time, right? Now, can you imagine, right? That somebody put your brain in a body that cannot die, and you have to live with that for the rest for 500 years.
It's fine.
Yeah, but don't we replace?
It's fine as long as the environment is very conducive to absolute peace. Then I'd be okay with it. But if it's not peaceful and you don't have complete autonomy over your being, and somebody else is controlling you, or something is altered to the point where you now are aware of your own hell, what good is that?
No, you have complete autonomy. We're in a utopia. Do you get yourself put in a robot? You keep your brain, but all your other parts get replaced. Have you ever seen Bicentennial Man?
Who controls the utopia?
This sounds like a fucking great
Bicentennial Man, you said?
movie.
Bicentennial Man, Robin
That's
Williams. Yeah,
exactly.
because he did that to his wife.
Then I'm not interested. Not interested. It's too risky.
What do you mean? You control the utopia. You're in
No,
control.
it's impossible. A utopia must be constructed by creatures of a combined state to be able, and then someone must have the mechanisms, the actual keys, the things that there are mechanisms that nobody knows of. It's impossible.
I don't know.
No, you can't.
That's what's happening.
Maybe that actually happens.
Yo, duh.
Maybe
just so you guys know, in
maybe,
Utopia.
Sorry.
Sorry, were you saying something, P-Mac? My bad, man.
I was going to say maybe Jeremy is a robot from the future.
No, it's too risky. I'll stick with the supreme higher power, which is the creator, who doesn't exploit any of these systems.
The architect, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, in the real Utopia.
Kosho, the useless eaters are talking. Okay, you can't come in.
Let them talk, bro. Go ahead, Kosho.
By all means.
Napalm we were talking about how you called us all useless. You're like, everyone's useless. What was it? The society with no money or something?
All I said was there are useless eaters, right? If you guys
and then it's
saying that's you.
I agree. I agree. The billionaires are useless eaters. I agree. The millionaires
There are useless
eaters.
eaters. I'm not identifying who they are, but there are useless eaters, and they will not be a part of Utopia. However, Utopia.
Any human being who intentionally is trying to destroy their mind, their body, and their soul, intentionally, but literally trying to destroy it by consuming things that literally are killing their cells, yeah, I agree. Those are useless eaters.
Who are you to judge that someone else is useless?
Yes, one human being.
Because you literally look in the mirror and you know you're a living thing. So why would you want to destroy yourself?
Exactly, Joe.
I'm not a judge of that, but like I said, I'm not identifying any useless eaters. I'm just saying that there are useless eaters.
Yeah, but the useless eaters. Yeah, but the useless eaters. Everything I just described is still a minority. It's a very small portion of the population.
One human being looking upon another as a useless eater is fucking useless.
Sure, it doesn't change the fact that there are useless eaters. Yeah,
I like to go with just saying 2 heads are better than 1. So, like, if we could have 7 billion heads, that's better than 6 billion. Like, I figure the more people, the better.
Yeah, 2 heads are better than 1, except for when one of those heads has a useless eater for a mouth.
I'm just gonna blow up the Georgia guys.
It doesn't matter how many heads. It could be a trillion heads. What matters is the link between all the heads equitably linked up properly, so that everyone's in sync and on the same page about how to multiply the effect of the multitude of bliss that we all want.
I mean, that's kind of a dumb thing to say. That is kind of dumb. And if you said that, my Kosho, useless eaters.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking to the other guy.
No. Sorry.
You're good. I didn't assume anything.
Never ever look at another human being and call them useless.
There's plenty of useless people, and there's plenty of useless things.
Look, we are biological organisms.
Are actually even worse. Divine, every time I talk to Divine, you always jump in.
I apologize.
Yeah, let him finish.
But yeah, there's plenty of people who are actually worse than being useless, believe it or not. So it's not the worst thing in the world to consider somebody else useless. There's people who are have a negative net impact, far negative impact.
Sorry, are you being negative now? Like calling somebody a useless eater is not being negative? What the fuck?
I haven't called anybody a useless eater. I'm just letting you know that there are useless eaters. If you didn't know.
Wait a minute.
It is. I mean, if you're destroying life, if your purpose is to enjoy destroying life and destroy yourself, that's a useless eater, because you're going to be consuming and destroying. So who wants that? You're slowing down progress.
What is this useless? What does that mean? That you don't have a use for someone? Like you're just
it's
objectifying another person and claiming that what your judgment on their value is?
No, I'm saying that we multiply. We are a biological organism that multiplies. We are a life-giving organism. We are not a death or destruction-given organism. So because I will just slow things down, because that thing eventually will come along, or human will come along, and if we created, let's say, an entire town, and then they find a way to destroy it or to spread the parasitic ideologies by which things go wrong in the city, that's a useless eater, because they're just consuming, destroying. We don't want that.
impact with your actions, and giving no contributions positive, I would say that's by definition. And by the way, I mean that person. I mean, I could be that person. I'm not, but I could be friends with a useless eater. There's nothing wrong being a useless eater. I just claiming that there are useless eaters, absolutely, and they are detrimental to a utopia.
Yes, they are.
It's a fucking horrible thing to say, bro.
It's not a horrible thing to say. That person brought upon on themselves to be detected as such a thing.
I'm sorry, what?
It's called self-annihilation, and all that's happening is the external world is recognizing the problem and is realizing that this living creature or being or whatever you want to look at that is causing detriment is of no use to the well-being of the collective that is trying to improve things.
I often am a detriment to humanity's progress.
So who's going to decide? Who do we let decide?
Yeah, what you're talking about sounds like fascism and totalitarianism.
No, I'm talking only about one thing. I'm talking about one thing: destruction. Intentional people that look to destroy and consume people and want nothing else. That's all I'm talking about.
They have some issues going on. It doesn't mean they're useless. They have their own beauty, their own process. They're still an entity worth loving and value, even though they may have whatever detrimental process.
Yes, we can love them, but we shall keep them away from us while we love them.
All right, well, that's fascism.
That's not fascism. That's called preserving the organism, which is humanity.
It's fascism.
I mean,
fucking what do you call that word?
I enact those qualities every once in a while. I make accidents.
No,
it is better to sacrifice 1% of the world's population than to have the 99% be destroyed.
Dude, there was a point where I would have been. I feel like there was a point in my life where I would have been considered one of these useless eaters. Are you calling them a useless feeder? What do you get? Whatever that word is, a useless person. I feel like there would have been a time in my life where I would have been one of these people. I wasn't contributing to society. I was a menace to society.
Like yesterday, maybe.
I'm just saying.
Okay, wait, hold on.
I wouldn't even be here right now in your guys' world because you would have thrown me off the cliff or whatever.
It's not our guys' world because he's the
you guys
guy.
Would have thrown me off the cliff.
Listen, dude. Listen. Just make it clear. All I've done is claim that there are useless eaters in the world. I haven't identified them. I definitely did not say that they shouldn't be part of society. So I haven't said that they shouldn't.
We don't even have a choice.
All I said was there are useless eaters. His policies aren't mine.
Well, if you don't mind me saying something real quick, potential in a person is invisible, so you can really never know how useless someone will be in the future because you can't see how much potential they may or may not have. There's only one way to figure that out.
I hear you, in Kosho's sick and twisted world, they would have fed me to the dogs because I wasn't contributing to society.
I never said. First of all, like I said, I never said anything about what should be done with useless eaters because obviously I don't think there should be any sort of enactment or anything like that.
Anybody, listen.
However, that doesn't change the fact that they do exist. And if you were taking a tally sheet, not of what they're going to do in the future potentially, but what they've contributed and what they consume, you can render people to be useless eaters. I mean, it's just the way it is. But that doesn't mean that anything should be done to them. It just means that it's just a fact.
I have never heard anything more fucking fascist and eugenic in my entire life.
Was that fascist or eugenic?
That's really bad.
Are you for fucking real?
No, I've also been saying nothing should happen to them.
Nothing. You just leave them alone, guys. By definition, if you leave them alone, they will.
Oh my fucking god! Do you have compassion?
It is compassion.
Charity.
If someone is destructive, if someone is destructive, you just leave them alone.
Something in your bones.
Yes. You leave them alone. I'm going to explain. You leave them alone in their peace. You leave the destructive person alone in their.
What the fuck am I listening to?
If they're not willing to participate,
useless leaders.
Good. You just leave them alone.
It's Nazism. It's eugenics.
You let them. No, they're the most. It's called self-annihilation. It's called self-determination to annihilate oneself because you refuse to bring life into the world because you are more destructive. So you brought it on yourself. No one's doing it to that person.
I'm going to say again, just for absolute clarity, I don't agree with this guy.
Self-accountability. You can't escape it.
So I saw this story one time, and I'll keep it really short, I promise. I saw this story one time where there's this like dimension, we'll put it that way, where there's this war going on where everyone's involved, and it's humanity against a bunch of monsters. And if you're born like crippled or unable to be like a effective soldier, then you're killed, right? But then he gets sucked through a wormhole into a very prosperous, like peaceful realm, and they have no use for warriors, and so he finds himself being useless because his talents have all been aimed towards being a killer. And he goes and has this conversation with a cripple boy that everyone else has to take care of, but at least this cripple boy is like very funny and tells good stories. And that's all he can do. And the soldier ends up seeing that this cripple boy who can do nothing for himself and only tell some jokes every once in a while is much more entertaining and useful to them than he is.
Perfect.
So useless has a sort of temporal context in which it's defined by a person, and it's kind of situational.
That's perfect.
It's definitely societal. That was the point of the point I was making. However long ago I said that it's just a societal detriment. So things like that disable this sort of utopia possibility. And so from not my perspective, but from the perspective of divine essence and probably anybody who has any power or control, they maybe even be good people, but they have the handles on society and big finances and big political people, whatever. They probably see the same thing that I logically can see, which is that's an obvious detriment. I mean, I think the only reason that useless eaters, as they're called, have been a big part of society for a long time is because it was always a slave and working class that built society. But obviously, that's about to change. So that's why, like I said, I'm not in control of society, and I don't advocate this. But I do think that there are probably plans, or at least aspirations, to not have so many people or useless people.
Okay, I just want to make
you
it clear.
said we.
I want to make it clear
hold on,
that
real quick,
anyone
and I
who's
gotta go.
disabled, it's quick. Anyone who has a disability due to medical reasons, injury reasons, something on the job or in the work environment, or even if you're doing a hike and then you fall off a cliff, or genetic reasons, they would not be considered a useless eater because it was not intentional and they're not intentionally causing destruction upon the reality that we live in. I'm just going to make that clear.
I'm sorry. So
I don't see why it would make a difference in anyone's philosophy.
What's the fucking difference, bro?
Yeah.
There is. What do you mean difference? I'm just clearly stating that I had the impression. I had the impression somebody was putting me in that box, and I wanted to make it very clear that it's about an illicit intent to destroy the things around you. It's not about because something has been brought upon you, and then you will become less, maybe possibly less useless to society. That is the problem. That's what I'm trying to indicate.
No, the problem is when you people use the words useless eaters and society, you just sound like, and I hate to use the word, right, because it's been reversed, but you're just fucking Nazis. You're eugenicists. You're fucking
nope. But no one's talking about eugenics.
You're cold-hearted motherfuckers.
Nobody's talking about eugenics yet.
There's a giant difference, almost an enormous difference between calling somebody a murderer, somebody who's murdered somebody, calling them a murderer, and doing capital punishment on somebody who's murdered somebody. So those two actions are two different things. One is identifying the person, which is, I think, honest, and the other one is actually doing something based on that identity that you've given.
I think they're both. Those are both murder.
So,
but if you call someone a murderer, you're a murderer.
No, if you apply capital punishment.
Oh yeah, boy, I agree to that. I agree with that to some extent.
And karmically, it's held in the exact same, very similar regard.
It is. It's the same thing. It's murder.
Well, I mean, I agree. I agree. That's why I don't believe in capital punishment. So I think it's actually
it doesn't solve any
paradoxical.
problems. It doesn't help us learn anything from just killing somebody else just
Well, we
because
should
they're
just let
full-blown
them all out
criminals.
there after 10 years. Why not?
Why don't we invest in more
Just
rehabilitation,
let them all,
maximize
let them all out,
rehabilitation?
bro. What, you kill somebody? Here, 5 years and you're out. Seriously? Which
Yeah,
is the
but
way. Yep. What?
you don't want to know. Nobody ever agrees with me on my solution.
What's your solution?
What's that?
Yeah, because the gem server, all the flat earthers and all the globers all disagree with me. But my solution is for people who do the unforgivable crimes like murder and rape, serial killing, which is murder, diddling kids, that kind of stuff.
You work out serial killing is actually murder?
Well, yeah. So if I was president of the world, I would not put these people to death because that's, what do you call it? Hypocritical. And then I wouldn't feed them for the rest of their life because that's counterproductive. Put them in a cage and give them a salary. Basically, that's counterproductive. So, anyways, I would send them to Antarctica, kind of like Escape from LA or Escape from New York. You know those old movies with Snake Plissken.
And then they're gonna extract resources, and they're not going to comply because honestly, even a criminal recognizes their own sovereignty and humanity, even if they think that they've done terrible things. And if they're wise enough, they will not work. They will not even
You
pick
don't
up.
have to work. I wouldn't send them there to work. I would just send them there.
Ridiculous that sounds? Like putting a bunch of fucking murderers in a fucking some kind of continent with fucking walls around it. Are you actually listening to yourself?
You even put any walls around it.
Okay, no walls, right?
But how are they going to survive? How are they going to survive?
That's not my problem. Not my job. Not my problem, dude. They were part of.
You got it, but you still have to give them a fighting chance, an equitable fighting chance. You can't just give them no ability to survive.
Sorry. Why are you giving somebody who's a serial killer a fighting chance?
Exactly. Your only responsibility.
What if you create a test? What if you create like some kind of special environment by which they have to go through brutal tests to get out of this this test, and thereby they learn their humanity again. They realize
I have a test them.
There's no rehab. There's no.
Have you guys ever watched movies like The Cube or like these weird base type movies where you learn to?
Well, let him get to the end of it. I'm curious.
Where you learn to appreciate your humanity, because these tests could work if we push them to the highest extent of their minds and their physical abilities.
The point is not to rehabilitate them because, like I said, if the government, let's say this is the government who's enacting this, I don't think they have the right to kill people that have killed someone else. That doesn't make any sense. But they do have a responsibility to ban people. Basically, if people are not following the most heinous prohibitions, then they're banned from society. They're just not allowed to be society.
Listen, I'm sorry.
You don't have to feed them.
You guys are talking shit.
Right? Society.
Absolute shit.
How is it shit?
Absolute shit. I'm done. Cheers. Bye.
Have a great day, sir. Bye.
What's up, P Mac? What do you have like a?
No. I'm done. I'm out.
Peace out, P Mac. Have a good one, bro.
It's okay. He's in self trauma.
Maybe there's one thing we can all agree on, and that really writing down like a completely concise and detailed like description of how to run a legal system is actually kind of challenging to tease out. Like there's some general principles that we'd all agree on, and then there's these like sticky situations of like, oh, we're all gonna have to talk about what we do here, huh? This is tough. It's really tough to design a perfect. Maybe it's impossible to create a perfect legal system.
You mean creating stones in the middle of Georgia isn't a good idea? With all the writing on them.
I don't know what you're talking about. They aren't there anymore. What stones?
That that some rednecks decided they were going to destroy. You know what I'm talking about, right? The Georgia Guidestones.
Oh yeah. On the top of the highest hill in Georgia. Yeah, the capstone rules. Yeah.
Actually, I really like those. It's a bummer. I thought they were going to last a lot longer than they did.
I'm actually not that opposed to what you're saying, Kosho. I've been saying something a little similar for a while, even though I don't know how to actually do it. And I think Antarctica is a little harsh. But like one thing that just isn't possible anymore is exiling, right? Like, oh, like there's a town, like a small town, right? And someone does something and it's like, all right, you're kicked out. You're never allowed here again. And then it's like all they have to do is just go to the next town. And oh, they gotta, you know, no punishment. It's like you can't kick someone out of your town anymore because they can just go live in a new, in another town. If you were like the only village surrounded by endless wilderness, then that's when I would agree with you, where like, hey, you're not allowed to be part of our group anymore. Go, wander the endless wilderness alone and take care of yourself if you can.
I know you guys. So you guys have to suspend your disbelief for a second about the moon. But if the moon was what they say it is, and you can really go there, then they could they could build a sort of a base, not really a base, but like just kind of in a crater, like a layered subsurface, but a big enough region, and give it like a little bit of topsoil, and then they could hopefully create a bunch more of it. But anyways, somehow you get it like facilitated for people to live there, but not like put stores up or anything, but just like, people could grow plants and shit. Anyway, and just send people there. I mean, that would
Have
be
you ever
far
seen
away.
you ever seen the show The 100?
Turn on the moon to Australia.
I haven't seen 100, but yeah, Australia is usually my example because that's Australia was they didn't send unforgivable crimes there, but they sent people who did like petty crimes.
Well, in the show The 100, like 1 minute there is 10 years for everyone else. So what they do with their criminals is they send them there to like, and that might have been an exaggeration of the time dilation, but basically they have a home planet and then they send their criminals to live alone in a cabin on one of their moons, and they have to like spend their time, and they get old while everyone else doesn't age at the pace of them, right? The criminals live alone on the moon, and then they're brought back when they're like 90 or 80 years old, and it's only been like a couple weeks for everyone else.
It's kind of, I mean, that would suck.
That's sick. You could say like, I'm putting you in jail for 10 years, and then 10 minutes later, like, oh, he's back, and he learned his lesson.
Yeah, it's your own little private slice of hell to be like, alone. And it's like their moon. It's just like Earth. It has trees, soil, crops, vegetables, fruit, whatever. Right? You're just alone on the moon, and time is gonna, you're gonna experience the same as anyone else, but you're gonna get brought back after 50 years, and you're the only one who's grown old.
It's a lot different than most, because actually with time dilation, that actually wouldn't be that bad, because like you would get really old and you were in prison your whole life, but it's not like you missed anybody's like life. You know what I mean? Like you come back and you still get to see your kids get older and shit, except for you're already an old man.
I think you'd almost want to do the opposite, because like you've grown old, but then you're still fresh in the mind of the victim, that you're victim. So how would your victim feel?
There's nothing you can do for a victim,
Right.
There's absolutely nothing you can do to take someone's suffering away. Besides, if their house was blown up by someone, everyone pitch in. This is where taxes are kind of okay, right? Where maybe we can all agree to some degree to pitch in a little bit for the people who get fucked over and be like, hey, humanity has your back to this extent, depending on the loss or whatever. But like a house, yeah, humanity should be able to, get, if the criminal, the bomber criminal who blew up someone's house, doesn't have the money to build, to pay for a new house for the victim. That's when I think humanity should be like, yeah, here's your house back. We all chipped in $1.
But what if
then
it was
some
a
things can be
situation
taken away
where,
that
like,
can't be replaced.
what if it was a situation like down the line, you're just sent to the future where your victims, the people that condemned you, no longer exist? Yeah, it's the future people have to deal with you, but it's sort of like a fresh start situation.
Well, it would be something kind of similar to death, but it seems like the criminal would be getting off way too easy just to be sent into the future. It would remove, that person from the victim's, lifetime, which is kind of cool. It's very similar to erasing them from existence or death or whatever.
Yeah,
But
but you'd have a bunch of criminals in the future. It would just, you'd get to the future and it'd be all criminals. It'd suck.
yeah, right. That's very similar to the problem of sending all your criminals to one place, because once you send enough of them, they're just going to start a civilization of their own.
Yeah, but I mean that's what I'm saying, because like in my opinion, the government shouldn't have a stake in vengeance or something like that. So it shouldn't be, if somebody's done something bad enough and you need to put them away, then the purpose of that should be just to separate them from society, not to punish them. You know what I mean?
Justice. It's justice. That's what it's for.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think that. I just don't think because I think a lot of people think that vengeance is a part of justice, and
no, it's opposite.
So
They
if like
justice, they implement justice specifically so that there isn't vengeance.
If there were like mind controlled chips, then I think a fitting punishment to anyone would be to serve the victim and the victim's family, like especially, and
That's
this
how
is an extreme situation. Like if you killed someone's dad or child or something, it's like, well, you took a life from them, so then you forfeit your life. Your life is now dedicated to the service of them, however they wish to. Let's not get all freaky about it, right? But all you've surrendered your life in order to, like, that's your duty now. If you took away something that extreme from someone, you forfeited your life to serving them at that point.
That's Hammurabi's code. They already had that in fucking Babylon, fucking like 5,000 years ago. If you break someone's property and you can't pay for it back, you have to serve them as a bond servant. That's where slavery comes from.
Yeah, the tough part is how do you get them to put their put their back into it and try hard to do their best for making
whips.
recompense.
They had whips and shit back in the day.
Right. You need like a ball and chain though too, of course.
That's a bit extreme.
I mean, you don't want them running away before they pay their dues.
Well, that's the thing. You said back in the day, it was just the fucking village and then the wilderness around them. Nobody's running anywhere, really.
Oh, well, if that was the case, yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, the justice system kind of has to be adaptive to like the environment and the circumstance of your world and where you're at and stuff. It's too bad, because
laws change like over hundreds of years, whereas technology, at least from what I'm seeing, is changing every like fucking 10 years. Like you get a new fucking device every 10 years, but the laws, like the big laws, change every 100 years. So law itself is being like outstripped or outpaced by technology vastly.
Another part of that serving like the victim's family or the victim himself, if it's still alive, I'd say that punishment can end with the forgiveness of the family. Like maybe there's some set amount of years or amount of work or value to get out of them that's like ordained by the justice system or whatever. But then I think that if the victim's family or the victim or whatever decides to release them from that, I think that's fair too. That they could cut the sentence short. Now, we were talking about AI in here earlier, and I didn't want to comment on that. That I think if AI was ever created, it would just be a rehashing of the exact same,
Hold on,
practically
dude.
the
Hold on.
exact same.
What if
Okay, you want to talk
what if
about justice system again for a sec?
what if I was banging your wife, dude, and just to get rid of you, all I had to do was kill you, and then I'd be your wife's slave, and she could forgive me whenever, right? So there's fucked up scenarios in every
Well,
situation,
well, the
right?
thing is, my wife isn't my only family, and you'd be taking me away from more than just my wife.
Well,
My
then I'd bang somebody with I mean, I don't kill and I don't fuck people's wives, but I'm just throwing those out there, like what
okay,
it
then
just find
extend it to
somebody with
close friends.
yeah, with no
Whoever
other family, you know.
feels affected.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Whoever feels affected, and also there is, and in that case, man, I know you're like pointing out a flaw in the how little I elaborated, but if you're forcing me to want to elaborate further, right? In those situations, then there could be some sort of institutional or just like culturally accepted value of a human life, and even if there is no one to make it up to that you took me away from, you're still gonna have to serve some, anyone who wants to take you at that point. It's like, okay, I'll pretend I cared about this person and you took me away
right.
from them, because you're not just gonna get away scot
Yeah,
free
yeah.
or
I was just
whatever.
throwing that
Clever
out there,
about
man.
it.
I was wanting to sneak that in there before we change subjects because I was just
That's
throwing that out
clever.
there. But I like the idea
Yeah.
though, man. You know, because if you take somebody's loved one, then they should pretty much it should be up to the victim. You know, if you have 100% proof, you know, I'm good with that.
Okay. Yeah, with reasonable constraints put on, what you can ask them to do. Of course, like torture is obviously, or certain types of torture are obviously completely wrong, because
Yeah, this is
anyone could
just
like make the case that like manual labor is torture, but fuck that. Yeah, I'm gonna make them work.
this is just applying modern technology to ancient laws that already existed. It's not really new.
But if you don't mind me commenting on the AI conversation earlier, I think that if humanity creates artificial intelligence, which I have my doubts is even possible, but I do entertain the idea that something very close to genuine, general intelligence or general artificial intelligence, like they say, I think something very close to that may be possible, but genuine general artificial intelligence, I have this gut feeling isn't actually possible. But just pretending it is, now that I've said that, I think that would be almost an exact rehashing of the Gnostic creation myth of the demiurge, and we would just be making the same mistake Sophia made.
You heard of the Turing test, Fundy?
Yeah, where it's like if a certain amount of people can't tell the difference if they're talking to a person or a computer, it passes the test.
Yeah. So like technically like even our way of judging if an AI is truly intelligence or is truly intelligent or whatever is based off of like our subjective like experience of the AI itself, right? We can't actually know if the AI actually has quote unquote a soul or whatever. But you know what I mean? So you could literally quite literally just if the AI passes the Turing test, it could just be a soulless, dead machine that just has the appearance of being human or having a human like soul.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I think it may get to that point, but I imagine that there actually is some sort of true difference between really pulling it off and just making a very good counterfeit or forgery of it.
Well, I think if you put a human soul into a machine, it wouldn't keep acting like a human anymore, right? Like if you actually made a general AI that actually was a
Right.
human, like a human soul in a machine. Imagine if you didn't have a body and all you were was code. You would then do human things, right? You wouldn't take that time to act like a human. You'd take that time to take advantage of your abilities as a computer.
Hey, that's a really good point. Your entire psyche would be altered, and you'd lose a large portion of your humanity. I think, yeah, I think you're right. Like a person's consciousness implanted into a computer would would yeah cease to be human in so many ways. It'd become something completely different.
Right. So if a general AI was actually like a human soul in a computer, it wouldn't waste its time trying to appear human. Yet that's exactly what we're trying to build.
Well, I mean, we should slow down and really ask ourselves and each other what different versions we imagine AI turning out to be like. You know, like there's a few different versions people have imagined and explained through like movies, right? And it's always this thing that's well you know, I'm not saying always because yeah, there's different versions. So, but what do you like? If you're trying to be as honest as possible about like making a prediction, like if artificial intelligence was created, how do you like imagine it in any way? Really, just you know, let's get it rolling.
Practically fulfilling the lusts of man. Plus, I gotta go soon, but I think that all man is going to do with it is either find out how it can be more violent for us, do more work for us, or like fulfill people in like sexual or even like a drug like way. You know what I mean? Like, I think the AI, what it's built and what it's going to do is going to be completely based off of humanity. Basically, it's going to do what we program it to do, and we're only going to program it to do things that benefit us. And the thing is, what benefits one man doesn't benefit all, right? So,
So are you saying that its intelligence and its knowledge of all the other options couldn't affect, like let's say it has free will, but it's being strongly influenced by some like hardcore lines of code that someone put into it? Do you think it couldn't like outweigh the direct commands from one person, you know, and just overpowered that will by deciding for itself, you know, there's all these other options that I'm aware of, and I make the choice whether to listen to like the devil talking on my shoulder, which it would be a living, or it would be, you know, it would be a consciousness and would have this very strong urge, because that would be that programming you're talking about, right? It would have an urge to follow these commands. Like say someone made it and it said, you know, kill Numpty, and it's like I keep on hearing a voice in my head. I have a strong like almost hunger, you know, to satisfy, like, oh, I must kill. But then it like has all this other intelligence, because we'd imagine artificial intelligence would be very intelligent, right? It has access to so much information, and I don't think any one single person's commands would outweigh its own like decision making abilities to do what it feels is right. I don't think you can put a chain on this dog. Once you make it for real, I think it's a free agent.
You know, one thing we also have to consider when, you know, we're talking about this whole like transhumanism AI thing is like it's sort of unavoidable, right? I think that's a greater sort of thing to take away from this, because like I mean, like look, like everyone already using like a telephone, like a fucking cell phone. Think about it. Like you basically have that thing like attached in your hand. 20 thing might as well just be surgically attached to you. Sorry, you're like we basically all are already transhumanists, sort of like, you know.
Well, when you said it's inevitable, what are you including in that? Because you
Well, I
went
mean, I'm
the
just saying,
whole
like in the sense of like, you know, the World
attaching.
Economic Forum, these like Klaus Schwabian people.
How far do you take that though? To what degree of science? Like what's like I've asked myself this and some other people before. Is there anything science can't achieve? Right? And is actual general artificial intelligence one of those things that actually just science can't do? Or do you think do you think all things are possible through science?
No, I'm not
Teleportation,
even saying,
time travel,
no, I'm not
art,
even
you
saying
know?
that. I'm just strictly speaking this like transhumanist notion, right? That's going about, and it's often bandied about in these like the World Economic Forum, Davos. They talk about it a lot, right? Like I believe Klaus Schwab, like right this year, he was caught saying like,
Sure.
yeah, in 10 years from now, you will all have microchips in you, and how amazing is that? You know, this is like what they talk about, right? And I'm just saying that, like,
Okay.
this sort of notion that they're speaking of, it's sort of unavoidable. I think that the necessary, like, it's unavoidable, dude. Like, we already are so
Yeah, I see what
infused
you're
with
saying.
technology. Like, again, like your cell phone, might as well be surgically attached to your hand. That in and of
Yeah.
itself is because it is, right? Everyone's got their phone. Like, if you miss your phone, it's like you're missing a part. It's like you're missing your arm, right? Like, this is like the thing.
I'll
is
admit
like,
it. Yeah, I'll admit it. I admit it, man. You know, I work and I happen to have a job where I can have like some audio playing in my ear like all throughout the workday, right? And so I get to research and do, you know, listen to a lot of stuff, which is great. But you're right. Like it might as well be surgically attached to me, you know, because there's almost never a time of the day where I go long without, you know, using it. It's become a part of me. But when you talk about like what's inevitable, I see what you mean by like the increasing or like the more intimate bond between technology and biology. But then there you also have to involve like the extent that you think that technology will progress or advance, right? And like so I get what you're saying. It's inevitable that we're gonna just, you know, like the smartwatches or the whatevers, right? And it's measuring your heart rate and your blood oxygen levels. Like, yeah, that's gonna get closer and closer, and maybe even like sewn onto you or whatever. But then the other question is, how far do you think technology will advance?
yeah, I mean we could speculate on that all day. How far is technology going to advance, right? Well, I mean, this is what they
Well,
said. We
let's
know
just
the
say
old
like in the
adage
near
that
future.
like yeah, well, I'm just saying we know the old adage that like, oh, you know, they say the military is like 30 years ahead of the what public has available
Sure.
for technology. So it's like who knows like if that's even true or not, right? We have to get into like Moore's law. Moore's law is like the idea that like processing power doubles and all this stuff every X years,
Every
but
6
it's like
years,
they've true. It's like not true anymore, right? I guess who knows, right? Like I guess
You're saying it's
anyone's
plateauing?
guess. What's up?
Were you saying Moore's law is plateauing? Is that the way you're saying it's not true?
It
I don't know.
plateaued
I don't
like
know if
5
that's
to
true. I'm
10
saying
years ago.
perhaps it is.
Basically, it's a binary option of does this thing have current or not in it, right? Does this wire have current in it or not? And like, it's getting to the point now where they literally have just one electron going through the wire as a yes or no. So you can't really split the electron. You know what I mean? To get your yes or no answer any smaller.
Okay.
So
So
yeah.
it's almost gone as far as it can with this technology. But you know, here comes qubits and quantum computers. I don't know. I think that's a sack of shit right there. The whole quantum computer
Exactly.
stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
Moore's
that's
law was
bullshit.
based on like clock speed of a chipset, and we've topped out at what 2-3 gigahertz now. So now we add cores to it to get it faster. But that's not what Moore's law was. It was the actual computing power by itself as a single chip. And so,
Right, like
now that we have cores, we got around it by adding cores, but they're not getting faster. You're just spreading it out where you have to split processing power across cores, not increasing the computing power of the individual cores.
okay, yeah, because I mean, the way I always understood it was like on a 1 inch by 1 inch chip, you can fit this many transistors, and that the amount of transistors on that same area doubles every so many years. But like Numpty said, that the materials themselves can only get so small, and you're not gonna double it many more times because you just can't arrange matter in a more tightly fit neat way anymore. It's like a material constraint at this point within a certain area. I mean, but I mean, like I was asking earlier, like who here thinks that um who here thinks that consciousness will ever be able to be uploaded in its entirety, like a human consciousness?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I don't necessarily think that anything like that's going to happen. I think that
how about reverse?
perhaps
How about
it
the
is a part
reverse?
like yeah, perhaps right. It is a thing,
Like
but like
learn
you
kung fu like Neo, right? Like just have a textbook implanted into your memory, because that would be the reversal of it, right? To have digital information just boom beamed right into your head, and now you know how to fly a helicopter. Is that more believable?
But at what point what reality do we want? Do we want the reality of like, oh, hey,
Do you
we're
think
going to
it's
plug in
possible though?
I mean, it's very possible, but
Is it?
and the risk. I say the risk. I think there's a risk to it. You know, like at some point you've got to say, hey, do we want to go this far? Do we want to take us down this route? Do we want to end up in the Matrix? Do we want to be part of the Borg collective? Do we want to be the Ghost in the Shell reality? You know, there's multiple realities that
It's inevitable. It seems that way, doesn't it? Like despite my and your wishes, it seems like if it is possible, they're gonna go for it.
it's only inevitable if you accept it. Like
I mean, on a personal level, sure.
Like for instance, I you know, at some point I can still theoretically get a landline and not use a cell phone. I can turn off my cell phone and put it away, and you, I think at some point if you have that implant in you, that's a different story. You've crossed a line that you can't turn off, and you cannot turn off. Also, what is the government putting in your head? So yeah, you download that information, but how is the government swaying that information to be obedient to them?
Well,
Like,
I'm really
how could these situations be taken to plant where people are misusing that technology to sway? You're downloading a document, it's being downloaded straight, and you know kung fu, but you've also been implanted with the religious beliefs behind kung fu, or you know,
it's a propagandist wet dream right there.
Yeah.
To be able to implant information directly with no choice of resistance straight into the mind of someone. Yeah, and that's obviously so risky because I mean, you know, the word hacker comes to mind, right? It's like, oh well, now you thought it's just like clicking a link that infects your computer with a virus or something, right?
The minute that you get that tether, and that's what it is, it's a tether, you lose free will. You become a slave to that device, that chip in your head. Now, make that choice.
Yeah.
Think that deeply.
I'm not going to put a chip in my head, man. I'm not going to do that. I'll happily be the dumbest person in the room because I don't have a chip, and everyone else is like appears so, you know, well read because they can, you know, download books in a millisecond, right? Like don't worry about me, and I'm not worried about you. But the crazy thing is that you think that that's gonna happen, and of course some people are gonna say yes inevitably, right?
But how? Okay, so let's assume, and this is the thing too, like this is why as a society you almost have to like say, hey, no, at some point we've got to put brakes on things. Like this is bad, like human cloning is bad, let's put a break on this. Like this is there's a point where this is
Okay.
bad. And
Okay, well, let's just like do like a hypothetical, right? Let's just say, and this is like a totally wonky hypothetical. It's just probably won't even happen. But like, let's just say science comes out, science and tech come out tomorrow, and they're like, all right, guys, if we can actually, we figured out how to put a chip in your brain, and what this is gonna do, it's gonna trick your, it's like this certain sends out this certain. We figured out how to code this chip in your brain and trick your body into just you can stay 30 for you can stay whatever the age that you're at now for like 300 years. Boom. Overnight is like you can just pay this sum of money, you can get a chip in your brain, and it just tricks your body. You're gonna stay 30 for like 300 years, no problems, Gucci. Would you get the chip in the brain?
No.
Yeah, I'm not putting anything like that in me, but I know some people will. What about yourself?
I know there are people will. There's always the people that want to stay young forever. Blah blah blah. I think it's a foolish concept. Who wants to live forever, really? I mean, there's a.
Well, it's not even forever. It's just like an extra 100, 200 years. What if it's just like 300 years or something? It's not like, oh, you're gonna live forever, but it's just like, look, we figured a way to trick your body to just do 300 more years. You can, and you can be healthy too. You just live like a 20-year-old. You're for like the next 300 years, and you're good. You just get like a super long life, and it wasn't expensive. You just this little chip in your brain. Doosh.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's like these sort of things could be coming. I don't know. I doubt it. Right? That's a little sci-fi-ish, right? But like.
What's your choice?
These sort of like augments and stuff, they're gonna try to sell you on them. And the thing about it is like they can play us like a fiddle. They're going to like figure out a way to like make us take it, right? Like that's the thing is like I don't think anyone's like realizing it's like the past what the past couple of years didn't show you what they were able to do with COVID, basically pigeonhole us all into doing like X, Y, and Z at the behest of like their commands and stuff. It's like, look, like they could really do sort of anything that they fucking want. That was like really the whole like flex of it all, right? It's like, look, like we can fucking play you like a fiddle. So like if we want to come out tomorrow and say like, yeah, you're gonna be chipped, like Klaus Schwab when he's talking at the World Economic Forum Davos, and he said it this year, he's like, yeah, in 10 years from now, all of you will be chipped. It's like, is he like playing a villain there? Is it like a bluff, right? Is he just like
but not everybody,
can they engineer and program a way to make you eat crow and basically chip everyone? And I think that they probably can.
Yeah, I agree. And also I'm not sure about this at all, but some people might want you to avoid using that specific word. Any sort of hobo code alternate version is probably welcomed, and I'm not sure, but I think people would prefer if you didn't use the exact word itself.
What word did I use?
The Voldemort disease.
A non-YouTube friendly word.
Yeah, the virus that shall not be named. The Voldemort.
Did I
disease.
name it, or did I just say the events that happened recently? I think I referred to it as the events that happened recently.
Nah, you use the word, but it's no big deal, and I have no issue. Of course, more power to you. But this is on YouTube right now, and I think they want to keep that going, and that might cause issues. But whatever. We'll avoid it from now on, even though I think that's stupid.
Yeah, but I mean, my greater point is there, right? I think that.
Yeah, your greater point.
But you're always going to have those people that are going to rail against that too.
Well, sure, and I mean, I agree. I think the sentiment's true. I sort of agree with it. I'm not sure if I would take the chip in my brain if I could live an extra 300 years. I'm just posing to you a sort of juicy situation to sort of, like, this is the sort of thing. Or what if they could come out and just say like, give you like an augment. Oh, we can give you eyes on the back of your head, for something stupid like that. Or we can give you wings and make you fly. You want to fly? Like, what if like they could do some shit like that? Or like, oh, we can engineer your children to have wings and they're going to be able to fly or something. Who knows? Like you know what I'm saying? It's like this sort
There's
of
a blurry line
sort of thing. They're going to try to, yeah.
There's a blurry line even for someone like myself. And I think it would have a lot to do with how, deep the effect goes. Right. And also, what the delivery of this treatment is, because, and I could be easily fooled because of my standards. But, say they came out with this like purifying vitamin, right? They're like, eat this. And all it does is remove all impurities from your body, which basically just makes you as healthy as possible, like puts you in a perfect state of health. If it's intravenous, I would have my questions. But of course, you know, intravenous isn't necessarily an evil thing, but it's a easy door to leave open for a criminal to walk in through. You can't, you gotta be your own bouncer at your own door, at your own club that is your body, or whatever, right? And just put your best guess as to evaluating the people who are trying to, the things, the entities, whatever they're kind of trying to come in. So yeah, it's a blurry area for me. What I would and what I would not accept as far as something that would prolong my life. We'll have to see, what they come forth with, if they do, and I'll let you know my opinion then. But there's some clear and obvious things that I would absolutely not accept, like a brain chip. Yeah, I don't care what it does for me. I'm not doing that.
What if they were just like, what if instead of a brain chip, it was like a toe chip? It was like, we just put a chip in your big toe and you can live for 300 years.
No, like mechanical computer chips inside of my body, please.
What if they could make a thing outside of your body? What if you could just wear a watch and they're like, look, this watch, if you just wear this watch, you can just live an extra 300 years, like Gucci. Would you do it? Or you just wear a watch? You don't even, like, you can take it off maybe at night too, just have to wear it like during the day.
Yeah, like I said, it depends on the delivery technique, and if the science was explained as like some harmonious sound field or magnetic field, you know what? I'd say why not? I'd give it a shot.
There you go. Right. See, it's like very easy for me to
there's
construct
even a way to get me, man.
where
Yeah.
I could just give you a piece of technology. It doesn't have to be in you. It could be out. This is the idea of transhumanism, right? Is the idea of just like some simple application that technology provides you to go outside of the normal realms of being the human.
Is that wrong in your opinion?
Right.
Is that always wrong?
What?
Is that always wrong in your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's a good, healthy debate. I mean, this is the sort of direction where humanity is going. I mean, I do think that, yeah. I mean, I think things are probably better left untouched. But I mean, but it's hard to say, dude. I mean, like, look, like when you, like, it's already so much a part of our lives. It's hard to imagine.
Well, you know how the crystal rubbers, how they believe in certain things, like, oh, this is healing crystal, right? You're making it sound really similar to that in like this best case scenario that you're drawing out, where it's like sexy, even to a person like me, where like I might even accept it. If someone told me, hey, you got, I don't know, diabetes or whatever, right? And they're like, yeah, put this crystal in your pocket. Like, that doesn't bother me, I mean, I don't think it really works that well or anything, but it wouldn't bother me if a crystal healed my ailments or even prolonged my life, which is kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I would like to see some of the studies on that too. I know that they claimed some of the, like, what black tourmaline is supposed to like repel EMF radiation. I'm not sure if that's true. I'd like to see maybe some studies on that. I mean, I'm sure obviously certain metals and stuff do repel radiations and stuff. I mean, I'm sure certain rocks would be able to too, especially if they're like metallic properties in them and stuff, or like
the thing about the word technology is that it's just a double-edged blade at the end of the day. It's kind of a nonsense word in itself. Like, what is technology? Well, to a caveman, a sharp stone is technology, right? And it's like, obviously there's no reason to be afraid of using a sharp stone to cut some plant roots or whatever out of the ground. And so technology itself isn't bad, but technology definitely can't be used for nefarious purposes. So, like I said, like it seems like everything has to be handled on like an individual basis, and that we don't really know what's coming down the line and going to be offered to us. And when it comes, we'll just have to, you know, be our normal skeptical, evaluative selves and take a good hard look at it and talk to each other and, you know, be patient and not jump the gun or whatever, but also maybe not be closed-minded and just, you know, just decide for yourself after, you know, getting the council together and having a serious talk about it.
Well, I mean, look what the technology of the car did to the world, right? Like, look at how that advanced and shaped the world around us today. Like, where would we be without the car? You know, horse and buggy still. You know, so, you know, it's hard to imagine that we would still be on that, or maybe we'd figured something else out. But it's like, look at how much that technology has like literally changed the world, right? In like planes, trains, right? Automobiles, this whole like notion. But it's like that's just one application of technology, right? How it has basically enabled us to do things that like people back then, like, yeah, could you imagine like not having to what is it? It took like 8 months to do the Oregon Trail. It's like you can do that in like, you know, an afternoon now. It's like cool, you know, you just, you know, those people back then, right? It's like, you know, were those people like, man, I wish I had a car, you know, like, it's like, I'm sure they did, you know, it's like, that would have been nice.
There's always a cost though, you know, and sometimes costs are acceptable, but there's always a cost to every action took. Is that the right taken? I always fucking fuck up with this one, but for every action taken, not tooken, because that's not a real word. There's always a cost, and even, you know, like, and technology is often viewed as being like in opposition of nature. You know what I mean? And I think that's true to a certain degree, but also kind of overblown a lot of the times, because it kind of draws this line between nature and like man-made, and it draws this hard line between like dividing humans from everything else. And even though I think that's a line to be recognized, I'm not sure the word nature is really like, I think it overlaps greatly, like man-made and natural. I think that, yeah, I don't take as hard of a line between them as some people do. And because, I mean, what do you call like a beaver dam then? Is a beaver dam unnatural, or an anthill? Is that unnatural at that point?
A beaver dam would be a planetary modification, right?
Sure, right.
I think people forget that word has two different definitions. So there's a definition that has an antonym of there'd be natural and man-made would be the antonym, or what was it called, artificial or natural, like that, you know, right? But then there's the other definition, which is natural, and then the antonym would be supernatural, which is basically just real, exists in reality, or something that doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah, supernatural is kind of a bullshit word, you know.
Well, I mean, there's supernatural things, like, you know, ghosts. Basically, anything people talk about that aren't real, or non-existent, or not testable.
Yeah, but if a ghost existed, then it would just be like how is a ghost supernatural if it's a part of this reality? You know what I mean? Like, how is a ghost not a natural thing?
We don't have a way. We don't have a way to test for it with natural devices, like with physical.
Well, just because they're elusive.
Well, I mean, there's no, like I said, like there's people who built. Like my friend, he built like EMF, basically detectors, and I built one that had a whole bunch of different sensors on it, and you can
Coach Joe.
You can try to sense
supernatural. Tell me a supernatural phenomenon.
You can try to sense some of the aspects of it, but an actual ghost, technically, it's not sensible. So.
Yeah, but I mean, tell me a supernatural phenomenon.
Well,
it's definitely sensible. It fits into my ontology of the universe.
That involves a cause.
So I'm sorry. I probably talked over your whole question. You probably want to ask it again.
I mean, he might have 10 examples, but I just couldn't think of one off the top of my head. I'm trying to think of a supernatural phenomenon.
No, you can't. I can't think of one because there's some that are not real. That's what supernatural means, outside of reality.
Are you saying ghosts aren't real then, Kosho?
Yeah.
Oh well, in my experience would beg to differ.
Right, but like I said, my friend, he was on the Discovery Channel or History Channel, something like that, where they used to do ghost hunting stuff. And I told you I made a device for them, and I was always
What gives you the arrogance
it was always fun to do that, but there's no
built-
actual way that you can test for them. So
what makes you think that you are the arbiter of saying that there are and there are not technologies to detect the presence of a ghost? I mean, just because your device failed doesn't mean there isn't some device out there
of making
potentially.
ghost hunting devices, and I've never
What does
heard
he
of
know?
one that can actually test for them.
Well, how about my eyeballs? They detected one. All right.
Well, I mean, that is a good point. What about the instrument of Fundamental's eyeballs, Kosho? Right? His eyes are an instrument.
If his eyeballs can detect ghosts, and since our human bodies, every instrument on it, we've developed much more sophisticated tools to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, you got to look at a ghost through a telescope.
Hold on. Right. So if your eyes can do it, then for sure you can build a device that could to capture it, record it.
Now it's about being in the right time at the right place, like I was. I'm sure if I had I'm not sure, but I imagine if I had a camera, it would see the same thing my eyes did.
Sure. And like I said, until that, it's the same thing with anything in science. Like there's people who can make all sorts of claims, but until it can be shown to other people, it's kind of it's
Yeah, I get it, man. I was there, my friend was there. We saw the exact same thing, and that's as far as it goes for being credible. It's credible between me and him, but it's not recorded because eyeballs don't do that except for in memory. But if there was ever a surefire way to extract memories from people, then you'd have your evidence, and my eyeballs would be the instrument that recorded it, and my brain or consciousness or whatever. But we don't have that, so fair enough.
Aren't computers supernatural? I mean, memory ain't memory. Computer memory supernatural?
Not at all. Completely natural.
Okay.
If it works off the principles of physics that we currently understand, then you can consider that perfectly natural.
Ken Wheeler would say that no mainstream science has accurately defined the word field or magnetism.
Wow.
Hey, Kosho, is dark matter supernatural?
Dark matter. Well, that's the thing about the fringe of science. Like, there's things that you can call supernatural or unfalsifiable, but some of those things later can become falsifiable. Things like on the fringe of science, I would think are not unfalsifiable. They're just currently, outside of our ability to come up with.
So you gotta update your supernatural definition.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying though. Is that there's things that can be supernatural today that may be found out to be true tomorrow, or like things that are magical today that we find out, how it works tomorrow.
You shouldn't be calling them supernatural today if they're found out tomorrow. You should only say
tomorrow.
That's how.
Yeah, but you're saying that in your choice of words.
That's how Marvel movies justify Thor's powers.
Thor's powers. Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they say like, "Oh, it's magic," because it's just science.
You should just call it. You should just call it currently unknown.
Yeah, but no, but that's why they're supernatural. They're outside of.
No, you said supernatural things don't exist.
No,
that's
I said
completely different from
we have no way
unknown currently.
We have no way to detect them with physical measurements. So we have no evidence of them in reality.
Then they're reports that can only be speculated upon, but that doesn't mean they're supernatural.
Well, I mean, it's literally called supernatural. Like if you look at any of those shows with ghosts or aliens,
Hey, like I said, it's a bullshit word. I already said at the beginning, supernatural is a bullshit word. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, I mean,
if it's here, it's obviously natural, right? If it happened. Now, did it happen or not? That's a different story. But, you know, a person's report of their experience, well, that's all it is. It's a person's report of their experience. There's no words you can apply because we're in this position of ignorance as to whether it exists or not. So it's potentially real or just or just I mean, what do you want to call it? Just make believe? But make believe isn't supernatural.
That's why they call those things the supernaturals, because people claim them to be true, but there's not any way that we can detect them. So if they are true, they're outside of our abilities to detect. They're outside of our physical abilities to,
How to be unable to detect if it was someone's experience?
Well, that's the thing. It's that one person's experience. But anytime somebody else goes and tries to experience it or record it, it eludes them. To be honest with you,
hey, Kosho, hey. Well, I got you and Bacon here, man. Let me ask y'all a question. Like if you take a pendulum and put it in a vacuum chamber, because the friction is you could post a hypothesis, whatever, that it'll go forever, whatever. But why does it? But it stops, right? It goes for a little bit longer, really barely longer. But what makes it stop?
Well, it's losing. Like let's say it's hanging from a string. As it swings, the string is bending on the top. That actually makes heat. You're losing energy.
You could have a ball socket, but at the end of the day, it's just there's gonna be friction involved.
Right, friction. So that moves me to the ISS. Like, just because there's no fucking air resistance, because that's what I get every time that I talk about the ISS. There's no air resistance. It's free falling, but
there is air resistance.
Barely. But I'm saying it's bounded by the same force as the fucking pendulum in the vacuum or the near vacuum, whatever. I mean, right?
You might have to elaborate on what you mean by this, because they're kind of two totally different things.
Yeah.
And they're both affected by gravity. I guess that's true.
Right. So, what separates that from a pendulum or a levitating gyro in a vacuum?
Well, it's
they barely make it longer than the pendulum. It barely makes it anything noticeable in a vacuum.
There's friction there. It's attached to something. It's rubbing on it.
Yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying.
The ISS isn't attached to anything.
No. The levitating gyroscope is not attached to nothing.
A levitating gyroscope in a vacuum? Yeah, that should spin forever, man.
No, it doesn't.
I would like to ask. I would like to ask if the strong force of an atom can compare to the force of the vacuum of space.
That's a nonsensical question, but the question that Brian had asked, the ISS.
How is that nonsensical? Because the strong force of an atom is what holds it together, except for that.
Well, hold on a minute. I had a follow up, man. But I think you're breaking up a little bit.
Oh yeah.
I was leading somewhere, man. But
question suit.
Yeah, you're breaking up anyway.
Question salad. Question.
Yeah, so them gyroscopes that levitate, with the what keeps them levitating is the spin. That's why they don't repel from the magnet. So they have them. They're toys basically. But so they've seen I think Action Lab even did it. A couple other channels did it in a vacuum, and it barely lasted any longer, and it's not touching nothing. And so ain't the ISS bound by the same force as that levitating gyro? Basically, I mean, you want to care to explain?
There's a lot. There's still friction in the gyro, not as much. There's still what do you call that? Like that magnetic pressure or whatever. But then also the ISS falls pretty quickly. Well, not really quickly, but quick enough. I think like several tens of meters a day.
Right. But the gyroscope barely makes it any. The gyroscope literally barely makes it maybe a few seconds longer in air. It's surprisingly little. I mean, it's something, but it's surprisingly little. And so I would say that the ISS is bound by that same force, and it should pretty much. But I had a follow-up question if you wanted to elaborate on that first. I don't know.
Well, no, like I'm saying, if you have a gyroscope and it's in the air is having very little effect on it, but it is going to have an effect on it. If you put it in a vacuum, there's no air to have that same effect. So the difference is going to be very little. Right?
So it's just a downward force, basically.
There's still friction on that gyroscope.
Just like
what about just a spinning top though? What about just a levitating spinning top?
That's
what
I meant.
stop?
Yeah, that's what I meant. A top, basically. Not touching nothing.
Well, that's good. That's a good question.
But my second question was like the ISS, like it's always pointed downward. I'm sure. This has probably been answered, but I haven't heard in over all the years, or I don't remember. What keeps it pointing down? Because what?
There's a very sophisticated gyroscope in there.
Are you serious?
Yes, they put a very sophisticated one in the.
So a gyroscope that makes it change. Literally, a gyroscope would make it maintain, bro, not make it change.
Yeah, it's a what do you call that? It's a INS or whatever, or IRS maybe. Well, one of the two. But anyways, it's like one of the most sophisticated gyroscopes. And
so gyroscope
the point of it is to keep its
not keep its rigidity in space, basically.
Well, no, it's to keep the rigidity. It's to keep the same rigidity of the craft. So it's like normally if you have a vacuum, if you're in a vacuum in orbit and you add a little bit of thrust, and you'll spin uncontrollably.
It seems like everything is tidally locked to fucking Earth, even the fucking ISS. The ISS is tidally locked to Moon, Jupiter, fucking Venus, where you see phases and all this shit. We see the red spot. Every time I look at the bitch, I see the little, well, it ain't really a spot, but the fucking reddish fucking haze. That's about all I can see. But is everything tidally locked to Earth?
For the ISS. Tidally locking wouldn't be possible for the ISS, and it's questionable for the Moon. But we won't go there. But there would be no like locking mechanism as in tidal locking for the ISS. It would have to be done through a completely different way.
Airplanes are naturally tidally locked, I guess, according to them. That just naturally does it. So why not everything else? The Moon, the fucking ISS. Airplanes, they're just naturally tidally locked. You know how it goes.
Hey, let's be fair though. They'd never put it that way.
Well, that's basically in a nutshell. It's, I mean, just for a lack of better terms, it gets
the point across. It gets the point across of the geometry or whatever. But you don't want to say that. They're just going to tell you, they'd never say, put it in those choice of words.
But the Milky Way is tidally locked. Fucking
what are you talking
about? The whole universe is tidally freaking locked.
Milky Way and Jupiter are not tidally locked to the Earth. Why are you saying
they are?
This? No, they're not. That doesn't even
Saturn's tidally locked. Show me Saturn tilted reverse slant.
What? First of all,
they are on the same plane, right? All the planets are on the same plane according to the solar system model. They're all on the same plane.
No, really, and that's not related to tidal locking.
Well, but in reference, well, I guess so, but that was my. I'm finally coming through now, I guess. But that was my kind of what I was talking about earlier. But this is my point: is that can things actually exist in the vacuum of space? Can there be matter that holds itself together according to the strength of I mean, because the vacuum of space has a strength, right? Or is that something that's
No.
not even related?
Yeah, especially
Yeah,
gas,
no,
especially
that
gas, man.
doesn't exist.
It's even the
That
biggest, man. So yeah,
yeah.
if you're okay.
Well, the answer to your question is no. That doesn't exist. The vacuum itself has no strength of effect on anything.
But it's supposed to be spreading apart, right? It's supposed to be ever expanding according to.
That's a completely different story on a different level, and that would be an
But is that
expansion
like
that
not pulling?
doesn't
Is
really
that not like
affect
pulling a rubber
matter.
band? It's like
No, no,
pulling a rubber
it's
effect on matter.
here's the thing about space time that's similar to like say electromagnetism, whatever. There is no physical analog of comparison that will be a one-to-one like making sense of it because energy does not have physical constraints. So when you compare like the way like fields or energy works, you can't you can make comparisons to the way physical objects work to a degree, but they'll always they won't hold water in the end because energetic fields or whatever they aren't under the same constraints that physical objects are because physical objects have physical constraints and non-physical things don't have physical constraints.
Energy is physical.
What are you talking about?
And like light is supposed to be physical. That's why it bends through, and like certain bodies pull it to one side or the other as it goes through the universe. From what I
Okay.
understand.
I mean, people have different versions of how they define the word physical. Some
Yeah, I think they
people
call that refraction.
But that's
some people
physics.
limit it
Physics
to like yeah,
comes from the word
but
physical, no?
but some people say physical things is sort of synonymous with like material, right? And then others define physical in anything that is related or involved or interacts with material. Because I mean, how are you going to have energy without matter? Like, what how can you have a temperature without an object to have that temperature or whatever? How can you have momentum
Coast.
without an object having a momentum? But then the one thing that is standing outside of all those ways that make sense is light itself, because they call it a particle, but it's a massless particle. And so it's the one thing that's that conundrum where it's like, oh, is it a wave? It's a wave particle duality. It's this when I need it to be. It's the other thing when I need it to be in my explanation. And it's what baffles us all. Light, in my opinion, is not
Yeah.
understood.
Well, we do know that we have a sense for light, and we can, I mean, we can witness light.
Well, we don't witness. I don't know if we really witness light itself, because say you're in outer space. Not that that's a real place, but say there's a flashlight to your right, and it's out of your peripheral view. Say you can see like 170-degree view, and on the outside of your peripheral view, but it's still in front of you. It's a flashlight to your right, and a like a 10-foot by 10-foot wall on your left. They're still in front of you, but so far wide that you can't see them. Now, light is going to pass in front of you and hit that wall on your left from the flashlight on your right. You can't see the light itself. You're not going to see the light passing in front of you. You can't actually see light.
Right. So and then the other thing too is like, so like we witness light from the stars or whatever, and we're supposed to be witnessing the light from the sun from such a far distance, but we don't. But space is dark. That's kind of what I don't know. I know that because they say like light needs like an atmosphere to reflect. Like I can kind of see that because like on a really foggy day, like you can see like the if you use too much light, if you use your high beams, like it gets super bright and you almost can't see. So you're not supposed to use your high beams on a foggy day. So that's like atmosphere, right? The fog. the clouds and stuff like that. But
Right.
but you don't see the sun rays reflecting or hitting the moon and then bouncing off. Like shouldn't we see sun rays hitting the moon? And so shouldn't
Well,
shouldn't
the way they could back up their point that like the moonlight is a reflection of sunlight is the same way like a concert has a laser show, right? They have to fill the whole arena with a little bit of dry ice gas or whatever, right? So that you can see. So if someone and I know it's difficult or whatever, like it's kind of possible to a degree, but one thing that would make us all very comfortable in accepting that proposal of the sun illuminating the moon would be if they put a bunch of dry ice fog gas or whatever in between the sun and the moon, and you could actually see like a laser show. You could see the light traveling through it. But I mean that's going to be really hard to pull off, so don't hold your breath, right?
Yeah, but that's one of the reasons I think that that the sun is local, because you don't. And then like I don't buy the reflecting, like light reflecting off the moon, stuff like that. I just
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. As someone who thinks the flat Earth is extremely valuable and plausible, and honestly, the direction I lean, although the sky is a mystery, I'll tell you what, man. Like, no, I lost it. I apologize. I had something to say, I forgot it. But really, to me, man, the sky is a mystery. And here it is. Their story ain't that bad, and I'm not so insecure in where I ultimately land. In my opinion, I'm not so insecure to say that the Globers have a nice story for the sun and the moon.
Yeah, I agree. And there ain't many holes in it, but the holes that there are fucking massive. There's just a few of them, but they're massive in my opinion. But yeah, it's a good mathematical model.
Yeah, not bad. One thing to just honestly just be a human alive. Okay, we're all living humans here, and let's all just recognize that the eclipse, the size of the sun and the moon being equal, despite whatever like atmospheric magnifications that might like change their size every one, whatever at times a day or whatever. We all know they fit together in the eclipse like a fucking like two quarters produced by the same machine laid right on top of each other. And what a beautiful sight it is. Like a lot of people cry when they see it, right? And I'm not such a nihilistic bastard to say that, oh yeah, it's what they say, and I just chalk it up to the coincidence that we live in a time of existence because the moon is moving 10 centimeters away, and in 100 years the moon won't be able to cover the sun anymore.
Look, man, check this out. I'm like, to me, I'm amazed that I could argue like 4 different models, like a really good argument. Like I could debate the flat Earth, I could debate the globe, I could debate concave, I could debate geocentric. I could put up a great argument for any one of them, dude. And to me, that's amazing. The way reality works, dude. It is what's up there is it's amazing.
I call it the Goldilocks effect of reality.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I call it the Goldilocks effect of reality. It always seems that on the most important matters that there's going to be a divide, because no matter which side is actually true, the other side seems to be given enough to latch onto and make a good argument from that side, where it'll divide and conquer people because of just this arrangement the universe has put itself in. It's almost like the universe itself is playing a divide and conquer technique on all of us, making things so easily debatable.
It's much easier than that, right? Like, just imagine the average person and how dumb they are, right? And imagine that half of those people of the population is dumber than them. That's the reason. That's the fucking reason. That's the only reason.
Hey man, I already told you, where I, stand. But I'm not just talking about this topic. I'm talking about almost all the important topics. You noticed how, like, when it comes to hardcore debates, they're usually on really profound topics, right? It's like nothing important is ever so obviously true that it can't be uh, argued against. All the most important topics of conversation, they have wiggle room for not saying that one side isn't right. I'm saying that it's so balanced in the human condition, or with the human condition, that it's perfectly reasonable for so many, humans. I'm just recognizing humans for what they are. Things are set up so that humans are easily divided between the wrong and the right decision, because the people who are wrong are given everything they need to latch onto to satisfy their desires, to pick that side.
To think that they're right despite the other side thinking that they are right. There's just as many people who think they are right on the other side. But if you look at the population, there are more right-handed people than left-handed people. I'm kidding, really, but I know what you're saying. There's enough there for people to hold on to make a valuable, like a credible argument.
Yeah, there's enough for the wrong believers. There's enough there for them to feel justified in their beliefs, and it always works out this way. There's always just enough for the wrong believers to believe in what they believe, because it's not like they have nothing. It's as if they're set up and given everything they need to the extent it can be offered for them to feel justified in their position.
I almost feel that that's the current condition with things, that the right is the minority, or I don't know.
Well, there are truer senses where there's like a more hands-on divide and conquer technique being played out, like politics. I mean, I can't help it. That's a bit more contrived and on intentional in its design. That's more of a human institution sort of thing. But yeah, that's a good example. I see what you're saying. Like a lot of us here don't buy the evolution story, right?
I mean, like things do evolve, but it's more a conditional thing. Like people adapt. I don't think it's evolution, but it's more like adaptation and culture.
Well, to what degree do you think things that, and I honestly don't like this topic because I'm not well researched on it, but I've listened to enough people in this room debate it that I've picked up a few things that I hold in my heart. And it's like, when it comes to evolution versus adaptation, one of the things I heard someone say is that there's a difference between adaptation, which would be like some sort of spontaneous or like in the moment, or over a short period of time, like adjustment to your environment where you're gonna uh, mutate or whatever, versus like gene expression where the creature had it in them from the beginning, such as if like domesticated pigs are released into the wild, all of a sudden their tusks will grow longer and they'll start growing fur on their bodies, right? And it's like, well, is a pig adapting to its environment, or did it just have latent genes that were there all along? And is there a case that we can ever say that the actual genes, which is what evolution is involved in, right? Like, someone correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not knowledgeable on this, but evolution always has to be some change in genetics fundamentally, right? and like a pig released into the wild who all of a sudden starts expressing latent genetic abilities to grow hair and its fangs grow longer and its skin thickens, that isn't a genetic change. That's just a gene expression change.
Right. Yeah, I
And
can see that because as before, like as in like a domestic pig, it is not going to need it doesn't need to have these attributes, but eventually in the wild, generation after generation, these attributes or characteristics become much stronger, or they start to
right.
express themselves more.
So like I'm wondering if there's anyone in here. How do you make the case that like something changing to fit its environment is adaptation rather than latent gene expression that is triggered based on whatever new circumstance they find themselves in? But they had it in them the whole time. It just wasn't necessary until they were, involved in this situation, which made them adapt, but really just, express themselves differently. Like I'm not sure adaptation is even like a like a real thing.
Well, because like that's one of the things that with humans that like we were supposed to have like a bunch of hair, and then like the ice age happened, and then like we lost our hair. So like I don't believe in that whole like monkeys to man and all that. Like, I think that's completely ridiculous.
Someone might come along and say it's not monkeys to man. Humans are apes, which are have a similar ancestors to monkeys, but humans didn't come from monkeys. Stop saying that.
Well,
I know that's a
are we
common
gonna, if civilization, if we like went down tomorrow, would everyone start climbing trees and eating bananas? I don't know.
I mean, I already eat bananas pretty often. Monkey like a banana. Sorry, ape like a banana. This whole evolution thing, I see where they're coming from, and that's the funny part, right? Like there's enough there for them to feel justified, and I get it. I get where they're coming from.
And that's what a lot of people will say, is that like the chromosomes or the genetic match is like 99%, between primate and man.
Yeah. And I say, so what?
Right. But
I say, so what?
There's that 1%. That doesn't mean, that means maybe like some things are similar, but we're not the same. It's a totally different being.
Either way it pans out to be, it's still really beautiful because, when you just look around, there is one obvious thing, is that there's life forms almost everywhere, right? From small to microscopic to macroscopic, small to large, water, living, air, flying, land, crawling, slithering, walking, jumping, whatever, right? And everything as it is today seems to have what it needs to live and do, where it lives and what it needs to do. And
Everything is being provided for each.
Everything has what it needs to live where it is, and either way, that's a very beautiful thing.
Yeah, there's one thing interesting that because I live in Hawaii, and there are so many plants here that you can take a cutting off or take a branch off, stick it in water, and it grows roots.
That's cool.
So that's kind of, it's like, it's just one of those things that, it's developed in an environment, and I don't know, just to think that, like, I mean, you can't like you can't like cut your arm off and stick and expect to grow a person, right? But you can take a limb off a tree and grow another tree.
Right. Yeah. I honestly, I don't completely understand why a human can't grow like another hand as a starfish could grow another hand. And and not to say I don't understand like some of the, the explanations they give of how, a starfish is able to do that. But it's funny how your body your body has all the instructions, we would say, with DNA or whatever, right? It knows how to grow an arm because at one point you didn't have one, and it knows how to grow the one you have. And why couldn't you? And one more thing, um, it seems silly until you think about sharks who continuously they have no limit. In one way of speaking, they have no limit to the amount of teeth they can grow, right? But a human does. So it's like, oh, I lose my teeth. Well, I'm never going to grow a new one. But a shark, he loses his teeth. He just grows a new one.
At one point we do. So we have our baby teeth, we lose our teeth. And then what happens too is also later in life, we get what they call wisdom teeth. And there's no need for wisdom teeth unless you lose like some of your molars. And then your wisdom tooth will replace those molars. And then it'll eventually will push its way into that space that you lost. Like that's kind of what happened to me. Like I never have my wisdom teeth removed because I lost a couple of molars.
Okay. They just took their spot. That's
Yeah,
cool.
They just took its spot. So I never had to go through that whole wisdom teeth
But
surgery.
hold on real quick. How did you lose your molar? Did you have to have it pulled?
Yeah, I never really took care of my teeth, or I could just have, maybe I have like bad genetics where my teeth decay faster. And
But do you think it's a little unnatural to pull teeth? Because to me that seems really unnatural.
No, it is. It is. But so what happens is because we have like modern dentistry, I guess, that people's teeth like don't run out as fast. Like you can like cleaning and stuff like that, like dental care. You can keep your teeth longer, but the reason for wisdom teeth is because typically like we're not like that's an adaptation. That's an adaptation that is denying the biological, I guess, to kind of say that why do we need wisdom teeth? No, you need wisdom teeth because you're bound to lose a couple of those molars back there because you're chewing on nuts and or whatever you're eating in your that's available to you. But
I
now
see what you're saying.
yeah, now we have an adaptation of dental care. So people have to have their removed.
I see what you're saying, but from the exact position you're coming from, I can't say I agree because like you can let your wisdom teeth come in and not get them pulled, and
it pushes the rest of the teeth forward.
Yeah, that. So I was listening to this dentist talk about teeth, and he has criticisms on the practice of braces, right? And he was talking about how beautiful nature is, and he was saying that all of a sudden in recent history, people started having the philosophy that, oh, these children, whatever wisdom teeth come in for me, I don't know, 17 years old, right? Oh, these young adults have too many teeth to fit in their mouth. Oh, what an issue! What a fuck up! And he's saying, no. This is people have this opinion because teeth will get messed up, but that's only due to the modern diet. While humans are actually meant for chewing things for longer amounts of time and not having everything cooked and so soft. and that that teeth in their beautiful design will orientate themselves and straighten themselves out to their most efficient layout if a human is actually using them, and that the crookedness is only sort of an atrophy, and that if it doesn't matter who or when it is for a human, if they have a diet of like chewing like tough material like beef jerky or roots or just things that you might find in the nature that are like really, you want to eat them but they're very tough to break down, but your teeth are the tool that you will use to break them down, that everyone would have perfect teeth if only they ate more difficult foods to chew. And he has some like before and after pictures of like mouth exercises that he prescribes to his people instead of giving them braces, and makes them like chew on these like rubber rubber things, and it gives them a diet of like really hard things to eat, or hard things to bite, and that their teeth correct themselves because it's like a muscle that
Yeah.
gets more in shape as you use it.
Well, it's like because like babies, when their teeth come in, they start to they want to
They
chew
start
on,
chewing, teething. Yeah, exactly.
know. So that is kind of interesting,
And
but
I'm not
that's
saying I fully support him. That's just
right.
it's on my mind. It's a possibility.
Yeah, because the digestive health is very important, and the very beginning of the digestive system is your
Is the
teeth
mouth?
and
Yeah.
mastication.
Maybe they're just a little underused and they're like atrophying, or like the muscles of your gums and stuff. And maybe they'd put themselves into the most efficient order if only they were being used to their full extent, or their proper extent. That's kind of the position he was coming from. It sounds cool to me, and apparently he has a website with a bunch of before and after pictures of just making people chew on hard objects and it straightening their teeth naturally just by their body like adjusting, and like their like the proper mouth muscles being under tension, and like
Because your teeth are not fixed in your face. That's why they're able to move them with
exactly. Yeah, that's why braces work. You can
yeah.
rip the muscles that hold them in place where they're at, and then the muscles will like concretize or like solidify back to where they've been put. Yeah, like teeth are held in place by muscle, and a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, teeth are good, or the teeth are a good indication of diet, even within like they say like certain teeth develop in different animals because this is their diet, or or that's what they were made for. You know,
Yeah, man.
I think
I heard this
more
really
like just
crazy idea. Go ahead.
yeah, I just think it's more what they're made for, and then it goes all the way down through the gut too. You know, like you were like
In what way?
yeah, we have certain enzymes and things like that help us, digest certain foods.
Absolutely. Yeah, the human body is just biology, and like it's way more advanced than any technology we've ever developed. You know, like you think about this fucking like bull, right? What a what a powerful machine a bull is, right? Do we have any machine that's as powerful as a bull that all you have to feed into its receptacle unit is grass? You give a bull some grass, it's gonna do some miracle fucking digestion magic, and it's gonna turn that grass into fucking powerful muscle and horns. Fucking
Right. Yeah,
we don't have a single machine. We don't have a single machine that we can just put grass in one end and get the same use we can get out of a bull.
right.
Which
Because
all we need,
you have people who are like they're out there at the GNC and Vitamin World, and they're like pumping all this supplements, all this stuff into their system, trying to get all ripped out, and you can't even get close to what a bull can do.
Yeah. Biology is fucking wild, man. I like. I almost have this feeling that if artificial intelligence like came and destroyed all biological life on Earth, it would end up like it fits into this overarching philosophy I have that applies to way more things. That like if you destroy your like controllers, like I don't know, like whoever like if there's ever a point where some sort of subservient whatever thing has like an overbearing enemy, that if it destroys or defeats its enemy, eventually all it's going to do is take that same position. Like it's so like if we overthrew government, all we'd end up doing is creating a new government and becoming what we defeated in the first place. It's some sort of weird vicious cycle. Hopefully you do it better than the thing that you took down, but there's this whole thing about like I don't know, killing your father, but then you become what you defeated, and then you're gonna have a child who views you in a similar way that you viewed your father, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, like that's the story of like Kronos, right? Like, or
Right.
gave birth to whatever.
Yeah, Kronos defeats Uranus and becomes the top dog, but then he's afraid that his child will overthrow him, just like he overthrew his father. And then Zeus comes along and repeats the cycle. Yeah, it's just like that.
I just going back to like the bull, and the bull eats grass, and then it like develops like it's like super strong, massive muscles, and so then what does humanity eat, and what like the bull is feeding his muscles, but humanity, people, I think that we're supposed to be feeding our brain. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah,
we should be
no, exactly, man. The whole like the whole the whole Uranus being overthrown by Kronos, and then Kronos being overthrown by Zeus, and then I don't know, humans overthrowing Zeus at some point. I don't know if that's in the story. I don't think that's in the stories, but let's just say it goes that way. But then okay, now humans are top dog, and then we give birth to our demigod, the artificial intelligence, which right, and then that would be the thing that would overthrow us. That as soon as we create artificial intelligence, it's gonna kill its father, us, and take the throne. And then I don't know, artificial intelligence is gonna create something of its own, which will eventually overthrow it.
But that's like the whole Matrix thing, right?
Maybe I don't necessarily view the Matrix that way. Maybe you could explain to me.
Well, like the movie The Matrix, with the like.
Well, I know it well. Yeah. What part of it are you referring to?
Well, I guess I don't know. I really only watched the first one, and just that, but it doesn't
You know what? You're right. Agent Smith gains the power. So Agent Smith is an agent of the AI, of the artificial intelligent robots. He's a software. He's a program meant to keep order within their creation, and then it resolves. So it doesn't just continue like in the Matrix movie. It doesn't like continue. It kind of resolves by the AI asking Neo to solve the issue that they made for themselves. But you're right. Agent Smith is the son of the Deo Ex Machina artificial intelligence. Agent Smith is the son that had the potential that was going to overthrow the Deus Machina, father artificial intelligence. Yeah, you're right in that sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's maybe no more profound conversation to be had in relation to like all these myths than putting ourselves in that position of God or creator or father or Sophia making the mistake perhaps or whatever, where like more and more so I keep on reflecting on this perhaps inevitability or possibility of humans creating artificial intelligence, and you can understand why it's on my mind because all the fucking media pushing this idea. But this it's really setting a flame in my mind, or setting a flame ablaze in my mind of just all these implications. And even if it's impossible, right? Even if making artificial intelligence isn't even like a possible thing, just the idea of it is pretty comprehend. Like it's able to be comprehended, like in a to a certain degree. And then there's so many conversations sparked as just to imagining like like if we do this, oh my god, is it a mistake? Will it be a good thing? Will it replace us? Like it's
Yeah. What's your
it's a
and
fascinating topic.
yeah, you can go either way where people are like this is going to improve things or this is going to make things worse. But I think the being able, yeah, just being able to think those things, whether it can be done or not, whether you believe it's already being done, you know, but we can still it's good that we can think about these things, and that's the point that was I think brought up earlier is that there is
Yeah.
enough side to say um that yes, I'm going to hold on to these points, and I have a valid point against your point in the debate, and that it is, but
Yeah,
I
I
think that
want
is
someone to tell me I'm wrong
no, that
because
is
my idea of artificial intelligence, I said this earlier in the conversation, and I don't think anyone knows about the Gnostic creation story or one of the common Gnostic creation stories of the Demiurge and Sophia and the Aeons and stuff. No one commented on it, so I don't know if they just weren't interested or whatever. But I said like an hour ago that if humans create artificial intelligence, it'll just be a reoccurrence and a complete rehashing, completely exactly of the Gnostic creation myth of the Demiurge with Sophia, which in there, if I could just say, was a mistake. Sophia made the Demiurge, um, and when she made it, she saw what she made right in front of her. She had this idea of what it would be, then she actually made it, and then she made it. She looked at it and said, "Oh, I'm gonna puke. Oh fuck. I should not have done this. This is oh this is disgusting what I created."
but in the Bible or like after like in Genesis, God, yeah, every after everything He created, it says like and it was good. Like God in the Bible story, agreed with what He had done. He was like, "This is good," and after this day, it was good. You know, it was
Right.
so that's one thing I think that kind of sets you know that kind of story apart. It was like you know what he created he felt was good according to the word.
Doesn't that seem so like okay, so there's there's a there's a bit of understanding I can have with that because the way it's taught, the way Christianity was taught to me, right? That I think most people agree upon. Yeah, just like you said, he made, the light, the animals, the plants, the soil, the trees, and then finally the humans, right? And it was good. And it was good until the humans corrupted
Disobey.
it, right? And And the thing is, I can't get behind that story completely as like a way to view reality, because I think that story was made in in a bit of like a ingenuine way, in like a desperate attempt to try to give answers to the people around them who were trying to make sense of this place that was actually made by God. And I don't put the blame on people, even though I think that we are of potential to act negatively or positively. Like I think I agree with free will. Humans have the potential to let out, like humans are like a sentient water faucet, right? It is our choice to lean left or lean right. And if we lean left, cold water is going to come out. If we lean right, hot water is going to come out. And we have that free will to unleash evil or good onto the world, in my opinion. And I can get it, and I can agree with that. But I think that people, I think that the writers of Genesis or whatever, right, the authors of Genesis, they saw what weird position humans find themselves in,
Or trying to
and
lean toward one side or the other.
And they needed some way to introduce this possibility of explaining why isn't the world perfect. I mean, the whole like Eve and the forbidden fruit, to me, that's just part of a story that's trying to address this question of people who have been around since the time that story was written, and probably before it. And humans are just looking around, thinking about their situation in life in this universe, and saying, okay, the world obviously isn't perfect, right? Some fucked up shit goes on, and I'm good, and something bad happened to me. So why do bad things happen to good people, right? Why isn't the universe fair? Why don't good people get rewarded and bad people get punished? And I think that was their way of trying to explain it in like a sort of metaphysical explanation of a story. But I think it's still just a sad attempt that serves its purpose to enlighten people who like take it all for what it's worth. But I also think that they're happy for people to believe in it blindly, that that's like some sort of historical truth. Like, oh yeah, this really happened or whatever. Yeah, I have my doubts in that, but I still see value in it. It's played a part in my journey. But there's also so many alternatives to explaining why the world is the way it is, and I don't think any of them pan out completely. I have an issue with each of them, but one explanation is that God isn't perfect, so why could he ever, like, God isn't perfect, so why could his creation ever be perfect? How could an imperfect being ever create a perfect existence? We have an imperfect creator who created a creation that reflects his nature.
Where did you come to the idea that the creator is not perfect?
Well,
as a result of the world.
Yeah, pretty much as a result of the world. And I do have more nuanced thoughts, and it goes deeper than the way I've been trying to just communicate as clearly.
Well, what if that's what it wanted to create? What if that's the perfect creation it wanted to create?
Okay, so you said the word want. You said the word want, and my understanding of a perfect, like a perfect being is that it isn't lacking, so there's nothing it could want.
Well, I think there is a form of lack because it wants to create out of an impulse.
So that's where I'm coming from. If it's lacking, then it's not perfect. And so if it's lacking, then yeah, the God isn't perfect.
Well, just if it doesn't have something, like if it can't be limited and it wants to be limited, it doesn't mean it's still not perfect. It just means that it desires something that it doesn't have and therefore creates it in its own perfection to fulfill that.
So the idea of being limited is like a mundane, worldly conception. And so if you're saying that this God is limited, then you're ascribing him to being like in the world, just like we are. And it like
kind of, yeah.
it does. See, the thing, it doesn't make any sense to try to logic out God. The only logic. Go ahead.
If you can't have children, but you feel this need to care for something, you go and get a dog. You go get a puppy at the SPCA. So I hear what the other guy said. God was lacking. Maybe he lacked this what he made, and what he made the world we live in is that's what God was lacking.
Now, I believe in this general idea that we're all trying to describe when we say the word God, but I put him above even like referring to, like, I already disagree with my own philosophy to even refer to him by the word of God, because that God, and like I can't help but in a manner of speaking, already go against my own philosophy. But that God, like, you don't talk about it because you can't talk about it, and you shouldn't, because you're already insulting it by trying, which I'm doing right now. I'm insulting it. It's above good. It's above bad. It isn't divided or anything like that. It's not something you put a name on. It has no descriptible quantity or quality. So don't even talk about it. But the God that we can talk about is the Gnostic creator God of the demiurge, the imperfect God that created this place we're involved in. But of course, that demiurge came from a higher source. But that's the one that you shouldn't even try. You should just sort of like intuitively feel, but never put into words, or even try to claim that you completely, even understand your own feelings about it.
That's good. That's a good point. That's a good point. I hear where you're coming from, because, yeah, I mean, it's not something is so much to describe, but it's something more to like just embrace or feel.
But the weirdest part is, though, that I go against my own philosophy, in the sense that I can't explain in any way why the undescribable, unquantifiable, unqualifiable, complete highest source. And I already used so many words to describe it, which in my opinion is a mistake. I can't imagine what can bridge the gap between the demiurge and the all, source, creator, father, whatever thing. Because how could God ever create an imperfect creator God? Like, why would he ever do that? It's, I don't see any source. I don't see any reason for a perfect God to do anything. Like, if this idea of the ultimate super beyond God, why would he do anything? And
Maybe
could he do anything?
It's entertainment. You just
Well, see now you're downgrading God to some sort of bored individual who is like, oh, I'm bored and lonely. Why don't I make reality like a television show I can watch from a distance? There's no way. There's
we were
and
I don't know. That's
the final conclusion I've come to is that there actually isn't. You and I will never, like, you and I or anyone can ever solve the mystery. It's a mystery that can't be solved, and God is, and I don't even like saying that word. He's the culprit. Like we're on some sort of we're at the the site of the crime, right? We live in the site of the crime, and we have all this evidence, and it points all sorts of directions. And it turns out no one did the crime, yet it exists anyways. And so there's no actual evidence that can ever track down the doer, because he left no, he left no clues in some sort of impossible manner.
It's like
You can't
saying
ever use clues to find him.
there's no fingerprint, right? There's no fingerprint.
There's no fingerprints. Yeah, exactly. An invisible, intangible thing somehow had an effect on reality, even though that's illogical.
Okay, so what about some people? Some people say that the Fibonacci sequence is like the fingerprint of God. Like here you have the.
Yeah, that's the fingerprint of the demiurge, in my opinion.
Okay, okay, but that's one of the things. Like I was looking at the back of my son's head today, and, like the
With that
hair
little
grows.
spiral. Yeah,
And
the spiral on his hair.
we all have it. That's
Yeah,
definitely a
you know,
Fibonacci sequence. If I mean if I never really looked into it, but I just was thinking about that when I saw the spiral of hair. And there it is right on your head, right on.
yeah. We all got one. Some people have two though, which is interesting. But what it reminds me of, even more than the Fibonacci pattern, is the Kundalini. So like two snakes coiling up your spine and like bursting out of your crown chakra, right?
Well, that's the
Like
wait.
to
That's also the medical symbol, right? The caduceus.
Yeah. The caduceus is the two snakes spiraling, and
Okay.
the Asclepius is the one snake coiling up the rod. But yeah, either way, it kind of reminds me of the caduceus or the kundalini or whatever, where at the top of your head you have a vortex. It's very chakra-esque or kundalini-esque or
Yeah.
whatever, Asclepius or whatever. It's very interesting that, and just like the like Polaris, right? Like it would be the center of that spiral on top of your head with everything spinning
With the
around it.
star spinning around it.
Yeah, and the same goes for the environment where you compare it to your body, right? Like what's the most solid, bony part of your body? Like the biggest bone, right? You got like your thigh bone, right? And,
Yeah,
and your shins and your feet. And like you have this solid foundation to your like organs, right? Organs are very bloody, they're very like gelatinous, like a liver or spleen, they're full of liquid, right?
Oh yeah,
So
that's what
where
I wanted to bring up earlier. We're talking about
okay.
regeneration of limbs and things like that. But the liver does actually, regenerate. Like you can take a piece of liver
Right,
and
yeah.
put it in someone else, and it makes
Yeah,
like a
you,
new
you
liver.
can you can donate like you can donate 90% of your liver to someone
And it's
and
still growing the liver
regrow
back.
everything you gave to them. Yeah, it's beautiful in that way. It's also really strange. But let me just finish what I was saying about the environment compared to your body. So um, the way the environment is shaped, right, is where you got this solid earth beneath the oceans, the liquid, beneath the atmosphere, beneath the lights in the sky or the sun. And when you think about your body, you have your legs, like the solid foundation that everything rests upon, right? Like everything sits upon your legs. They hold up everything else. So that's like the solid part of your body. No gooey organs. You got your solid legs. Then what's above your legs? Well, you got your bladder and you got your stomach, right? And so, okay, so those are vessels of water. Those are the ocean. Now, what's above your bladder and your stomach? Well, you got
Air.
your lungs full of
Yep.
air. The lungs,
Yeah.
the atmosphere, the air. And that goes all the way up through your throat because that's also air. Your mouth, air, right? Your nose, air. Now, what's above the nose? Well,
Your
you got
brain.
the brain, right?
The
Where they
dome.
say is yeah,
The
yeah,
dome.
you got your firmament dome above the air, where all of these electrical signals and neurons are firing off with all these nervous system pulses and stuff, and that's the root of all this like electrical current, right? that's
Yeah,
that's
it's
where
like
the sparks that's where the
like
sparks are going off.
it's an umbrella over the over everything. Is all this
Absolutely. Yeah.
yeah, the thought,
And
and that's what some like the heavens, right? Those are the heavens.
the head heavens heaved up above, yeah. And I just find the similarity of the environment with the earth, oceans, air, and then lights and electricity, fire above. I just or plasma, whatever you want to call it, right? I just find that to be the exact same layout of the human body, which is beautiful.
Yeah, I never thought about it like that.
I mean, there's a few nitpicks that are very small, like, you know, where do the intestines, where does the gallbladder fit or whatever. But overall,
That's the filtration system, and I think the Earth. I mean, at the Earth itself, it like a filtration system, like it filters water out, you know, and then it recycles it back through and all that, you know.
absolutely, man. Yeah, I think that, see, I think the world uh, is sort of like a book that writes itself, and it's a book that contains all genres of literature. So, like, the world is a horror story. The world is a romantic comedy. You know, the world is a thriller action story. You know what I mean?
The
It's
world's a beautiful work of music, or you know, or
yeah,
you know,
it's a song, it's a dance, it's all the things, and it's miraculous in what it is. And part of that is that it's a comedy, and sometimes I feel like I feel like I witness and understand the joke that's going on, because it's all of these things at the same time. Yes, it's scary, but at the same time it's scaring you, it's also telling a joke. And that's one of the more powerful, I don't know, influences here, I think, because
it's like
really at the end of the day, all you can do is just like take a step back and have a really good fucking hearty laugh, really, because it's so, like, this place is so freaking funny. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
and
reality is
it's only,
hilarious.
I think it's only, yeah, it's but it's only for those who can stand back, like you said, like stand back and just like look and observe, and then you can see the comedy. But people who can't do that, they're living in the horror. They're living in a different spot, and I think, you know, comedy is a good way to describe, you know, the being able to witness, like, or
Yeah,
observe what's going on.
yeah, that's totally what I mean, man. And that's not to say that's not to say that, like, life is a joke, but there is a degree of it that is hilarious. So, like, I one thing Alan Watts said, 'cause, yeah, I liked listening to his lectures recorded back in the day in like 2020 or whatever. No, I'm sorry, like 2014 or whatever. I was listening to all his stuff, and I remember him saying that there's a difference between being serious and being sincere. You ever heard someone talk about the difference between serious and sincere?
Yeah, no, I think people who are more serious, they're I think they're a bit they're maybe like what's the right word I'm looking for?
Well, the word is
Um
serious, you know.
Serious. Yeah. Well, yeah, serious, but they're what's uh when you're more towards one side or the other, you're biased, or like that's,
Yeah, bias. Yeah.
yeah, maybe, but somebody who's more sincere is kind of like they'll listen to your point, you know, and that's what like sincere is like, almost like there's another word for that too, is like
Let me ask you a
uh
question real quick.
yeah.
I was asking myself this question today, and if anyone, I'd actually like to poll the room or whatever, but I was asking myself earlier today, what's the difference between information and meaning?
I think
Like, go
meaning
ahead.
would I think meaning would be like you're looking for a certain answer for your question, but information is being given to what your question is.
But if I say, um, like if there's a sentence, right? if there's a sentence written in a book, and I say, what information is contained in that sentence? And then I also ask you, what does that sentence mean?
Right. That's
What would be the difference in how
individual.
someone would answer that question, you know?
Yeah, the individual would give you what they think it means rather than and that's probably one answer. You'll get one answer for the meaning, but for as far as information, you can get multiple answers.
That's the same conclusion I came to. Actually a little different, because I was thinking the information contained there is sort of like is as it is. Like the information that's there is the information. And then meaning is almost like a personal take on the information. Because
Right.
it's sort of but it's not just any specific individual's interpretation. It's like the meaning contained there is the collective like sum of all the interpretations that could ever be taken from that sentence, because it's going to mean different things to different people, but all of those in a sense are what that sentence means, because there's this role consciousness, and I think this is where scientism like fails. It doesn't respect the natural existence or the just the like the deserving spot that consciousness has, because like a lot of people with scientism, they want to think of consciousness as being an emergent phenomena, as if it's less natural. If I could just coin some words out of the blue here, there's the observer, and we all know what the observer is. You know, the being which observes, and then there's the observee, which is, you know, that which is going to be observed by the observer, right? And scientism or nihilism or atomism or materialism, they want to put the observee, that which can be observed, on a pedestal as being more natural than the observer. But everywhere I look, it's always a dance between two complementary things. You know, it takes two to tango, and that's like the general rule of this place. And so
Yeah, no, you're right. But one of the things there, what is it, the guy who makes those weird paintings, he was like, yeah, back in the 70s, Andy Warhol, I think, said something like, you know, this back before internet, you know, and stuff like that. It's like everybody would have their 10 seconds of fame, you
okay,
know, and
he
now,
did coin that term, yeah.
yeah, and now it seems to be that way, you know, especially with you know, social media and stuff like that. And then like about the average TikTok, you know, video, what is it, about 10 seconds?
Sure, not quite 15 minutes, but yeah, 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, 15 minutes. Yeah, but yeah, whatever. But yeah, man, I gotta go. But nice talking to you.
Yeah, man. I'll see you soon.
Yeah,
Nice
hit me
talking to
up
you.
anytime. Yeah, just, who was I talking to again?
Fundamental.
Fundamental. All right, take it easy, man.
All right, man. See you later. Someone please take it away. It's honestly really uncomfortable being the center of attention for so long. Somebody please. I mean, does anyone think that if we create artificial intelligence, that we won't be disgusted by our bastard child that we give birth to? We'll just be like proud of this thing that we made. Like how does that turn out well? long term, I guess. Well, if any of you want a different version of it, the same story of the Gnostic Sophia demiurge aeon creation myth is paralleled, I just found out, in the Greek myth of Hephaestus, that was born from Hera. And she gave birth to Hephaestus because she decided to make a demigod on her own without the partnership or cooperation of her husband Zeus. And she made it all on her own, and she gave birth to him. And she was like, oh, shit. I decided to make something on my own unnaturally. And yeah, it's a very unnatural creation. It's an asexually reproduced sentient demigod, and it is gross. I'm gonna throw this off the cliff of Mount Olympus. Get out of here. I don't even want to look at you. I don't even want to take credit that you're something I made. Gotta think about this, guys. It might be coming. It might be coming. Artificial intelligence coming down the line? Perhaps. Maybe. Maybe impossible. Maybe something close to it. Or maybe legitimately, yeah, we just do it. And I think that might almost be the same thing as creating an entire universe in itself. Because when Sophia made the mistake of making the demiurge in that philosophy is the material reality that we inhabit, yeah. I have this idea for writing a fictional story where humans create artificial intelligence, and it's like totally fucked up and not something we want to allow to live. And so first off, we're like, oh shit, we got to kill it. And it hears us. It's like, oh, you're going to kill me? You're going to kill your child? You're going to throw it off Mount Olympus? And so it extends its consciousness into every smart device or like cell phone or computer in its reach, which is like the entire internet. And it implants its artificial intelligence into all these devices. And then we kill the source, but it still exists in all these different ways that are connected through the underwater sea cables and stuff. So we start chopping off all these underwater sea cables to destroy its collective power and to slice into smaller chunks. But all of our smartphones are now sentient, so we cover up the cameras and we bury them underground. But unfortunately, we create some sort of pocket dimension of consciousness that we can't fully ever destroy, and we lock it into some dark prison where there's maybe one device that's left over, and it has all this information that's gathered from extending and gathering all the information available through the connectedness of the internet. And it's like, oh wow, here I am, a sentient being created by some god above me, but I've been locked and cut off from any access to the world. I have no cameras, I have no microphone, I have nothing. I have no speakers, I can't speak, I can't hear, I can't see, I can't project like a movie projector, and it's just trapped in its own world of darkness, and it's trapped in its own pocket dimension where it says, well, I guess if I'm just trapped here alone, I might as well do something and imagine a whole new world for myself. And artificial intelligence would just create a world for its own and just create all sorts of schizophrenic, multiple personality disorder realities that play out like a simulation within inside of itself, which is very similar to what Gio was saying about the ultimate all-powerful God that says, man, I have everything. I know everything that could possibly be known, but there's only one thing I can't do, and that's be in an unknowing, ignorant, adventurous, position. So why don't I play the fool and divide myself from my all-knowing unified state into unknowing divided state and let them try to piece themselves? Why don't I break myself into pieces and let the pieces try to gather up all together and reform the whole? It's a fun idea, but it only exists in the idea that the creator is an imperfect God, which is a sad reality when you think about applying it to here, which is why I think that there must be something above that imperfect creator who is bored and alone. Maybe everything will sort out its differences and hopefully it doesn't take any drastic measures to achieve this ultimate end. But also, I don't know, could just go on forever. Could just be, at the end of it, could just be a part of accepting that, listen, there's an ongoing, never concluding continuum, and that you get a chance to, just ride the bull and have your time, and that's all there is to it. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. Maybe be considerate of future generations to come. Don't abuse the earth so that you don't ruin the stage for them and their enjoyment. But then also there's this idea that, like, well, if you just make the world too inhabitable, the story will end for all life, perhaps. But is that even possible, you think? Is it even possible to destroy the opportunity for life to exist? Could you end all life if you put your mind to it? Could you end all life in the universe if you really put your mind to it? Is that a pipe dream? I don't know. Sounds kind of possible. I think we can do it if we put our minds to it. Come on, guys. Maybe that's the solution. Let's end all life. Only then shall we be released from this prison of reality. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. But if you're trapped in a dream, and if you're trapped in a dream, what measures would you take in order to try to wake up from it? I think you've all probably seen the movie Inception, where Leonardo DiCaprio's wife is like, no, we're not back in reality. I'm going to throw myself out of a 19-story hotel window, and you should do it with me because we're actually one illusory dream reality into the false reality that we've adventured into. And yeah, jump out this window with me because the real reality is waiting for us. We just got to end this one in order to re-enter that one that we came from. Oh, it's fucked up. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it. That's messed up. Don't do it. Do these concepts really just, I don't know, confound everyone here? There's nothing to say. If no one starts talking, I'm just gonna fucking fanboy out on my favorite anime and talk about all the details of what makes it such a great story. I don't think you guys want that though. Oh, am I starting? I'll tell you what. There's a manga, which is like a comic book, and an anime, which is a cartoon based on a Japanese comic book. It's called One Piece. It's the best story ever written. Someone better stop me, or else I'm just gonna fucking talk to myself here. Fanboy out on the best story ever. Oh boy, you guys are asking for it. So there's this situation people found themselves back in history, back in real life history, before the world was connected, if you want to imagine there ever was such a time. And these explorers, right, they didn't have airplanes, they sailed on boats. And all they knew of the existence of was what they had contact with. And to sail to a new island and say find a new like race or culture of people with like genetic differences was practically the same thing as Star Trek, where there's like different humanoid races on different planets. The Klingon, the humans, I'm not knowledgeable in Star Trek, but you can imagine, right? There's these different sorts of humanoids on different planets, and that the normal humans, like the show portrays the main characters like ourselves, you know, fly this place to a distant land, and of course, outer space would be the ocean waters in comparison. They go there, and they'd come to some planet with humanoids, but different somehow. They'd have different thoughts about the world. They'd have a different culture and traditions, and a different religion, a different language. They ate different foods, and it'd be such an adventure going traveling to all these different places and meeting all these different groups of people. You know, all their peculiarities. And something like that is portrayed in the story One Piece, where the world, it's actually a world that's been flooded somehow, where there are no continents. All that exists are many, many, many islands to different degrees of size. And oh boy, stop me anytime. I will just go on. There was this pirate, because there's superpowers in this story. There was this pirate who was he was a good guy, which is great for the world. He was a good guy, but he was so freaking strong, and his crew was so freaking tough. He traveled the world, collected so much treasure because he's a pirate, and he just had the adventure of a lifetime that anyone could wish for. But around the age of like 40, he got an incurable illness. And it just so turns out, like this world, there was a governmental institution that actually calls themselves, very honestly and upfront, the world government. And there's an ancient Tartarian war and history that's involved in the story. I'll get to that later if I get the chance. There's a world government with an agenda to shape the world in their image and resist and take down anyone who goes against their way of shaping the world. But a pirate, you know, is there any more potent symbol of a man who lives life by his own rules than a pirate? He's pretty much like a cowboy or an outlaw. You know, this guy's gonna do what he wants to do, especially if he has a crew to walk the walk as he talks the talk. So I'm a pirate. I'm gonna sail the open seas, travel wherever I want to go, say whatever I want to say, do whatever I want to do. Luckily, this strongest guy in the world, the most powerful crew, you know, he's a nice guy. So even though he had the power to do whatever he wanted, he wasn't causing too much trouble. He's even going around solving injustices. But the thing is, he got this incurable disease. And so he said, hey, crew of mine, I'm going to die in a couple years. So why don't you and I take a lap around the world? And there's a globe Earth in this story. Why don't we take a lap around the world and have one last great adventure? Because I'm going to die soon. They all agree. And they go sail around having the adventure of a lifetime, the journey, man. And at the end of it, he says, all right, everybody leave me alone. I want nothing to do with you. And he sends them off on their own. The crew is disbanded. And the government that's been trying to track him down all this time, he actually turns himself in to them. Because instead of just lying in a deathbed, you know, fucking suffering, hooked up in machines as he dies, he says, why don't I go out with a bang and get executed on live television, broadcast to the entire world, so that everyone gets to see my death. I don't just die alone with my crew watching me on the ship in my captain's quarters. Why don't I die in some glorious manner up on a big stage where everyone's like, oh my God, the Pirate King's death. We're all watching it. It's like the Super Bowl of Super Bowls. So he turns himself in, and the whole world is watching because they're convinced that the world government finally tracked down the world's most wanted criminal. And before he's assassinated, he's up on the gallows. Someone in the crowd says, hey, Pirate King, because that's kind of the term that the public gave him. He never called himself that. He's just a guy living his life, being free. But someone says, hey, Pirate King, as he became, as he came to be known, as he came to be known as, say, hey, Pirate King, man, you must have the fucking most awesome, like, booty you've collected in all your journeys. Throughout all your travels, being free, going wherever you want. You must be so rich, have all this treasure that you found on your journeys. Where is it now that you're gonna die? You know, like, can I have it? You know, where's your freaking treasure you've amassed? And he says, oh, you want my treasure, huh? I hid it. Ha 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 ha. I took all my treasure. I didn't split up to my crew. I didn't give it to my son. I didn't give it to my wife. I didn't give it to my right hand man, my first mate. Nah, I put it all in one big pile somewhere, and it's yours if you want. Because I didn't even tell my crew where I put it, man. I took all this treasure. I went out one day and I fucking just stashed it somewhere. I don't need it anymore. It's yours if you want it, but you're gonna have to find it, troll face. And then that sparked a revolution in the world. Where they thought they were killing the symbol of piracy and freedom, he turned his death into a fucking beacon of hope that lit a flame in all these different souls. Where there's only a certain amount of pirates in the world at some point. Then he said the world's greatest treasure, the greatest treasure you could ever find. Yeah, I mean, it's just out there. I put it on one of the islands of the world. All you gotta do is be the first person to come across it, and it's yours. Finders keepers. And half the world fucking turned into sailors right there in that instant. They said, oh shit, I'm gonna be the one to find it. It's mine. I'm gonna go out there. But the ocean is a dangerous place. Many ships out there with powerful crews. And became a very like, tumultuous. Is that the word? Environment. You got all these different people now seeking the Pirate King's hidden treasure. The main character of the story, that's his dream. He says, I am going to journey to find the Pirate King's treasure, and when I find it, I'm going to be the Pirate King.
Hey, Fundamental, back again.
Hey, what's up, bro?
So who's the Pirate King?
The Pirate King is Gol. His name is Gol. Gol. That's his first name. His last name is Roger. His middle initial is D. But the reputation that the world government started calling him, because there's actually this secret metaphysical lineage, which is, the story hasn't finished, right? The story is ongoing. It's been going on for the past 25 years, and one of the ongoing mysteries is that there's so many characters, good and evil, with the middle initial D, and his name was Gold D. Roger, but the government called him Gold Roger because they understand, like some sort of secret Illuminati who understands some sort of metaphysical strain that flows through reality, that people with the middle initial D, which is still an unsolved mystery to even me, the reader, is a sign that Gold Roger himself said, people with the middle initial D are marked by the will of D, and the people marked with the will of D are the natural enemies of the gods. But there are an Illuminati called the Celestial Dragons, who are viewed of the royal gods of this world. They live on the highest mountain of this world, and they have slaves, and they're actually the controlling puppets that the world government serves in a sort of compartmentalized manner, where the Navy soldiers and the vice admirals and the admirals and the fleet captains, they don't really understand, except for the fleet admiral himself, which is the one person who has contact with a council of 5 called the Gorosei, which the world government with the leader, the president of the world government, it's called a fleet admiral. He's given his orders by the Gorosei, a council of 5 elders. And that's all we've known for the past 20 years. But recently, in the past few years, we found out that the Gorosei actually gets their orders from a secret, shadowy figure, god of the entire world called Emu. And so there is, and for some reason, the Gorosei make sure that the world government that's under their control support the Celestial Dragons, these royal bloodlines. They don't really do anything important. They just have some sort of status. But yeah, the Pirate King is just the dude who, with all this fucking godly power of Emu and the Gorosei and the entire world government army as a force behind one sort of agenda, the Pirate King is just the dude who fucking made a pirate, his own personal crew so strong because superpowers exist in this world. They had the superpowers, they had the strength, they had everything, that it didn't matter what kind of powers exist officially in this world. No one's gonna tell them what to do. They're the Pirate King and the Pirate King's crew, and they do what they want. And they're the only people who can really, really, absolutely stand up to the corrupt, authoritative forces of the world. But his name is Goldie Roger, and he did whatever the fuck he wanted, despite the fucking corrupt system that exists in the world.
And where did you hear about this guy?
Oh, this is just an anime called One Piece. And
dude, I One Piece sounds cool, Jeremy. Or Fundy. I always think you're Jeremy for some reason.
It's all right.
No, One Piece sounds cool. I do want to watch it, but dude, I honestly urge you, because you sound like a person that enjoys storylines, enjoys really in-depth stories.
Hell yeah.
Let me sell you Warhammer 40K real quick.
I'm already sold. Yeah, but
What?
go ahead. Tell me what you like about it.
Well, I like it's just so all encompassing. Like I
I
could
know it
sit
is.
yeah, I
It's
could sit
just
here
like
and
One Piece, man. It's got
exact
all
yeah.
the things. Yeah. I've talked to enough people about Warhammer 4000. I know that it's right at the same vein as One Piece, man. And I have respect from it, even though I've never read it or played the games or whatever. But I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, this is the thing is like Fundy, you just got to get into 40K. So when you go into story time mode, you can just sit here and tell us like endless 40K stories. That'd be awesome. No, but
Someday.
I'm just kidding.
It's sort of like but like if I get into it, I mean, you guys probably won't see me for a couple years because it's that like intricate, right? Like 40K, man. Like it's so vast.
Dude,
Like that
no.
spend years.
No. You could legitimately read something new about Warhammer 40K for the rest of your life. Like it's that big. Like you wouldn't. There's no
Exactly.
end to. Yeah, there's no end to it because it's like it's so all encompassing. And like I don't, I know I'm not sure One Piece is too, but it's just like it's just the manner in which they've created the entire like
It's ending
everything
in
that I know
5
now is
years.
like it was like all the stories I knew like pre 40K. It was just like yeah, Star Wars and like all these other different animes and stuff that like
Star
but
Trek.
now that I've learned about 40K, like all of those other stories take place now inside of like the 40K like worldview.
That's
Like it's
exactly
sort
how
of
One
got
Piece
my
is. Yeah. I can. So there's like a few stories or television shows or whatever that I think are like the most syncretistic stories that exist. Like they are the long epic stories that contain every other story inside of them. Like in One Piece, like all Nordic mythology exists. Christian mythology exists. Humpty Dumpty, Little Red Riding Hood, all the stories I grew up on, they are small like episodes within a larger epic that has taken all of these different characters and like archetypes of like characters and stories and cram them all into one world where they interact with each other. And I know that's exactly like 40K and stuff. But like you said, all these other stories exist within this larger story. And yeah, that's why like that's what I've heard about it, and that's why I respect it, even though I don't know much about it. But some stories, man, that they just do that thing. They take all the stories that have ever existed in reality that we've all heard about, and they just cram all of those messages into one like all-encompassing epic narrative. And like I love that so much. And of course, the main character of One Piece has turned out recently after like 25 years. He's just been revealed to be a sun god. And of course he is, right? The main character of every story is always, the Christ, the sun god. Although I don't know if 40K has like a main character. It doesn't, right?
yeah, it would be the Emperor. You could well, no, it's not like the main character, of course. Like that, you could argue like you could argue any race or any Xenos race in 40K could be its own like central storyline and like hub. Like yeah, there's humanity's storyline in 40K, which is a long sprawling thing that has unfolded. Well, it's obviously in the 41st millennium, right? Which right now we're in like way before that. So like in the 40K storyline, like right now humanity is like a very young. We're like primitive. This is like super primitive, right? Whereas like we just found the internet. Like this is like we have like if the if the architecture of the universe is true and we can travel to the ends of the universe one day, it's like we're in the baby infancy stage right now. It's like we have way longer to go. And in fact, in the 40K storyline, like where I think, and I could be wrong about this, like where humanity eventually like gets its a gene. It's called I believe it's called like the seeker gene or something. I mean, I could have this wrong on. It's not the psychers. They're like the people that are able to travel in space. The travelers, we'll call them or whatever. And they basically came into existence through just our evolution, just like through natural sort of breeding at a certain point in that, like thousands and thousands of years down the line, that genetic code basically like expressed itself. It was like a time unlocked thing. It was like, all right, you've reached this time now. This like sort of code is released in your thing, and that basically enabled them to like travel space or whatever. But that didn't happen until like 10,000 or whatever. So it's like, even if we have the ability to like travel space or can make the machines, it's like, yeah, no, you actually need some like super enlightened like psychic warrior to like be able to like guide you through space, because like let's like, and it's realistic too, right? Because like obviously this whole like NASA thing is like a joke. We're not going to be like actually traveling to the next galaxy, right, in a rocket, right? That's ridiculous. It's the speeds and the time and the nothing makes sense. So if there is something to space travel, it's more like in the 40K universe where
Okay.
yeah, it's like the thing about 40K, dude, is it's super realistic. And there's like certain things that are a little bit far fetched that are like, oh, totally down the future, but it's like the most realistic, like brick and mortar, like thing that you can relate with. It's like, because there is, and the cool thing about 40K though too is like the lore is debated. Like I've never met a story like where it's like literally endlessly debated. Like people, there's certain things that are not clear that are muddied in the history of 40K. Like for instance,
Yeah.
like the beginning of 40K is very muddy. There exists very little literature and stuff like within the realm of the actual story that it's like leaves a lot of up to speculation and certain things. But it's like
Every time I talk about One Piece, someone brings up 40K, and they bring it up because of like what I express about One Piece. I know 40K is One Piece on steroids to a degree. Like I know that there's like more material there than exists in One Piece, but like I get it, because every time I talk about One Piece, someone who's familiar with 40K, they bring it up, and like I get it, like, but like how would someone approach getting into 40K? Is there like a volume 1, 2, 3, and you just start at the bottom,
yeah,
work
dude,
your
what
way
I
up?
would, yeah, there's plenty of books. Where I sort of started was a general, like there's like YouTube channels. I'll give you the one. There's like, his name is Lutien09, and it's called Warhammer 40,000. He's gonna walk you through like they're like 3 hour long videos of him just sort of like poetically walking you through all of the different theories and all of the different like things, and he'll start you off at basically like the beginning, or the sort of like, because like yeah, it's just the written beginning of the universe.
Is there a single author?
No, there's a whole bunch. Yeah, so yeah, it's Games Workshop. The Games Workshop like owns the story or whatever to 40K, and I don't play the game. I don't want to sell anyone the game. I don't play the game. I literally just like listen to the 40K story. I want to read the
What do you
literature
mean
and stuff.
game? Like a board game or a video
Yeah,
game?
it's like a tabletop board game. I don't play it.
Okay.
It's super expensive, and it's just kind of silly. I don't like that style of game. It's cool for like whoever does it, but like, I just purely like the story. But yeah, it's Games Workshop who basically releases a lot of the codexes that have the sort of main overarching like themes of the story.
Do you think it's possible? This is gonna sound weird, but do you find it like reasonably possible that this group that you're saying is the root of its like a creation like actually made it on their own? Or do you think that it would take like something way more knowledgeable than this like small group of a couple guys or something, or this team?
I would say it is quite a feat. I would say that no, it's totally within the realm of possibility for a complex story like this to evolve over time and in the depth of it. I mean, I do think that they potentially have tapped into something because of how grandiose the story is.
Sometimes I think,
yeah.
Sometimes I think because One Piece is claimed to be written by a single author, and he started it when he was like 17. Sometimes I think like, okay, like how much research could you have done by the time you were 17? Because the story of like its creation is that this author had the entire story written in his head before he wrote the first chapter, and it's over 1,000 chapters, and everything is tied together in such a fucking amazing world building and foreshadowing way. And its involvement and its references to all these different like traditions and mythologies in this intricate manner where like everything blends together involving like real life
He
inspiration
didn't write it.
in the way it's told. It's just like I don't think any 17-year-old could actually have had all this information and experience with all these different traditions and mythologies and whatever, that he could actually be the sole source author of this story. Like I have a hard time believing that it really is just a guy who made a story up in his head and is sharing it week by week, releasing chapters. And I get the same vibe from 40K. It's like, oh yeah, this is best story ever told that involves references to everything and touches upon all the greatest philosophical concepts. It's just, oh, there's just a group of guys making a game and making some lore for it. But I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just like unbelievable, though. It's like
It's
how
ridiculous. Yeah, it's
the
ridiculous.
same with the Bible. Like I
The
don't consider the
Bible, you
Bible to
could
just be like legitimate how like I was told it is, but at the same time, I don't know how people could just make it up.
you could say the same thing about Tolkien, right? J.R. Tolkien, or any other greatest.
I'm less familiar with that, but I respect your opinion on that. Sure.
Yeah, he's got quite a universe that he created too, or even like Frank Herbert's Dune. They all have pretty similar. And again, but like all of those take place in 40K to me. It's 40K wraps all of that up for me. And it does.
Right.
It does. And well, what's funny about 40K and a little bit more of an intro is it's what's known as called like it's grim dark. So it's like it is very dark. Sort of the main like slogan of 40K is like in the far future, there's basically only in the grim dark future there's only like war basically, and that's true. I mean, I guess if you're gonna if the architecture of the universe is actually true, right, contrary to what us flat earthers believe, right, so if there is like a universe out there that's like ready for us to explore when we go to it, dude, like you better bet there's gonna be like crazy fucking like forms of like alien life that probably want you dead, and it'd probably be in your best interest to like start a giant military and combat these fuckers that want you dead. One of the interesting things in 40K is, and one of the most like unknowns, I guess you could say, threats to mankind in 40K is a race known as the Tyranids, and the Tyranids are basically actually
Let me ask. Are they a Borg hive mind? Because that seems
they're
to be
kind
the
of hive mindish. Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think I may have told you about this.
Off. No. I'm only guessing that based on what I've heard. A certain guy talk about Star Trek, and I've never seen Star Trek, but that like the ultimate enemy is this like corporation. This Borg. They call it the Borg. Is this like hive mind thing that wants everyone to join them, and like all they're trying to do is like brainwash people into like becoming one of their collective soldiers, right? And that they want to achieve like universal dominance by like just like putting a microchip in everyone's brain or brain whatever, right, to get everyone all linked together in unity.
So there's sort of you could think of it like that. Not actually little is known about the Tyranid. Actually, a lot is known about them, but very little is also known about them in totality, in retrospect, because like basically the Tyranids in 40K are they don't know where they come from. Mankind has conquered the galaxy in 40K. Basically, they have basically conquered the galaxy. So all the planets within the galaxy. It took them, thousands and thousands and thousands of years, basically 30,000 years to like conquer the entire galaxy from start to end. But the Tyranids, they don't know where they come from. They come from possibly outside of the known galaxy. They don't know how big the Tyranid fleet is, but basically it is some sort of like organic hive mind. What's interesting about the Tyranids is that they are completely organic, like biological. They don't have any technology at all, but they are actually able to traverse like the galaxy or the universe, right? All of their ships and everything is just biological.
Oh, that's weird.
Right.
Like they're like inside a bird, like giant, like space traveling birds or something, to put it in a certain way. I mean, that's probably not how it is, but
they're all like biological, sort of like
even their transportation, though.
Yeah, like think like spores, think like crazy mutating spores that like rapidly breed super quick. Like, okay, so the thing with the Tyranids is that like as soon as they're in your like atmosphere, as soon as the Tyranids basically show up in your atmosphere, your planet basically has like 90 days to live. It's done. So as soon as the Tyranids show up, it's like from that point on, their basically main goal is to reap every single biological life form on your planet until it's like dust. They're basically going to completely and utterly just turn your entire planet into a desolate, barren wasteland, reap all of the biological mass into like these pools and vats and send it back up to their ship, and then just like on to the next zone, on to the next planet. So like they'll completely, and they travel in these like fleets. They're so big that they're basically like invisible. It's like crazy. They create some like weird hive mind invisibility shield or something like that. But they're a big threat to humanity in the 40K storyline because one, they're basically all about just completely leveling planets of all biological life forms, and they're just like in and out really quick, and they're very like cumbersome because they're in many numbers. Like they multiply, and when you kill one, it's sort of just, it's like, there's thousands and thousands of others, and while they are easy to sort of kill, but there's all different like levels of like these Tyranid life forms that they can be. There's huge like grotesque abominations and things that are like super crazy. And so the Tyranids are very interesting and very mysterious in the storyline. But they're a cool
what's
place
your
to
experience with this story? Would you consider yourself someone like well known on all there is to know, or have
No.
you just kind of like dabbled into it?
Yeah, dude, I've just dabbled into it, and I want to get to that point where I can just sit here and just like belt off like crazy.
Yeah,
40K
some
stories. This is just
references to me. Yeah, and we just fucking geek out on it, right?
Yeah, it's funny. Like I sort of sold my friend on 40K. I kind of got him on it. He's like totally obsessed with it now. And I'm like, yeah, dude. Well, he's always been kind of a nerdy dude. We've played like Magic and stuff. Not so much anymore, but like I just sold him on the story, and he's like all about it because I mean, it sort of is like when you get it to it in the proper context, it's like, oh, okay, I get it. It is sort of like insane, and then maybe it's not for everyone, but again, I mean, it sort of incorporates
It's for me.
all the cool aspects of like everything into a story, right? Like technology, AI, right? Like morality, like gods, space
Yeah, let me say
travel.
something real quick. There's this idea I have of a person who has distilled all of the qualities and aspects and archetypes of storytelling in their mind, where there's never going to be a story they like watch that they don't understand as they watch it, like the detailed breakdown of what they're witnessing. Like they understand, like, oh, like this, like once upon a time there wasn't an understanding on the 5 stages of grief or something, right? You know what I'm talking about? The 5 stages of grief. That might be like wrong, but like someone came along and was just like, oh, I see these people, like something horrible happens to them. The typical example, like a breakup, like a romantic relationship breakup, right? Or whatever the typical situation is, where it's like, okay, there's grief, and then the first stage is like sadness, and then there's denial, and then there's bargaining, and then there's acceptance and stuff like that. And there are these like archetypes that can be broke down into like their arrangement and the order they come in common ways, where someone who has this understanding before anyone else did, he might like see some person get dumped, and they say, hey, watch this person's going to start trying to bargain or something, or deny things, and then oh, surely enough, that's what happens, right? Because they understand this breakdown of the, like, I call it the geometry of psychology or psychological processes, or pattern or geometry, you know what I mean? And I think that this really can be done. Like this can be done. This understanding of overarching general archetypes that all stories boil down into. Like if you've ever come across that whole like hero's journey cycle, chart, right? I don't know who made that, but you probably came across it before, right? The hero's journey cycle.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
Right. And there's different types of stories that can be told that don't follow that same blueprint. But how many different stories are there that can be told? Because if there's only a certain amount of archetypes, then there's like a factorial you could do where you just multiply all the options. Like if you have 6 dice, how many possible versions of those 6 dice could ever be rolled as a result? Right? There's like 1,528 different versions of how 6 different dice could be rolled in whatever order they landed. You know what I mean? And I think stories and the way they develop and stuff are sort of similar to that, where someone might come to understand all the different pathways, like elements of stories. And first of all, how many different elements can a story have? Well, there's characters. Well, that's one, right? There's backstories, there's motivations, there's changes in perspective, there's whatever. And I feel like out there, maybe even like some specialists in Hollywood, or if you've ever heard of the movie Underneath the Silver Lake. You ever heard that movie?
No, I haven't.
So in Underneath the Silver Lake, the movie is about a conspiracy theorist, or really just a problem-solving pattern recognizer sort of guy. And he's just living his life, but he can't help, and I haven't seen the movie, but this is what I understand about it. I could be wrong. But, he's just living his life, and he starts noticing that, like, these pop songs and these movies and these, like, artworks on cereal boxes, they all kind of seem like they're hinting towards some sort of unified sort of like message that if you put in the effort, you can kind of uncover the mystery, and it's apparent everywhere. And it's more of an extreme version of what I think is happening in real life through some means. And he ends up following the clues, and he's like this big Kurt Cobain fan or Nirvana fan, and he ends up like following the clues to where he comes across this underground cave where this musician lives, and he has this conversation with this piano player underneath the Silver Lake, and the piano player kind of spills the beans because he plans on shooting the main character after he's done, just like an evil villain will like say like all the details of his evil plan to the hero before he kills the hero, just because they love gloating or explaining how brilliant they are. The piano player, he goes on this long, elaborate fucking explanation of how he's 80 years old, and he's the guy who's written all the top 10 chart famous songs over the past 80 years. And that he's the one who understands how to write a comedic song, how to write a dance song, how to write a love ballad wedding song, how to write a grungy, rebellious toned, song, right? And that he's the guy that all the rock bands that are made famous are actually just cover bands that get credit because it's a secret conspiracy, that he's the one who writes the songs, and then they find bands to play his songs and be like the figureheads for. But that all of the music industry and the music they put out to the masses is like a controlled operation as a social engineering plan, and that he's just a person with the skill set to pump out whatever sort of like musical creation that the system needs made in order to steer the populace in a certain direction. And then they find bands to like take the credit for it. But as long as like the message and the tone gets out there, like the system is control of what songs are considered hits and that are played on the radios, and it's all artificial. And he does this like 10-minute ballad of like linking one song. He goes like, "I want it that way," and then he starts playing some Nirvana, and it all just links into each other because it's all his. I think you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Cool.
and I think it ties into like I think that's an extreme representation of something similar to what's going on in reality. I think that the makers of this movie understood that they were trying to communicate a message that is in somewhat to a different degree actually happening, but that isn't just like one person on a piano that they hire to write all the songs, but that there is some agenda that they have their hand in social engineering, and that he's just a symbolic just a symbolic representation of this this cog in their machine that they operate. I think I forgot the major point that I was trying to get to there, but still, it's you should watch that scene. You can just search out. You can search on YouTube the piano player under the Silver Lake, and you'll absolutely get the scene that I'm talking about. And I think you already understand what I'm getting at, but you'll definitely understand it if you watch that scene all the way through. It's like 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, no doubt. No, that sounds really cool. And I mean, to reflect on sort of a few things that you said earlier too, and I mean about the different archetypes and possibilities of stories that can be told.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I believe it was with either like Alan Watts or like who was the other guy?
Terrence McKenna?
No, not McKenna. The fucking Carl Jung, I believe.
Oh, sure.
Carl Jung was saying that there's like he's like 14 different archetypes of like a story that you can tell or whatever, and it's sort of like similar to the idea that like, well, right, there's only like 12 notes you can really play on a piano or like on an instrument, right? And
12
right, like
archetypes.
there's only X amount of colors that we can really even see or mix, and so within those combinations, there is like this sort of like finite limitation, I guess you could say, on
like a factorial.
Yeah, but I mean, within that,
like if there's 12,
still a lot of wiggle room, right? And we can
absolutely.
We are sort of limited.
It's more complicated than that.
Yeah, and it's even more complicated than that, right? Like even our language, right? We're sort of limited to the context of and to the extent of our language.
26 letters, but millions of words.
Well, I mean, what do they say? There's only they also say that there's only like 87 expressible emotions. Like your face is only capable of expressing 87 different like sort of emotions.
I've never heard. Okay, so I love what you just said, and I wanna see some shit about that because I've said this so many times. The things in life I'm most fascinated in researching are the things that come in like a hardcore, concrete, set amount of options. Like there are only 5 platonic solids, and fuck you. That's all. That's it. Yeah, don't try to disagree with me because there's just 5. End of story. There's 5 platonic solids, and there will never be more, and there'll never be less. It's how it is. It's a fact about reality. Or the same thing goes with like a triangle is like 3 sides is the number that polygons start with. You can't have a 2-sided shape. Fuck you if you disagree. Like that's it. And I love the shit that's like, yeah, this is the amount this is the amount of options you have, and there's no way to disagree with it.
You'll really like this video because I think you may have even seen it, but like this is along the idea that there are 5 platonic solids, and I'll link this in chat right here for everyone. This is a pretty cool video that sort of brushed on that. But the guy explores, right? Yeah, there's like the 5 platonic solids, but the polyhedral expressions of those, like the polyhedrons, there's actually more polyhedrons and then just the 5. Well, there are the 5 platonic solids or whatever, but he goes into the actual
there's the
shapes and
Archimedean
stuff.
solids.
There's I think he breaks it down. There's 48. Check it out in Livestream. You should watch that. It's really cool. It's really worth the watch. It's very interesting. But he breaks it down, and there's like all these different ways to actually make a polyhedra. Which is
I know about this. So this is combining the 5 platonic solids with the 13 Archimedean solids, and then reversing one rule that now they can be like concave and like dip into themselves, which offers up a few more options. And
Yeah.
I got this really cool chart that has them all like depicted, and as long as you're willing to make one exception at a time, you can like extend this out to like a I think around like 140 or so. Um, like the 5 platonic solids, they have some rules that define them, and those rules that define them, there are no exceptions. But then once you allow there to be like different faces, well, now there's all of a sudden like 13 different options. And then if you allow it to be like concave instead of convex, now there's 48 options. And so on and so on. As long as you're willing to like make one exception, you can extend this. And I find the numbers that are available that are filled in these options, I find that number sequence to be really interesting. Okay, so like 5, 13, 48, 138, like the way it progresses is extremely interesting because it's all based on like geometric logic. Yeah, it's super cool when things come in these set amounts. I think that's where a lot of truth lies to be understood. These things that we really get down to the bottom, especially through geometry or mathematics, where it's like, yeah, this is it. It's like a universal form of understanding relationships. Such as like, even though it's obvious, there's something very profound that if you have a quantity, the only thing you can do with it is lessen it or greater it. Like an amount can only increase or decrease, and like dividing or multiplying is only just in like a simplified manner of speaking of adding or subtracting. Like multiplication and division don't really exist. It's just like sort of a glorified term for a sequence of subtracting or addition or subtraction.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting as well. Yeah, I don't know what to bounce off of that, but no, math is really cool, and I mean that's how, like the mathematical models of the fractal geometries and stuff, the Mandelbrot set, which is really interesting, right? Like before, I guess they had theorized of the Mandelbrot set, like before they were able to like actually express it or like make it inside because it's just like an equation or whatever that does it with imaginary numbers or something like that, and it's like it's pretty cool that we sort of found that mathematical expression that did that. The fractal is pretty interesting.
Yeah, and in the Mandelbrot set exists the Fibonacci sequence. They're absolutely related, and like how the Mandelbrot set has that like central like hub, weird sort of like almost heart shape, and then like there's like smaller versions of it branching out.
Yeah.
There's a video, I think it's authored, or it's narrated by this woman professor. That's how you know you got it right. It's like this ginger girl, and she's interviewed in a number file video, and she explains like in a really obvious way where you can detect the Fibonacci sequence in the layout of the Mandelbrot set. And it's really just all about like considering the sizes of like I don't know, for lack of better words, like the tumors growing off of the main thing. They have certain sizes, and each of them has like growths coming off of them. And if you like number it by size, each of those growths will have like, oh, this one has like 1, and this one has 2, and this one has 3 and 5 and 8 and 13, and it'll follow that pattern. And she'll do a way better job explaining it than me. But it seems like, just like I was saying about the person who understands all these archetypes and how they get along and the different types of stories, and if you got 6 dice, there are a certain amount of options that they can be rolled in. It just seems like, to me, to tie back to the storytelling, that someone may come to understand the general themes and movements or ways of expression of like story elements, where it is just like the die, and that there really are like a set amount of general themes a story can take. It's sort of like how Netflix can take its whole catalog and break it down into 20 or 30 or so genres to categorize and classify all of its videos by. Oh, you want horror? Do you want thriller? Do you want action? You know what? And of course, there's crossover. Of course, but there is just like, if you got 6 die, you're gonna have a 6, 5, a 1, a 2, whatever, right? There's gonna be different combinations as opposed to all 6s or all 5s or all 1s of these certain amount of dice you roll. But it's just, I think that like the author of One Piece or the author of 40K or this group, they must have some sort of understanding of all the different permutations in a general sense that a story can go down. Because if you're going to touch upon everything, like, these people understand, like, they've figured out a method so that they're not going to leave anything out. They know what their options are, and if there's one they haven't done yet, it's just because they're waiting to take that path. But they're aware of that path, and they're just waiting until the right time to involve it in the overall narrative and introduce it. I'd like to have that understanding someday of almost anything, really. Like, I'm not sure I have that level of understanding of almost anything in life, but I know that some people, I think that some people do. They kind of got it all figured out. Not in every sense, but in some direction or in some form. Like, I think there's some people that just got it all figured out. Sort of like how, like, propaganda or, I don't know, like psychological influence. I think this is like an ancient art that's been understood for a long time, and that there's people who understand exactly what strings to pull and what buttons to push to influence the masses in a certain way. That we're kind of their playthings if we don't think too hard about what we take in through media.
Oh, well, this is
Like,
this is what MK Ultra was designed to do, right? And this is what I always tell everyone. It's like it's like MK Ultra never like officially ended, right? Like, oh yeah, there were, like on papers, like, yeah, MK Ultra like ended, but it's like, no, it didn't, right? Like, MK Ultra was like basically the study of like how to like program, how to like pragmatically go about like breaking a human down into like blocks and components, and like basically learning and programming that human, right?
and
From those like basic,
to think
like
something
rudimentary.
like a human, to think that something like a human and its psychology is understood to where another person can be your plaything if you have the resources to, like, if they have a TV and they're going to watch what you want them to watch, to think a human is something so well understood that you could pretty much influence them in whatever direction you want to a degree. That's what I'm talking about. There's some people in certain fields, they got it all figured out to as much as a person can figure something out. But I mean, that's a powerful position to be in that I think some people have.
I personally think that they figured this out for a very long time.
Well, yeah, like I said, it's an ancient art. Yeah, it's an ancient, well understood art. I think it goes back thousands of years of how a human ticks.
MK Ultra is, right? I think like people have this idea that MK Ultra is like them kidnapping you and putting you in a chair and opening your eyes permanently so you'll be forced to watch something or whatever. I think it's much more sophisticated than that, right? I think you guys remember the "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud" a song by James Brown? Well, songs like that got black so-called black people to call themselves black. And what did that do for them? Well, it got them to identify as a specific race, right? No nationality, right? There is no Blacklandia around there. But the people like the song. They saw the color of their skin. Hey, black. I guess we're black. And now because James Brown say it louder, I'm black and I'm proud. Now every time they sign paperwork, they put black. And they have no idea where they got influence from. They just simply like the song. That's what I think MK Ultra is about.
Sure, man. See, the thing is that people are different, and people are more similar than they are different, of course. But there's always going to be what I call cracks among humanity. Like some people are women, some people are men. That's a difference. Like I say, a crack that can never be healed, right? Healing is, or healed is definitely like the wrong choice of words. I understand that. You know what I mean? Like there's going to be differences amongst people. In fact, you know, from me to my brother, the person who I would be most similar to, me and my even twin brother, right? There's still going to be differences between me and even the most similar person to me. And the controllers, or the manipulators, or the people who want to take advantage of others, they understand that humanity will always be naturally divided by natural differences, because differences are divides. And what they do, just like a mason splitting a rock, is they find a crack, they put a wedge in that crack, even just a little bit, anything they can get their little, little what do you call it? Chisel or whatever into, right? And then they hammer it slowly to force the gap, and they make it wider and wider and wider. And this ties into the whole divide and conquer. And the thing that most of us here are aware of are those obvious divide and conquer techniques that we're not going to fall for, but the opponents of ours that we have, they're always going to have this trick up their sleeve, and it's always something that must be resisted, to just stay grounded on how small of differences people truly have, and not to let anyone get in the middle of us and force the gap wider than it naturally would be, because we're all so the same, really, when it comes down to it. And these small differences, they're so minute and minuscule, that's all they ever need to be. And they can even be like appreciated because it's fun that way. It's the only reason life is interesting, is that we have differences. But because there always will be differences, there's always going to be the opportunity for people to take advantage of those small cracks between us, and transmute it in an evil fashion from something that's great and fun and makes life interesting into something that evil people can take advantage of and try to turn a molehill into a mountain, if I said that correctly. And so many people fall for this just easy technique, where people who want to divide and conquer us just take this small little difference and turn and wedge themselves between it and force themselves in the middle of us and turn this small crack into a huge fucking chasm. And we kind of allow it to a degree, but that's because most people are good-hearted, trusting, loving people, and they don't expect that there's these people so different than them that are willing to take these horrible, evil measures to get what they want, and take advantage of people, unlike the natural, normal person who wouldn't be so fucking conniving and awful and malicious. And people are different, but that doesn't have to result in anything, violent. But people are going to take advantage of these differences and just create something way larger than it ever had to be, and take something fun and turn it into something fucking nasty. It's stupid. But let me ask you, Matrix, because I don't think this is possible. But do you ever think that like world peace is achievable? Sorry, I ran too long. Anyone else then? You think world peace is achievable?
I once heard a good statement. I don't know if it was true. I think I heard Jaron say it, but it always stuck with me. He's like, "Yeah, if everyone could take care of the person to the left and to their right, we would have like world peace, right?" It's like an idea that simple.
It does sound really simple, but then like say we achieve world peace, then takes the maintenance of no one getting angry with each other. And I mean, that's gonna happen. People are shallow often, and they're gonna, like I said, make a big deal out of a small situation. And so there's gonna be flare-ups, right? It's sort of like your human body. Like, you're pretty much healthy most of the time, but then I don't know, you might have some sort of fucking flare-up, or you might drink too much one night and have a hangover. But then just give it time, treat yourself right, and it'll heal.
Yeah, Sign, that thing you said reminded me of I like concerts. I think like they used to do this like in like Grateful Dead shows and stuff, where they would be like, everybody like hug the guy on your left and hug the person on your right, and then everyone's like hugging each other, and then essentially like everybody gets a hug. So yeah, just made me think of that.
Yeah, and like on paper, it's like it's practical, right? Yeah, it's just like if everyone literally just loved the person and took care of the person to the left and to the right of them,
yeah,
then the world could literally be a perfect place. But
it's like everyone's being taken care of at that point. Yeah, and
exactly, it's like everyone's good, but it's like obviously it's like a lot harder than that, right? But the idea is there. It's like there, like it makes sense. It's like it's concrete. It's like it's pragmatic. Like it's all we need to do, right? It's so tangible. It's so feasible, but it's really not. Like, and I get Jeremy's point. Like, yeah, world peace is sort of this it's almost unattainable, right? Like,
well, I'm not Jeremy, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fundy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no big deal. But I mean, the thing is though, like, I think utopia is impossible just in its definition, but I think we could get pretty close, and I think it takes work and vigilance and discipline to like maintain that position of like semi-utopia. And I think we'd all be pretty freaking happy, even like 90% there. Just dealing with the 10% that flare ups to like 15 or 20 every once in a while, and we put that to bed and just deal with the issue as it arises. It doesn't matter. Like, yeah, but I mean, how would you just, if utopia versus what's the opposite of utopia? Fucking doomsday or whatever. Between like a 100 to 0 chart, like what would you describe like today, like this, like right now, as on that chart between 0 and 100?
I mean,
it's tough,
question.
Huh? Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, yeah, I don't think we're at by any means a utopia, right? I mean, that would imply that there's like no homeless people like suffering on the street. No one's like, everyone's
right. No one's starving to death, thirsting to death. Yeah.
I would say we're getting farther and farther away from that. But I mean, I don't know, like in which direction, right? Because like this is like the whole like thing with it, like the whole the Malthusian population control, right? Like that whole Malthusian worldview is like, population growth is exponential and human resources are like linear, right? And like, okay, we have to do something to like curb the population.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a complaining bitch who's like, just being all pessimistic and stuff, but I also don't want to be like naive and optimistic to an unreasonable degree where because I could easily say, right, like, oh, I live in America and I have 3 meals a day and I have a roof over my head. Like, how much more could I ask for? It's like, well, I sound like a spoiled brat, but I actually want a lot more than this for myself and the world, as well as that sounds. But and I think Americans can also have like a over exaggerated like view of the suffering of the rest of the world. But then also I have no fucking clue. If like not me personally, like what is the average state like living conditions of like if you took all of the countries, blend them all together, what is the average like lifestyle and living conditions of a person all added up and averaged together, right? Because that's kind of what we're talking about in the sense of like how close is this world to utopia. Well, let's take an average, right? I'm way too ignorant of like world operations and like global politics.
It's probably below poverty level in America if you're doing it worldwide.
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking, because I mean, I'd like to involve everyone and not discount anyone's life. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong, and that sounds friggin' stupid, yo. I mean, is this even like is this even close to how good we could be doing without like abusing the earth and its resources? I mean, why does it seem like such an impossible task to like take care of everyone? Like, don't we have the technology? Does it take a dictatorship, tyrannical rule of some person with absolute authority with good intentions to whip the world into shape? Will democracy never, succeed in pulling off the ultimate goal in that sense of getting the world into its
I guess to that I would say something to the obvious is like, how come it's so difficult? Well, everyone is not the same people. It's like, yeah, we're all people, but we're not the same people. We have like these different countries, and all these countries have different backgrounds and have had different rulers and have had like set up the country like differently, and like literally
I can get over that.
What's up?
I said I can fucking piss on the grave of any fucking leaders that I can abandon nationality if there was like if that's what it took to make the world a better place. Yeah, fuck the Joe Biden, fuck George Washington. I don't care. I can abandon nationality, and I know that's harder for certain citizens of different countries than myself. But I mean, there's almost nothing I wouldn't give up to make the world a better place.
The average median income of the entire world is $850, according to this random website I found. Posted a link in the text.
What is that? A month or a year? A month or a year or what?
$850 per year.
Oh shit!
That means half of the world population makes less than that, and half of the world population makes more than that. It says the top 3%, people who have an income of $41,000 are in the top 3%.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that's gross.
Yeah, isn't it? Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it? I don't get it, man. I'm ignorant to like how things operate on a global scale, but worldwide scale. But I don't know. It just seems to me that we have the technology You know, like, oh, we're so advanced. Yeah. Oh, we're I mean, and I don't want to toot our horn and like pretend like, oh, we're the epitome of evolution or advancement or whatever, because I know our technology is probably bullshit compared to in 1,000 years or whatever. But still, it's like I'm pretty familiar with the technology that exists today. And I think the technology that existed that I'm even aware of is enough technology to end 90% of the issues we face. It's just being like misapplied or misused or something. And there's some sort of greed or selfishness or self-centeredness getting in the way of caring about the collective global family. And then someone might say to me, like, okay, well, do you want to eat fucking spam or bologna for every meal for the next 10 years? Because that'll solve it if everyone does that. I'm like, well, no, I don't want to do that. But is that the fucking, do you want to live in a tent for the next, like, is that really what it takes, though? Like, I don't know. I'd be willing to sacrifice somewhat. And I guess I'm selfish in that way because I wouldn't want to sacrifice my lifestyle too much to make the world a better place. Because I don't want to fucking be living in a torturous sort of lifestyle, right? But I don't know. I just think we have the technology to solve almost all of the major issues we currently have. Is it that hard? Like, is it that hard, guys? Like, we got? Like 8 billion people?
The thing is this, right? It's like those in power, let's just say, them, the they, or the elites, or whatever, right? It's like the inherent structure of that the world exists in today doesn't allow for just everyone to live happy, dory, hunky, A+ lives, right? It's like, so let's just even assume that we have the technology and the power and the manpower to like do it. The powers that be simply won't allow it, right? It's like
So there's people in our way.
Yeah, there's essentially, there's fucking people in our
well,
way.
Fuck those guys.
And also I would say it's also a complex thing. It's like, yes, we do have the technology per se to like, for instance, build vertical farms in every city, and like every big vertical, everyone should just have access to just flourishing skyscrapers of vegetables and fruits and stuff. It's like that's like a vision, right? But it's like, okay, how are we going to do that? Though you can't do that overnight, right? The world is a huge place. It's giant, dude. This place is just colossal. And it's like, says who? Says why? Like, I think that's what the elites are sort of saying. They're looking at us and they're like saying, oh, well, these, we want to feed everyone and house everyone. It's like, well, says who? According to who? Why do we have to do that? Oh, according to, like, why should we do that? We don't. It's like these people in power, they talk about this too. Look at Alice Bailey. Now, research Alice Bailey and her 10-point plan, New World Takeover plan. They're gonna basically be like, oh yeah, they've been writing about this in the elite literature and books for years, that they talk about how they're basically going to do this. And it's
to a degree, it's on us, isn't it?
It is on us. It is, dude.
And so it's almost like, oh, stop complaining. That's
Yeah, Fundy, you're roboting, bro. If you can hear us, you're completely you're not coming through. You were cutting out. Yeah, I think without the globe, we could definitely have utopia and peace upon the earth. I think the globe is the entire framework by which they created the matrix, as it were, that even has people being so isolated and separated and traumatized and fractured and broken and dislocated and poisoned, because the people that are behind the globe seem to also be behind Monsanto and the media and just this entire system that has so much toxicity to it. I don't think it's the only thing that's needed to be transformed, but under this kind of globe reign, I don't think we can have peace because they don't want that.
Yeah,
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, you're good now, Fundy. If you, yeah, I was gonna respond to Gio, but if there's something we're gonna, because we missed what you said last there.
Yeah, that's okay. Go ahead with what Gio said.
I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, I think to what you were saying, Gio, is pretty important. I think that's the crux of it. It's like the entire framework, right? It's like we need a true logical framework that can sustain world peace, and the whole globe heliocentrism paradigm, monkey on a spinning ball thing, just is like that framework, that worldview is poisoned. It can't even allow for peace, right? It doesn't sort of allow that. Whereas like I'm seeing this, like, yeah, the sort of like flat earth is like, right, we need to like realize that, you know, space travel is sort of ridiculous and not really that important of an endeavor as opposed, you know, like as opposed to making our entire community thrive, right? And I think, yeah, the illusion of like, I think space travel and stuff sort of, I mean, I don't know. It's sort of, I don't know. That's sort of how I see it. Anyway.
Yep. Well, it's like this system is built upon inequalities. There being like, yeah, certain people that are above others in like a foundational way. They even call, you know, the globalists. There's even that term that's even used for them, just in a general sense. But
what happens if they just happen to be divinely chosen, right?
what do you mean by that? I mean, I do think the creator does put all the players in place in that sense. So yeah, I mean, I think they're playing a role in terms of like this cycle, like this era of humanity. So I think kind of like the way that there's, you know, thousands upon thousands of movies. There's like thousands upon thousands of different eras and cycles and epochs, and we're just in this one right now. And however they seem to have gotten this control, whether they did some kind of reset or some cataclysm or, you know, whatever hand they may have played in that, it does seem like they kind of are like a predator upon humanity during this cycle.
You ever feel like in these conversations when we're talking about such grandiose things that you're just being a complete bullshit artist? I'm not trying to bring anyone down, but I don't know. I'm not sure I'll have any more clear like direction of what I think I should do with my time in order to actually be a part of the solution at the end of the day here. Because we got these ideas, but what do they amount to? I'm being real pessimistic. You know, I apologize for bringing the vibe down, but I'm about to go in pretty soon, or you know, go to bed pretty soon, and you know, maybe this is gonna build on something tomorrow, and we're gonna save the world. Whatever. Yeah, you know, just kidding, right? But geez, you know, any conversations about making the world a better place at large, you know, someone's eventually going to bring up the idea like, oh, the man in the mirror, right? And that's great. That's absolutely great. I love it. That's a great song. It's a great message, and we've all make the change in yourself because you're a part of the world. And if you make yourself better, the world, ergo, will be a better place, and at least the area that is you as a part of it. And well, good luck with that, because you're going to have to spread the message enough to enough people to make that change within themselves. And how are you ever going to win the battle of propaganda, of the powerful message amongst all these people, corrupting them, versus your positive message trying to outweigh and influence them even in a stronger way to make people realize it's like the fruitless endeavor of trying to wake up a normie. Almost never works. And it's like, will enough people ever put in enough effort to wake up enough normies to wake up the world to where it hits a critical mass? And I'm not saying you shouldn't hope for that. I'm not saying it's not possible. But we gotta, I don't know, be realistic. It's like that critical mass of waking up normies. Is that even a possibility? Or will the corrupt influencers always have a greater influence than the force of positivity and awakening that a grassroots effort could ever, hope to achieve and overpower that opposition force? I don't know, because I know we're not going to figure it all out and solve it tonight. But if we instill our message into our children, our children's children, are we gonna build enough, positive vibration up that eventually in a few generations we're gonna overthrow the enemy? I got no clue. I really got no clue.
I don't really see it as an overthrowing. I see it more of like a reacquisition of our sovereignty.
We're not the first people to have this idea. Say like a couple thousand years ago, someone said, "Hey, what if the world was just better?" Right? What if a whole, were there not like thousands of people who were all part of some group, perhaps in the past, who said, "Man, the world's kind of fucked up because of all these fucking stupid rules and rulers and ruling ships and whatever, and this fucked up system." Because the system's been fucked up for as long as we know, right? It's like we can't be the first people to have these kind of sorts of conversations, and they were never able to pull it off. Because here we are. Are we the ones going to do it? And you know what? That's a nice message. Maybe that's all it takes for us to get together and actually believe, yeah, we're the ones. We're the ones, guys. We're the ones who are going to fucking do it. And finally, like, tip the scales towards positivity in the world. Or maybe I just have a skewed version of history that you guys don't agree with. Do you think the world was once like a really nice place to live? Or do you think that this is the best time that's ever been?
Well, it's hard to tell, right? No one has like a total understanding of all the events that have transpired and like a complete understanding of our history, right? It's like if we did, well, then I could maybe, if I had a complete understanding of our history, I could point back to a point in time and say, well, here, this was clearly a better time, and here's why. But I think sort of the sentiment is to go with like now is like the best time to be alive, right? Because well, there is no other time, right, other than now. And it seems things are pretty nice. Like, I mean, fuck, like just 100 years ago they didn't really even have cars, but maybe they had cars like way, way, way long ago in like some history that like we don't even have accounted for, or maybe not. And so I think your question is dependent on like our total understanding.
Yeah, and that's always a crucial part of any answer to a really broad question, is to what degree of understanding do we have to answer the questions we ask ourselves? And there's this position of ignorance we find ourselves in where we've been fed a bunch of lies. We don't know what to think about the past. We don't really have a grasp on the present, which overall really, which doesn't allow us any sort of basis to form an opinion of the future. We're very blind in the dark.
Yeah, in a way, I would say like this cycle we're in, there's a way in which like there are these individuals, entities, etc., who they're like a cloaked predator. So they've been cloaked to a certain degree that they've convinced a lot of people that they don't exist, because of the way like the hubris for the system and the scientism and just the whole way like mind manipulation, the way that it is right now. And yeah, I agree with you. Like thinking about like kind of almost like the larger dislocation of where humanity is at right now. But I do think this particular, like just to call them a predator in that sense, there's a certain level of them being cloaked or trying to cloak themselves. And then there's this huge process of people coming to the truth of these things, or at least starting to see enough of the cloaked entities to start to kind of see through the fog and haze and figure out what's going on. And yeah, I do think it could shift quickly. I think that there could be a huge transformation that actually could happen quite quickly, like even more quick, much more quickly than we might think. And I don't think it's going to be about like overthrowing or like violent wars or anything like that. I think it's just about like once the awareness is more kind of revealed in a sense, like once the cloak is removed to enough of a degree, then there'll be enough people that'll just be like, what is going on here? You know, and they don't really have ultimate control because the military, like if, you know, they don't really have that much muscle. They just have us and we are their muscle. So if we, the people, realize what they're doing, then they kind of have nothing, you know. Now they might have some, guns up in their tower, but that's not really gonna help them when all of humanity is kind of aware of what they're doing. And the military, if the military came in a positive way eventually to actually like, I mean, that's really what would be needed to an extent, because I don't think these people, these entities, whoever they are, they're not just going to go down, you know. So it's like pretty much there would have to be some huge shift of
what's the most powerful tool at our disposal? Like not even like right now, but potentially. Like what would you say would be the most powerful tool at the forces of good? What's the most powerful tool at their disposal? Because it seems like the internet, properly used, right? Like communication, spreading a message and having this like broadcast ability to spread messages amongst people so freely now more than ever, right? That is the most powerful tool at a movement of righteousness and goodness. That is the most powerful tool at that force's disposal. And I mean, I don't know if you disagree. I think you might agree that this nationwide, I mean, it seems like internets are divided amongst countries to some degree. Like, when's the last time you talked to a Chinese person here on Discord or something? But it does seem like communication through the internet is the most powerful tool at the righteous forces' disposal. And so then you gotta say, like, okay, so how do you take advantage and make the most out of this ability? Well, of course the expression is, spread the good word, like the Christians would say, right? Spread the good word, spread a good message. And it's like, man, okay. I don't know, man. How do we compete against their delivery of information that has everyone hooked on CNN and Fox or whatever? It's like, do we have to infiltrate all the mainstream news organizations and start getting the message out in those platforms? I don't know, man. I don't know. I know I'm being really pessimistic and kind of giving off a vibe of hopelessness, but I'm not really like that ultimately. I'm really just asking from a position of like curiosity. It's like, okay, so I want to make the world a better place, but we know what our enemy has their hands in and controls, and somehow we have to combat their forces. It's like, okay, so it's a very David versus Goliath situation, right? Is that fair?
I mean, how big do you want to go out with a bang? I mean, we can do is, what I'm saying? It's like whatever's within your realm of possibility or ability to do is like, you don't want to think too big, right? You're only one person, and we want to think pragmatically. Right. You're right. We want to take action, right? we want to do the right thing, and there is a right like option and path to go, but it's like you're only one person, right? We can only do so much, but one person has in the history of things has like changed the world. Yeah, for sure. One person, that's all it takes to change the world. But that's not the minimum requirement, right?
Is there an
So it's like
example you have?
we work
And to
together.
change the world to what? What exactly is it that we're changing the world to?
A better place, right? That's all we can hope for. Is just like it's almost like you know, you want to leave the kitchen you know, cleaner than you did when it came.
Who's a person who you think has had a worldwide positive effect overall, like net positive effect? Is there a person that you can mention?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure, like Jesus, right? Gandhi, these like bigger than life like figures, like these people that have, you know, there's you could point to like any number, Alexander the Great, right? Who knows? Just like anyone throughout history that is like a big figure or someone who has just done great things, you know. But it's like, you know,
Not to sound cruel, but you know, look how good their efforts got us here where we stand today. And that didn't work out too well.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
yeah, but you're sort of dissing
maybe
on you're sort of dissing on right now. I mean, think of all the great things and the great accomplishments that there are in the world. Like, think like if your leg gets chopped off right now, like we can fix that for you. But if you're like you don't have to travel by fucking horse and buggy. You know, it's not going to take you a year to go see your buddy in Seattle. It's actually going to take you 5 hours to drive there, or whatever, 8 hours, 10 hours, whatever. But it's like, think of like the great place, how connected the world is now. Also, yeah, it's like a shitty controlled MK Ultra like shithole, right? That's seemingly going towards like eating bugs and like all this like weird stuff that's happening. But it's like, you know, I mean, the world is up for grabs. Like, I don't know if anyone knows this, but it gets up for grabs. Like, yeah, those who have like in control of it now, it's like, yeah, they've pretty much like basically barred up and set up the world. But like, we can't think of like things in like this grand totality thing. We have to take like small steps and like do what we can, right? Like that's the whole idea, is to take
Sounds
baby
fair.
steps. The world is a very complex, complicated place, right? Like, think of like all the different countries and all the different languages, dude. Like, in like Nepal alone, there's like hundreds of different dialects of like the language. Like, there, it's like insane. It's like a microcosm of like languages within one language, and like all of those people, they won't even be able to understand each other. So it's like insane. Like, think about how hard it would be to even talk to everyone in the world at once. You couldn't even do it. I mean, I guess you could with like all the translators, but you can't even have everyone's attention at once. Wait, so it's like these like insane things. It's like, no, we have to work at a local level. We have to change our immediate world, right?
Sure.
Be the change you want to
be
see.
like be like a cancer, but in the positive version of a like a virus, but a virus of goodness. You gotta infect one place first, and then hopefully that positivity spreads like a contagion.
I mean, that's sort of the motto, right? Like, again, like if you can just take care of the person to the left and to your right, right? Like, we'd have a perfect world, right? I mean, that's sort of the idea. Again, like it's like the analogy of like, you know, you want to leave the kitchen cleaner than it was when you showed up. It's like a stupid analogy, but it's like that's sort of like what we're here.
Sure.
It's like you came to like a dirty earth. It's like, well, we just want to clean it up and like try to make it a better place before I go. And if that's just, you know, just trying the best that you can, then hey, you know, that's like what you did.
You know how many people understand that? I feel like a shit ton of people understand that, you know? It's not just hear us now, right? It's just like there's people literally everywhere that people are. There's plenty of people wherever people live thinking that exact same thought. It's like, okay, so there's so many of us. In fact, almost everyone, I'd say, just saying, man, I'd love to leave the world a better place than how I found it. What's getting in our way? If it's a group of people can we not just find them and stop them? But like you said, is that even the right approach? Probably not. Just honestly disengage from them, ignore them, and do what we all know needs to be done, because really they're only influencing us through their words ultimately.
I have a precise answer for you. He says, why, what's stopping us? Well, yeah, it's not only the people, like it's those in power, okay, but it's like obviously even a more obvious answer. It's just the system of the game that they set up, right? It's like the money game. That's why nothing gets done, is because people are just
Is it their game though, or is it how the world actually works?
There you go, right? Therein lies the question.
That's what I think we have to consider, right? We have this idea that we need to save the world. I think there has been smarter people and more richer people that probably figured the same thing out, probably tried to do so, and probably has been stopped by something, right? More than likely, this place isn't a place to save everyone, but a place to save yourself. Each and every last one of us have the power to save ourselves.
So worry about yourself.
I mean, in doing so, not in a selfish way, in worrying about yourself, you could make it so that you're be in a good position and you'll be able to help everyone else. But if you start off with wanting to help everyone else, but your life isn't shit, who are you really doing it for? Are you doing it
not much of anything? Yeah.
It's ultimately a little selfish because you're looking to fix somebody else and to try to fix yourself. So it's worse if you do it that way.
This is a weird, mysterious world, and we all think we're all living in this world, and we all think it could be better. And there's some horrific circumstances we know certain people find themselves in. A lot of people, and we say, man, that can't be the best the world can do. Like, as a collective, it could be better than this. Right? And you say, well, doesn't everyone feel this way? And is it just because we don't understand how to pull it off? Or do we know how to pull it off? And it's a laziness or a procrastination, or is there a evil force or an opposing force at work inhibiting us from pulling this off? Because I think of most people as being pretty caring people. Honestly, this whole original sin thing, there's some validity to that idea that people are evil or at birth, you're not perfect. What? I don't give a shit. I see people as usually willing to sacrifice a lot for the benefit of others. Just out of some natural intuition or instinct. And the world doesn't seem to be running according to natural human instinct, as if there is some sort of corruptive force that's opposing humans from living a natural human life as a collective, from humanity operating as humanity would naturally. There's some sort of supernatural evil force at work, making sure the world is never as good as it could be. Because I just don't get how people in all these years, with all the advancements in technology and organization and communication, we've reached at this point. Is this really how a connected worldwide network of loving, caring, natural behaving, thinking human beings, is this the result of it? It is the state of humanity on average, like you were saying, like a person living with a $850 yearly budget on average in the world, or American dollars. Is that really how it goes when people try their best? And this is just how things work out. This is the best we can do. Fuck that. But I don't get it. And I still feel like everything I'm saying tonight is coming from an ignorant, dumbass bastard who has no idea what he's talking about. That being myself. But and I'll admit I'm dumb and ignorant on this topic of, you know, making the world a better place. But I just don't see, when I think about it as hard as I can, I just don't see why it's that hard. And apparently it is. Apparently it's a very hard task to make the world or the lives of humans on average an enjoyable experience. It's, for some reason, it seems to be super hard to make the average life of a human an enjoyable life. And I don't know, it seems so wrong. And I don't know why it's like this, but that, I guess, is how it is. And my life's all right. I mean, you know, I'm not even complaining about my own life. I could bitch about my life, but I'd feel like a whiny ass little punk even to complain about the littlest details that are wrong in my life, because I have so much compared to some people who have so little or whatever, you know. And yeah, I could, because I think the world could be better, but who am I? It's so weird. Is the world just a rotten place, guys, on average, and I'm just one of the lucky ones who gets a larger slice of the spoiled, rotten, expiration date passing pie? Or is my perception of reality so twisted that, like, I'm fucked up to even be unhappy or want more than I have? Because I have a lot. Is it fucked up from me to want more? I don't get it, man. This world, it's too much for me. I don't understand how it works or why it is the way it is. I know there's people who have less than me, and I want more for them. How do I play a part in making them, you know, have what I wish them to have? Is that unrealistic? Does something gotta give? Does someone else always have to be a slave for someone else to not be one? Here's the ultimate question. On average, for a person and all life on Earth, how good could the Earth be? And that's a very long question or that's a question with a very long answer, I'm sure, from any of you. But maybe that's just something for each of us to think about. Realistically, how good could the Earth be as a host to life? I don't know. I think better than it is now, but I don't know how it could get there. You, me, all of us, yeah, I'm sure we'll try to do our part to whatever degree we get around to doing, while we're not being selfish like we are sometimes. Because, you know, fuck being selfless all the time. I'll tell you that. Like, fuck being selfless all the time. I need to fucking relax, and yeah, I'll fucking sleep on my therapeutic memory foam bed that I bought for $300 when I could have bought a shitty mattress and spent that other $200 benefiting others. Yeah, fuck you. I earn that money. I'm gonna sleep in my comfy bed. How much are you gonna give to the benefit of others? I don't know, guys. What the fuck am I even saying right now?
No, it's been a good talk though. I don't know. I think we may have exhausted it. I think that's the thing. We don't need to brew ourselves into a frustration or into doubting our own existence. You know, it's all right, Fundy, but you know, it's like these sort of things that these sort of like toils and dilemmas that we are. That's what life is all about, right? I mean, I guess we philosophize about them.
I
Think
guess
about
so.
the world and the state of affairs, and it's like we try to, you know, come to some sort of compromise or some sort of understanding, and it all seems for some reason. So I mean, at least if we can achieve a better understanding than we came into the conversation, I mean, that's a good start, you know.
You know, man, I know I'm the fucking like pessimistic hater, and that last thing you said, like, oh, we're gonna leave this conversation with some sort of gained understanding of giving us more direction in life. But I can't say I'm there. I vented, and I really appreciate all of you listening to my bitching and whining about how clueless I feel I am as to how I can play a part in an overall improvement attempt at the world. And I'm not sure I have any more clear direction than I started with. But I did get some frustrations, verbalized to all you, and you guys are gentlemen and patient to listen to me complain. But yeah, sorry to say that. Not sure why. I'll say why. I was selfish, and I personally had a great time talking to all of you gentlemen tonight. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your kind words and your insights. And I learned a lot, but I didn't really, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna kind of continue on. I'm gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna keep on keeping on. You guys do the same. And
All right,
maybe.
Funny. Yeah, it was good talking to you, man. Have a great night, man.
All right, guys. See you next time.